Simon & Schuster Audio presents Maybe Someday by Colleen Hoover. Read by Zachary Weber and Angela Goethals.
A note about special content from Colleen Hoover and Griffin Peterson. Maybe Someday is more than just a story. It's more than just a book. It's an experience, and one that we are excited and grateful to share with you. I had the pleasure of collaborating with musician Griffin Peterson in order to provide an original soundtrack to accompany this novel. Griffin and I worked closely together to bring these characters and their lyrics to life, so that you will be provided with the ultimate listening experience. It is recommended these songs be heard in the order they appear throughout the novel. Please visit the website at www.maybesomeday.soundtrack.com to access the songs and bonus material, should you wish to learn more behind the collaboration and implementation of this project. Thank you for being a part of our project. It has been incredible for us to create, and we hope it will be just as incredible for you to enjoy.
Prologue. Sydney. I just punched a girl in the face. Not just any girl. My best friend. My roommate. Well, as of 5 minutes ago, I guess I should call her my ex-roommate. Her nose began bleeding almost immediately, and for a second I felt bad for hitting her. But then I remembered what a lying, betraying whore she is, and it made me want to punch her again. I would have, if Hunter hadn't prevented it by stepping between us. So instead, I punched him. I didn't do any damage to him, unfortunately. Not like the damage I'd done to my hand. Punching someone hurts a lot worse than I imagined it would. Not that I spend an excessive amount of time imagining how it would feel to punch people. Although I am having that urge again, as I stare down at my phone, at the incoming text from Ridge. He's another one I'd like to get even with. I know he technically has nothing to do with my current predicament, but he could have given me a heads up a little sooner. Therefore, I'd like to punch him too. Ridge, are you okay? Do you want to come up until the rain stops? Of course I don't want to come up. My fist hurts enough as it is, and if I went up to Ridge's apartment, it would hurt a whole lot worse after I finished with him. I turn around and look up at his balcony. He's leaning against his sliding glass door, phone in hand, watching me. It's almost dark, but the lights from the courtyard illuminate his face. His dark eyes lock with mine, and the way his mouth curls up into a soft, regretful smile makes it hard to remember why I'm even upset with him in the first place. He runs a free hand through the hair hanging loosely over his forehead, revealing even more of the worry in his expression. Or maybe that's a look of regret, as it should be. I decide not to reply and flip him off instead. He shakes his head and shrugs his shoulders as if to say, I tried. And then he goes back inside his apartment and slides his door shut. I put the phone back in my pocket before it gets wet, and I look around at the courtyard of the apartment complex where I've lived for 2 whole months. When we first moved in, the hot Texas summer was swallowing up the last traces of spring, but this courtyard seemed to somehow still cling to life. Vibrant blue and purple hydrangeas lined the walkways leading up to the staircases and the fountain affixed in the center of the courtyard. Now that summer has reached its most unattractive peak, the water in the fountain has long since evaporated. The hydrangeas are a sad, wilted reminder of the excitement I felt when Tori and I first moved in here. Looking at the courtyard now, defeated by the season, is an eerie parallel to how I feel at the moment. Defeated and sad. I'm sitting on the edge of the now empty cement fountain, my elbows propped up on the 2 suitcases that contain most of my belongings, waiting for a cab to pick me up. I have no idea where it's going to take me, but I know I'd rather be anywhere except where I am right now, which is, well, homeless. I could call my parents, but that would give them ammunition to start firing all the "we told you so's" at me. "We told you not to move so far away, Sydney." "We told you not to get serious with that guy." "We told you if you had chosen pre-law over music, we would have paid for it." "We told you to punch with your thumb on the outside of your fist." Okay, maybe they never taught me the proper punching techniques, but if they're so right all the damn time, they should have. I clench my fist and spread out my fingers, then clench it again. My hand is surprisingly sore, and I'm pretty sure I should put ice on it. I feel sorry for guys. Punching sucks. Know what else sucks? Rain. It always finds the most inappropriate time to fall, like right now, while I'm homeless. The cab finally pulls up, and I stand and grab my suitcases. I roll them behind me as the cab driver gets out and pops open the trunk. Before I even hand him the first suitcase, my heart sinks as I suddenly realize that I don't even have my purse on me. Shit. I look around, back to where I was sitting on the suitcases, then feel around my body as if my purse will magically appear across my shoulder. But I know exactly where my purse is. I pulled it off my shoulder and dropped it to the floor, right before I punched Tori in her overpriced Cameron Diaz nose. I sigh, and I laugh. Of course I left my purse. My first day of being homeless would have been way too easy if I'd had a purse with me. "I'm sorry," I say to the cab driver, who is now loading my second piece of luggage. "I changed my mind. I don't need a cab right now. I know there's a hotel about a half-mile from here. If I can just work up the courage to go back inside and get my purse, I'll walk there and get a room until I figure out what to do. It's not as if I can get any wetter." The driver takes the suitcases back out of the cab, sets them on the curb in front of me, and walks back to the driver's side without ever making eye contact. He just gets into his car and drives away, as if my canceling is a relief. Do I look that pathetic? I take my suitcases and walk back to where I was seated before I realized I was purseless. I glance up to my apartment and wonder what would happen if I went back there to get my wallet. I sort of left things in a mess when I walked out the door. I guess I'd rather be homeless in the rain than go back up there. I take a seat on my luggage again and contemplate my situation. I could pay someone to go upstairs for me. But who? No one's outside, and who's to say Hunter or Tori would even give the person my purse? This really sucks. I know I'm going to have to end up calling one of my friends, but right now I'm too embarrassed to tell anyone how clueless I've been for the last 2 years. I've been completely blindsided. I already hate being 22, and I still have 364 more days to go. It sucks so bad that I'm crying. Great. I'm crying now. I'm a purseless, crying, violent homeless girl. And as much as I don't want to admit it, I think I might also be heartbroken. Yep. Sobbing now. Pretty sure this must be what it feels like to have your heart broken. It's raining. Hurry up. I glance up to see a girl hovering over me. She's holding an umbrella over her head and looking down at me with agitation while she hops from one foot to the other, waiting for me to do something. I'm getting soaked. Hurry. Her voice is a little demanding, as if she's doing me some sort of favor and I'm being ungrateful. I arch an eyebrow as I look up at her, shielding the rain from my eyes with my hand. I don't know why she's complaining about getting wet when there isn't much clothing to get wet. She's wearing next to nothing. I glance at her shirt, which is missing its entire bottom half, and realize she's in a Hooters outfit. Could this day get any weirder? I'm sitting on almost everything I own in a torrential downpour, being bossed around by a bitchy Hooters waitress. I'm still staring at her shirt, when she grabs my hand and pulls me up in a huff. "Ridge said you would do this. I've got to get to work. Follow me and I'll show you where the apartment is." She grabs one of my suitcases, pops the handle out, and shoves it at me. She takes the other and walks swiftly out of the courtyard. I follow her, for no other reason than the fact that she's taken one of my suitcases with her, and I want it back. She yells over her shoulder as she begins to ascend the stairwell. "I don't know how long you plan on staying, but I've only got one rule. Stay the hell out of my room." She reaches an apartment and opens the door, never even looking back to see if I'm following her. Once I reach the top of the stairs, I pause outside the apartment and look down at the ferns sitting unaffected by the heat in a planter outside the door. Its leaves are lush and green, as if they're giving summer the middle finger with their refusal to succumb to the heat. I smile at the plant, somewhat proud of it. Then I frown with the realization that I'm envious of the resilience of a plant. I shake my head, look away, then take a hesitant step inside the unfamiliar apartment. The layout is similar to my own apartment, only this one is a double split bedroom with 4 total bedrooms. My and Tori's apartment only had 2 bedrooms, but the living rooms are the same size. The only other noticeable difference is that I don't see any lying, backstabbing, bloody-nosed whores standing in this one, nor do I see any of Tori's dirty dishes or laundry lying around. The girl sets my suitcase down beside the door, then steps aside and waits for me to, well, I don't know what she's waiting for me to do. She rolls her eyes and grabs my arm, pulling me out of the doorway and further into the apartment. "What the hell is wrong with you? Do you even speak?" She begins to close the door behind her, but pauses and turns around, wide-eyed. She holds her finger up in the air. "Wait," she says. "You're not—" She rolls her eyes and smacks herself in the forehead. "Oh my God, you're deaf!" Huh? What the hell is wrong with this girl? I shake my head and start to answer her, but she interrupts me. "God, Bridget," she mumbles to herself. She rubs her hands down her face and groans, completely ignoring the fact that I'm shaking my head. "You're such an insensitive bitch sometimes." Wow, this girl has some serious issues in the people skills department. She's sort of a bitch, even though she's making an effort not to be one, now that she thinks I'm deaf. I don't even know how to respond. She shakes her head as if she's disappointed in herself, then looks straight at me. "I have to go to work now," she yells very loudly and painfully slowly. I grimace and step back, which should be a huge clue that I can hear her practically yelling, but she doesn't notice. She points to a door at the end of the hallway. "Ridge is in his room." Before I have a chance to tell her she can stop yelling, she leaves the apartment and closes the door behind her. I have no idea what to think or what to do now. I'm standing, soaking wet, in the middle of an unfamiliar apartment, and the only person besides Hunter and Tori whom I feel like punching is now just a few feet away in another room. And speaking of Ridge, why the hell did he send his psycho Hooters girlfriend to get me? I take out my phone and have begun to text him when his bedroom door opens. He walks out into the hallway with an armful of blankets and a pillow. As soon as he makes eye contact with me, I gasp. I hope it's not a noticeable gasp. It's just that I've never actually seen him up close before, and he's even better looking from just a few feet away than he is from across an apartment courtyard. I don't think I've ever seen eyes that can actually speak. I'm not sure what I mean by that. It just seems as if he could shoot me the tiniest glance with those dark eyes of his, and I'd know exactly what they needed me to do. They're piercing and intense. And, oh my God, I'm staring. The corner of his mouth tilts up in a knowing smile as he passes me and heads straight for the couch. Despite his appealing and slightly innocent-looking face, I want to yell at him for being so deceitful. He shouldn't have waited more than 2 weeks to tell me. I would have had a chance to plan all this out a little better. I don't understand how we could have had 2 weeks' worth of conversations without his feeling the need to tell me that my boyfriend and my best friend were screwing. Ridge throws the blankets and pillows onto the couch. "I'm not staying here, Ridge," I say, attempting to stop him from wasting time with his hospitality. I know he feels bad for me, but I hardly know him, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable in a hotel room than sleeping on a strange couch. Then again, hotel rooms require money. Something I don't have on me at the moment. Something that's inside my purse, across the courtyard, in an apartment, with the only 2 people in the world I don't want to see right now. Maybe a couch isn't such a bad idea after all. He gets the couch made up and turns around, dropping his eyes to my soaking wet clothes. I look down at the puddle of water I'm creating in the middle of his floor. "Oh, sorry," I mutter. My hair is matted to my face. My shirt is now a see-through, pathetic excuse for a barrier between the outside world and my very pink, very noticeable bra. "Where's your bathroom?" He nods his head toward the bathroom door. I turn around, unzip a suitcase, and begin to rummage through it while Ridge walks back into his bedroom. I'm glad he doesn't ask me questions about what happened after our conversation earlier. I'm not in the mood to talk about it. I select a pair of yoga pants and a tank top, then grab my bag of toiletries and head to the bathroom. It disturbs me that everything about this apartment reminds me of my own, with just a few subtle differences. This is the same bathroom with the Jack and Jill doors on the left and right, leading to 2 bedrooms that adjoin it. One is Ridge's, obviously. I'm curious about who the other bedroom belongs to, but not curious enough to open it. The Hooters girl's one rule was to stay the hell out of her room, and she doesn't seem like the type to kid around. I shut the door that leads to the living room and lock it, then check the locks on both doors to the bedrooms to make sure no one can walk in. I have no idea if anyone lives in this apartment other than Ridge and the Hooters girl, but I don't want to chance it. I pull off my sopping clothes and throw them into the sink to avoid soaking the floor. I turn on the shower and wait until the water gets warm, then step in. I stand under the stream of water and close my eyes, thankful that I'm not still sitting outside in the rain. At the same time, I'm not really happy to be where I am, either. I never expected my 22nd birthday to end with me showering in a strange apartment and sleeping on a couch that belongs to a guy I've barely known for 2 weeks, all at the hands of the 2 people I cared about and trusted the most. Chapter 1. 2 weeks earlier. Sydney. I slide open my balcony door and step outside, thankful that the sun has already dipped behind the building next door, cooling the air to what could pass as a perfect fall temperature. Almost on cue, the sound of his guitar floats across the courtyard as I take a seat and lean back into the patio lounger. I tell Tori I come out here to get homework done because I don't want to admit that the guitar is the only reason I'm outside every night at 8, like clockwork. For weeks now, the guy in the apartment across the courtyard has sat on his balcony and played for at least an hour. Every night I sit outside and listen. I've noticed a few other neighbors come out to their balconies when he's playing, but no one is as loyal as I am. I don't understand how someone could hear these songs and not crave them day after day. Then again, music has always been a passion of mine, so maybe I'm just a little more infatuated with his sound than other people are. I've played the piano for as long as I can remember, and although I've never shared it with anyone, I love writing music. I even switched my major to music education 2 years ago. My plan is to be an elementary music teacher, although if my father had his way, I'd still be pre-law. "A life of mediocrity is a waste of a life," he said when I informed him that I was changing my major. a life of mediocrity. I find that more amusing than insulting, since he seems to be the most dissatisfied person I've ever known. And he's a lawyer. Go figure. One of the familiar songs ends, and the guy with the guitar begins to play something he's never played before. I've grown accustomed to his unofficial playlist, since he seems to practice the same songs in the same order night after night. However, I've never heard him play this particular song before. The way he's repeating the same chords makes me think he's creating the song right here on the spot. I like that I'm witnessing this, especially since after only a few chords, it's already my new favorite. All his songs sound like originals. I wonder if he performs them locally, or if he just writes them for fun. I lean forward in the chair, rest my arms on the edge of the balcony, and watch him. His balcony is directly across the courtyard, far enough away that I don't feel weird when I watch him, but close enough that I make sure I'm never watching him when Hunter's around. I don't think Hunter would like the fact that I've developed a tiny crush on this guy's talent. I can't deny it, though. Anyone who watches how passionately this guy plays would crush on his talent. The way he keeps his eyes closed the entire time, focusing intently on every stroke against every guitar string. I like it best when he sits cross-legged with the guitar upright between his legs. He pulls it against his chest and plays it like a stand-up bass, keeping his eyes closed the whole time. It's so mesmerizing to watch him that sometimes I catch myself holding my breath, and I don't even realize I'm doing it until I'm gasping for air. It also doesn't help that he's cute. At least he seems cute from here. His light brown hair is unruly and moves with him, falling across his forehead every time he looks down at his guitar. He's too far away to distinguish eye color or distinct features, but the details don't matter when coupled with the passion he has for his music. There's a confidence to him that I find compelling. I've always admired musicians who are able to tune out everyone and everything around them and pour all of their focus into their music. To be able to shut the world off and allow yourself to be completely swept away is something I've always wanted the confidence to do, but I just don't have it. This guy has it. He's confident and talented. I've always been a sucker for musicians, but more in a fantasy way. They're a different breed, a breed that rarely makes for good boyfriends. He glances at me as if he can hear my thoughts, and then a slow grin appears across his face. He never once pauses the song while he continues to watch me. The eye contact makes me blush, so I drop my arms and pull my notebook back onto my lap and look down at it. I hate that he just caught me staring so hard. Not that I was doing anything wrong. It just feels odd for him to know I was watching him. I glance up again, and he's still watching me, but he's not smiling anymore. The way he's staring causes my heart to speed up, so I look away and focus on my notebook. Way to be a creeper, Sydney. There's my girl, a comforting voice says from behind me. I lean my head back and tilt my eyes upward to watch Hunter as he makes his way onto the balcony. I try to hide the fact that I'm shocked to see him, because I'm pretty sure I was supposed to remember he was coming. On the off chance that Guitar Boy is still watching, I make it a point to seem really into Hunter's hello kiss, so that maybe I'll seem less like a creepy stalker and more like someone just casually relaxing on her balcony. I run my hand up Hunter's neck as he leans over the back of my chair and kisses me upside down. Scoot up, Hunter says, pushing on my shoulders. I do what he asks and slide forward in the seat as he lifts his leg over the chair and slips in behind me. He pulls my back against his chest and wraps his arms around me. My eyes betray me when the sound of the guitar stops abruptly, and I glance across the courtyard once more. Guitar Boy is eyeing us hard as he stands, then goes back inside his apartment. His expression is odd, almost angry. How was school? Hunter asks. Too boring to talk about. What about you? How was work? Interesting, he says, brushing my hair away from my neck with his hand. He presses his lips to my neck and kisses his way down my collarbone. What was so interesting? He tightens his hold on me, then rests his chin on my shoulder and pulls me back in the chair with him. The oddest thing happened at lunch, he says. I was with one of the guys at this Italian restaurant. We were eating out on the patio, and I had just asked the waiter what he recommended for dessert when a police car rounded the corner. They stopped right in front of the restaurant, and 2 officers jumped out with their guns drawn. They began barking orders toward us when our waiter mumbled, "Shit." He slowly raised his hands, and the police jumped the barrier to the patio, rushed toward him, threw him to the ground, and cuffed him right at our feet. After they read him his rights, they pulled him to his feet and escorted him toward the cop car. The waiter glanced back at me and yelled, "The tiramisu is really good." Then they put him in the car and drove away. I tilt my head back and look up at him. Seriously? That really happened? He nods, laughing. I swear, Sid, it was crazy. Well, did you try the tiramisu? Hell yeah, we did. It was the best tiramisu I've ever had. He kisses me on the cheek and pushes me forward. Speaking of food, I'm starving. He stands up and holds out his hand to me. Did you cook tonight? I take his hand and let him pull me up. We just had salad, but I can make you one. Once we're inside, Hunter takes a seat on the couch next to Tori. She's got a textbook spread open across her lap as she half-heartedly focuses on both homework and TV at the same time. I take out the containers from the fridge and make his salad. I feel a little guilty that I forgot tonight was one of the nights he said he was coming. I usually have something cooked when I know he'll be here. We've been dating for almost 2 years now. I met him during my sophomore year in college when he was a senior. He and Tori had been friends for years. After she moved into my dorm and we became friends, she insisted I meet him. She said we'd hit it off, and she was right. We made it official after only 2 dates, and things have been wonderful since. Of course we have our ups and downs, especially since he moved more than an hour away. When he landed the job in the accounting firm last semester, he suggested I move with him. I told him no, that I really wanted to finish my undergrad before taking such a huge step. In all honesty, I'm just scared. The thought of moving in with him seems so final, as if I would be sealing my fate. I know that once we take that step, the next step is marriage, and then I'd be looking at never having the chance to live alone. I've always had a roommate, and until I can afford my own place, I'll be sharing an apartment with Tori. I haven't told Hunter yet, but I really want to live alone for a year. It's something I promised myself I would do before I got married. I don't even turn 22 for a couple of weeks, so it's not as if I'm in any hurry. I take Hunter's food to him in the living room. Why do you watch this? He says to Tori. All these women do is talk shit about each other and flip tables. That's exactly why I watch it, Tori says without taking her eyes off the TV. Hunter winks at me and takes his food, then props his feet up on the coffee table. Thanks, babe. He turns toward the TV and begins eating. Can you grab me a beer? I nod and walk back into the kitchen. I open the refrigerator door and look on the shelf where he always keeps his extra beer. I realize as I'm staring at his shelf that this is probably how it begins. First, he has a shelf in the refrigerator. Then he'll have a toothbrush in the bathroom, a drawer in my dresser, and eventually his stuff will infiltrate mine in so many ways it'll be impossible for me ever to be on my own. I run my hands up my arms, rubbing away the sudden onset of discomfort washing over me. I feel as if I'm watching my future play out in front of me. I'm not so sure I like what I'm imagining. Am I ready for this? Am I ready for this guy to be the guy I bring dinner to every night when he gets home from work? Am I ready to fall into this comfortable life with him? One where I teach all day and he does people's taxes, and then we come home and I cook dinner and I grab him beers while he props his feet up and calls me babe, and then we go to our bed and make love at approximately 9 p.m. so we won't be tired the next day in order to wake up and get dressed and go to work and do it all over again? Earth to Sydney, Hunter says. I hear him snap his fingers twice. Beer? Please, babe? I quickly grab his beer, give it to him, then head straight to my bathroom. I turn the water on in the shower, but I don't get in. Instead, I lock the door and sink to the floor. We have a good relationship. He's good to me, and I know he loves me. I just don't understand why every time I think about a future with him, it's not an exciting thought.
Ridge. Maggie leans forward and kisses my forehead. I need to go. I'm on my back with my head and shoulders partially propped against my headboard. She's straddling my lap and looking down at me regretfully. I hate that we live so far apart now, but it makes the time we do spend together a lot more meaningful. I take her hand so she'll shut up, and I pull her to me, hoping to persuade her not to leave just yet. She laughs and shakes her head. She kisses me, but only briefly, and then she pulls away again. She slides off my lap, but I don't let her make it very far before I lunge forward and pin her to the mattress. I point to her chest. You, I lean in and kiss the tip of her nose, need to stay one more night. I can't, I have class. I grab her wrists and pin her arms above her head, then press my lips to hers. I know she won't stay another night. She's never missed a day of class in her life, unless she was too sick to move. I sort of wish she was feeling a little sick right now so I could make her stay in bed with me. I slide my hands from her wrists, delicately up her arms until I'm cupping her face. Then I give her one final kiss before I reluctantly pull away from her. Go, and be careful. Let me know when you make it home. She nods and pushes herself off the bed. She reaches across me and grabs her shirt, then pulls it on over her head. I watch her as she walks around the room and gathers the clothes I pulled off her in a hurry. After 5 years of dating, most couples would have moved in together by now. However, most people's other halves aren't Maggie. She's so fiercely independent, it's almost intimidating. But it's understandable, considering how her life has gone. She's been caring for her grandfather since I met her. Before that, she spent the majority of her teenage years helping him care for her grandmother, who died when Maggie was 16. Now that her grandfather is in a nursing home, she finally has a chance to live alone while finishing school. And as much as I want her here with me, I also know how important this internship is for her. So for the next year, I'll suck it up while she's in San Antonio and I'm here in Austin. I'll be damned if I ever move out of Austin, especially for San Antonio. Unless she asked, of course. Tell your brother I said good luck. She's standing in my bedroom doorway, poised to leave. And you need to quit beating yourself up, Ridge. Musicians have blocks, just like writers do. You'll find your muse again. I love you. I love you too. She smiles and backs out of my bedroom. I groan, knowing she's trying to be positive with the whole writer's block thing, but I can't stop stressing about it. I don't know if it's because Brennan has so much writing on these songs now or if it's because I'm completely tapped out. But the words just aren't coming. Without lyrics I'm confident in, it's hard to feel good about the actual musical aspect of writing. My phone vibrates. It's a text from Brennan, which only makes me feel worse about the fact that I'm stuck. Brennan. It's been weeks. Please tell me you have something. Me. Working on it. How's the tour? Brennan. Good, but remind me not to allow Warren to schedule this many gigs on the next leg. Me. Gigs are what gets your name out there. Brennan. Our name. I'm not telling you again to stop acting like you aren't half of this. Me. I won't be half if I can't work through this damn block. Brennan. Maybe you should get out more. Cause some unnecessary drama in your life. Break up with Maggie for the sake of art. She'll understand. Heartache helps with lyrical inspiration. Don't you ever listen to country? Me. Good idea. I'll tell Maggie you suggested that. Brennan. Nothing I say or do could ever make Maggie hate me. Give her a kiss for me and get to writing. Our careers are resting squarely on your shoulders. Me. Asshole. Brennan. Is that anger I detect in your text? Use it. Go write an angry song about how much you hate your little brother, then send it to me. Me. Yeah, I'll give it to you after you finally get your shit out of your old bedroom. Bridget's sister might move in next month. Brennan. Have you ever met Brandy? Me. No. Do I want to? Brennan. Only if you want to live with two Bridgets. Me. Oh, shit. Brennan. Exactly. Talk to you later. I close out the text to Brennan and open up a text to Warren. Me. We're good to go on the roommate search. Brennan says hell no to Brandy. I'll let you break the news to Bridget since you two get along so well. Warren. Well, motherfucker. I laugh and hop off the bed, then head to the patio with my guitar. It's almost 8, and I know she'll be on her balcony. I don't know how weird my actions are about to seem to her, but all I can do is try. I've got nothing to lose.
Chapter 2. Sydney. I'm mindlessly tapping my feet and singing along to his music with my made-up lyrics when he stops playing mid-song. He never stops mid-song, so, naturally, I glance in his direction. He's leaning forward, staring right at me. He holds up his index finger as if to say hold on, and he sets his guitar beside him and runs into his apartment. What the hell is he doing? And oh my God, why does the fact that he's acknowledging me make me so nervous? He comes back outside with paper and a marker in his hands. He's writing. What the hell is he writing? He holds up 2 sheets of paper, and I squint to get a good look at what he's written. A phone number. Shit, his phone number? When I don't move for several seconds, he shakes the papers and points at them, then points back to me. He's insane. I'm not calling him. I can't call him. I can't do that to Hunter. The guy shakes his head, then grabs a fresh sheet of paper and writes something else on it, then holds it up. Text me. When I still don't move, he flips the paper over and writes again. I have a question. A question. A text. Seems harmless enough. When he holds up the papers with his phone number again, I pull out my phone and enter his phone number. I stare at the screen for a few seconds, not really knowing what to say in the text, so I go with, Me. What's your question? He looks down at his phone, and I can see him smile when he receives my text. He drops the paper and leans back in his chair, typing. When my phone vibrates, I hesitate a second before looking down at it. Him. Do you sing in the shower? I shake my head, confirming my initial suspicion. He's a flirt. Of course he is. He's a musician. Me. I don't know what kind of question that is, but if this is your attempt at flirting, I've got a boyfriend. Don't waste your time. I hit send and watch him read the text. He laughs, and this irritates me, mostly because his smile is so smiley. Is that even a word? I don't know how else to describe it. It's as if his whole face smiles right along with his mouth. I wonder what that smile looks like up close. Him. Believe me, I know you have a boyfriend, and this is definitely not how I flirt. I just want to know if you sing in the shower. I happen to think highly of people who sing in the shower, and need to know the answer to that question in order to decide if I want to ask you my next question. I read the lengthy text, admiring his fast typing. Guys aren't normally as skilled as girls when it comes to speed texting, but his replies are almost instantaneous. Me. Yes, I sing in the shower. Do you sing in the shower? Him. No, I don't. Me. How can you think highly of people who sing in the shower if you don't sing in the shower? Him. Maybe the fact that I don't sing in the shower is why I think highly of people who do sing in the shower. This conversation isn't going anywhere. Me. Why did you need this vital piece of information from me? He stretches his legs out and props his feet up on the edge of the patio, then stares at me for a few seconds before returning his attention to his phone. Him. I want to know how you're singing lyrics to my songs when I haven't even added lyrics to them yet. My cheeks instantly heat from embarrassment. Busted. I stare at his text, then glance up at him. He's watching me, expressionless. Why the hell didn't I think that he could see me sitting out here? I never thought he would notice me singing along to his music. Hell, until last night I never thought he even noticed me. I inhale, wishing I'd never made eye contact with him to begin with. I don't know why I find this embarrassing, but I do. It seems as if I've invaded his privacy in some way, and I hate that. Me. I tend to favor songs with lyrics, and I was tired of wondering what the lyrics to your songs were, so I guess I made up a few of my own. He reads the text, then glances up at me without a hint of his infectious smile. I don't like his serious glances. I don't like what they do to my stomach. I also don't like what his smiley smile does to my stomach. I wish he would stick to a simple, unattractive, emotionless expression, but I'm not sure he's capable of that. Him. Will you send them to me? Oh God, hell no. Me. Hell no. Him. Please. Me. No. Him. Pretty please. Me. No thank you. Him. What's your name? Me. Sydney. Yours? Him. Ridge. Ridge. That fits him. Musical, artisty, moody type. Me. Well, Ridge, I'm sorry, but I don't write lyrics that anyone would want to hear. Do you not write lyrics to your own songs? He begins to text, and it's a really long text. His fingers move swiftly over his phone while he types. I'm afraid I'm about to receive an entire novel from him. He looks up at me just as my phone vibrates. Ridge, I guess you could say I'm having a bad case of writer's block. Which is why I really, really wish you would just send me the lyrics you sing while I'm playing. Even if you think they're stupid, I want to read them. You somehow know every single song I play, even though I've never played them for anyone except when I practice out here. How does he know I know all his songs? I bring a hand up to my cheek when I feel it flush, knowing he's been watching me a lot longer than I initially thought. I swear I have to be the most unintuitive person in this entire world. I glance up at him, and he's continuing with another text, so I look back to my phone and wait for it. Ridge. I can see it in the way your whole body responds to the guitar. You tap your feet, you move your head, and I've even tried to test you by slowing down the song every once in a while to see if you would notice, and you always do. Your body stops responding when I change something up. So just by watching you, I can tell you have an ear for music. And since you sing in the shower, it probably means you're an okay singer, which also means that maybe there's a chance you have a talent for writing lyrics. So Sydney, I want to know what your lyrics are. I'm still reading when another text comes through. Ridge, please, I'm desperate. I inhale a deep breath, wishing more than anything that this conversation had never started. I don't know how in the hell he can come to all these conclusions without my ever having noticed him watching me. In a way, it eases my embarrassment over the fact that he saw me watching him. But now that he wants to know what lyrics I made up, I'm embarrassed for an entirely different reason. I do sing, but not well enough to do anything with it professionally. My passion is mostly for music itself, not at all for performing it. And as much as I do love writing lyrics, I've never shared anything I've written. It seems too intimate. I'd almost rather he had sent me a vulgar, flirtatious come-on. I jump when my phone vibrates again. Ridge. Okay, we'll make a deal. Pick one song of mine and send me the lyrics to just that one song. Then I'll leave you alone. Especially if they're stupid. I laugh and cringe. He's not gonna let up. I'm gonna have to change my number. Ridge. I know your phone number now, Sydney. I'm not giving up until you send me lyrics to at least one song. Jesus, he's not going away. Ridge. And I also know where you live. I'm not above begging on my knees at your front door. Ugh. Me. Fine. Stop with the creepy threats. One song. But I'll have to write the lyrics down while you play it first because I've never written them out before. Ridge. Deal. Which song? I'll play it right now. Me. How would I tell you which song, Ridge? I don't know the names of any of them. Ridge. Yeah, me neither. Hold up your hand when I get to the one you want me to play. He puts down his phone and picks up his guitar, then begins playing one of the songs. It's not the one I want him to play, though, so I shake my head. He switches to another song, and I continue to shake my head until the familiar chords to one of my favorites meets my ears. I hold up my hand, and he grins, then starts the song over from the beginning. I pull my notebook in front of me and pick up my pen, then begin to write down the lyrics I've put to it. He has to play the song 3 times before I finally get them all out. It's almost dark now, and it's hard to see, so I pick up my phone. Me. It's too dark to read. I'll go inside and text them to you, but you have to promise you'll never ask me to do this again. The light from his phone illuminates his smile, and he nods at me, then picks up his guitar and walks back inside his apartment. I go to my room and sit on the bed, wondering if it's too late to change my mind. I feel as if this whole conversation just ruined my 8 o'clock patio time. I can't go back outside and listen to him ever again. I liked it better when I thought he didn't know I was there. It was like my own personal space with my own personal concert. Now I'll be way too aware of him to actually enjoy listening, and I curse him for ruining that. I regretfully text him my lyrics, then turn my phone on silent and leave it on my bed as I go into the living room and try to forget this ever happened.
Ridge. Holy shit. She's good. Really good. Brennan is going to love this. I know if he agrees to use them, we'll need her to sign a release and we'll have to pay her something. But it's worth it, especially if the rest of her lyrics are as good as these. But the question is, will she be willing to help out? She obviously doesn't have much confidence in her talent, but that's the least of my worries. The biggest worry is how I'll persuade her to send me more lyrics, or how to get her to write with me. I doubt her boyfriend would go for that. He has to be the biggest jerk I've ever laid eyes on. I can't believe the balls of that guy, especially after watching him last night. He comes outside on the patio and kisses Sydney, cuddling up to her in the chair like the most attentive boyfriend in the world. Then, the second she turns her back, he's out on the patio with the other chick. Sydney must have been in the shower because the two of them rushed outside as if they were on a timer, and the chick had her legs wrapped around his waist and her mouth on his faster than I could even blink. And it wasn't a first-time occurrence. I've seen it happen so many times I've lost count. It's really not my place to inform Sydney that the guy she's dating is screwing her roommate. I especially can't tell her through a text. But if Maggie were cheating on me, I'd sure as hell want to know about it. I just don't know Sydney well enough to tell her something like that. Usually the person to break the news is the one to catch all the blame anyway, especially if the person being cheated on doesn't want to believe it. I could send her an anonymous note, but the douchebag boyfriend would more than likely be able to talk his way out of it. I won't do anything for now. It's not my place, and until I get to know her better, I'm not in a position for her to trust me. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I pull it out, hoping Sydney decided to send me more lyrics. But the text is from Maggie. Maggie. Almost home. See you in 2 weeks. Me. I didn't say text me when you're almost home. I said text me when you're home. Now stop texting and driving. Maggie. Okay. Me. Stop. Maggie. Okay. I toss the phone onto the bed and refuse to text her back. I'm not giving her a reason to text me again until she makes it home. I walk to the kitchen for a beer, then take a seat next to a passed-out Warren on the couch. I grab the remote and hit info to see what he's watching. Porn. Figures. The guy can't watch anything without nudity. I start to change the channel, but he snatches the remote out of my hands. It's my night. I don't know if it was Warren or Bridget who decided we should divvy up the TV, but it was the worst idea ever. Especially since I'm still not sure which night is actually mine, even though technically this is my apartment. I'm lucky if either of them pays rent on a quarterly basis. I put up with it because Warren has been my best friend since high school, and Bridget is, well, she's too mean for me to even want to strike up a conversation with her. I've avoided that since Brennan let her move in 6 months ago. I really don't have to worry about money right now thanks to my job and the cut Brennan gives me, so I just leave it alone. I still don't know how Brennan met Bridget or how they're involved, but even though their relationship isn't sexual, he obviously cares about her. I have no idea how or why, since she doesn't have any noticeable redeeming qualities other than how she looks in her Hooters uniform. And of course, the second that thought passes through my head, so do the words Maggie said when she found out Bridget was moving in with us. I don't care if she moves in. The worst thing that could happen would be for you to cheat on me. Then I'd have to break up with you. Then your heart would shatter, and we'd both be miserable for life. And you would be so depressed you'd never be able to get it up again. So make sure if you do cheat, it's the best sex you ever have, because it'll also be the last sex you ever have. She doesn't have to worry about my cheating on her, but the scenario she painted was enough to ensure that I don't even look at Bridget in her uniform. How in the hell did my thoughts wander this far? This is why I'm having writer's block. I can't seem to focus on anything important lately. I go back to my room to transfer the lyrics Sydney sent onto paper, and I begin to work out how to add them to the music. I want to text Sydney to tell her what I think about them, but I don't. I should leave her hanging a little while longer. I know how nerve-wracking it is to send someone a piece of yourself and then have to sit back and wait for it to be judged. If I make her wait long enough, maybe once I tell her how brilliant she is, she'll have developed a craving to send me more. It might be a little cruel, but she has no idea how much I need her. Now that I'm pretty sure I've found my muse, I have to work it just right so she doesn't slip away.
Chapter 3. Sydney. If he hated them, the least he could have done was send a thank you. I know it shouldn't bother me, but it does. Especially because I never wanted to send them to him in the first place. I wasn't expecting him to praise me, but the fact that he begged so hard for them and then just ignored them sort of irritates me. And he hasn't been outside at his usual time in almost a week. I've wanted to text him about it so many times, but if I do, then it'll seem as if I care what he thinks of the lyrics. I don't want to care, but I can tell by how disappointed I feel that I do care. I hate that I want him to like my lyrics, but the thought of actually having a hand in a song is a little bit exciting. Food should be here in a little while. I'm gonna get the clothes out of the dryer, Tori says. She opens the front door, and I perk up on the couch when I hear the familiar sound of the guitar from outside. She closes the door behind her, and as much as I want to ignore it, I rush to my room and quietly slide out onto the balcony, books in hand. If I sink far enough into my chair, he might not notice I'm out here. But he's looking straight at my balcony when I step outside. He doesn't acknowledge me with a smile or even a nod of his head when I take my seat. He just continues playing, and it makes me curious to see if he's just going to pretend our conversation last week never happened. I sort of hope so, because I'd like to pretend it never happened. He plays the familiar songs, and it doesn't take me long to let go of my embarrassment over the fact that he thought my lyrics were stupid. I tried to warn him. I finish up my homework while he's still playing, close my books, and lean back and close my eyes. It's quiet for a minute, and then he begins playing the song I sent him lyrics for. In the middle of the song, the guitar pauses for several seconds, but I refuse to open my eyes. He continues playing, just as my phone vibrates with an incoming text. Ridge, you're not singing. I glance at him, and he's staring at me with a grin. He looks back down at his guitar and watches his hands as he finishes the song. Then he picks up his phone and sends another text. Ridge, do you want to know what I thought of the lyrics? Me. No, I'm pretty positive I know what you thought. It's been a week since I sent them to you. No worries, I told you they were stupid. Ridge. Yeah, sorry about the silence. I had to leave town for a few days. Family emergency. I don't know if he's telling the truth, but the fact that he claims he's been out of town eases my fear that he hasn't been out on his balcony because of me. Me. Everything okay? Ridge. Yep. Me. Good. Ridge. I'm only gonna say this once, Sydney. Are you ready? Me. Oh God, no, I'm turning off my phone. Ridge. I know where you live. Me. Fine. Ridge. You're incredible. Those lyrics. I can't even describe to you how perfect they are for the song. How in the hell does that come out of you? And why can't you see that you need to let it come out of you? Don't hold it in. You're doing the world a huge disservice with your modesty. I know I agreed not to ask you for more, but that was because I really didn't expect to get what I got from you. I need more. Give me, give me, give me. I let out a huge breath. Until this moment, I didn't realize exactly how much his opinion mattered. I can't look up at him yet. I continue to stare at my phone for much longer than it takes me to read the text. I don't even text him back, because I'm still relishing the compliment. If he said he loved it, I would have accepted his opinion with relief, and I would have moved on. But the words he just texted were like stairs stacked one on top of the other, and each compliment was like me running up each step until I reached the top of the damn world. Holy crap. I think this one text just gave me enough confidence to send him another song. I never would have predicted this. I never imagined I would be excited. Food's here, Tori says. You want to eat out here? I tear my gaze away from the phone and look at her. Yeah, sure. Tori brings the food out to the balcony. I've never really looked at that guy before, but damn, she says, staring hard at Ridge while he plays his guitar. He's really hot, and I don't even like blondes. His hair isn't blonde, it's brown. No, that's blonde, she says. But it's dark blonde, so that's okay, I guess. Almost brown, maybe. I like the messy shag, and that body makes up for the fact that his hair isn't black. Tori takes a drink and leans back in her chair, still staring at him. Maybe I'm being too picky. What do I care what color his hair is? It'll be dark when I have my hands in it anyway. I shake my head. He's really talented, I say. I still haven't responded to his text, but he doesn't seem to be waiting around. He's watching his hands as he plays, not paying a bit of attention to us. I wonder if he's single, Tori says. I'd like to see what other talents he has. I have no idea if he's single, but the way Tori is thinking about him makes my stomach turn. Tori is incredibly cute, and I know she could find out if he had other talents if she really wanted to. She tends to get whomever she wants in the guy department. I've never really minded until now. You don't want to be involved with a musician, I say, as if I have any experience that would qualify me to give her advice. Besides, I'm pretty sure Ridge does have a girlfriend. I saw a girl on his patio with him a few weeks ago. That's technically not a lie. I did see one once. Tori glances at me. You know his name? How do you know his name? I shrug as if it's no big deal, because honestly, it is no big deal. He needed help with lyrics last week, so I texted him some. She sits up in her chair. You know his phone number? I suddenly become defensive, not liking the accusatory tone in her voice. Calm down, Tori. I don't even know him. All I did was text him a few lyrics. She laughs. I'm not judging, Sid, she says, holding up her hands in defense. I don't care how much you love Hunter. If you have an opening with that, she flicks her hand in Ridge's direction. I'd be livid if you didn't take advantage of it. I roll my eyes. You know I'd never do that to Hunter. She sighs and leans back in her chair. Yeah, I know. We're both looking at Ridge when he finishes the song. He picks up his phone and types something, then picks up his guitar, just as my phone vibrates and he begins to play another song. Tori reaches for my phone, but I grab it first and hold it out of her reach. That's from him, isn't it? She says. I read the text. Ridge, when Barbie goes away, I want more. I cringe because there's no way I'm letting Tori read this text. For one thing, he insulted her. Also, the second part of his text would have an entirely different meaning if she read it. I hit delete and press the power button down to lock my phone in case she snatches it away from me. "You're flirting," she says teasingly. She picks up her empty plate and stands up. "Have fun with your sexting." Ugh, I hate that she thinks I'd ever do that to Hunter. I'll worry about setting her straight later, though. In the meantime, I take out my notebook and find the page with the lyrics I wrote to the song he's currently playing. I transfer them to a text, hit send, and hurry back inside. "That was so good," I say as I place my plate in the sink. That's probably my favorite Italian restaurant in all of Austin. I walk to the couch and fall down next to Tori, trying to appear casual about the fact that she thinks I'm cheating on Hunter. The more defensive I get about it, the less likely she'll be to believe me when I try to deny it. "Oh my God, that reminds me," she says. "The funniest thing happened a couple of weeks ago at this Italian restaurant. I was eating lunch with my mom, and we were out on the patio. Our waiter was telling us about dessert when all of a sudden, this cop car comes screeching around the corner, sirens blaring." I'm holding my breath, scared to hear the rest of her story. What the hell? Hunter said he was with a coworker. The odds of them both being at the same restaurant without being there together is way more than coincidental. But why would they lie about being together? My heart is folding in on itself. I think I'm going to be sick. How could they? "Sid, are you okay?" Tori is looking at me with genuine concern. "You look like you're about to be sick." I put my hand over my mouth because I'm afraid she might be right. I can't answer her right away. I can't even work up the strength to look at her. I try to still my hand, but I can feel it trembling against my mouth. Why would they be together and not tell me? They're never together without me. They'd have no reason to be together unless they were planning something. Planning something. Oh, wait a second. I press my palm against my forehead and shake my head back and forth. I feel as if I'm in the stupidest moment in all of my nearly 22 years of existence. Of course they were together. Of course they're hiding something. It's my birthday next Saturday. Not only do I feel incredibly stupid for having believed they would do something like that to me, but I feel unforgivably guilty. "You okay?" Tori says. I nod. "Yeah." I decide not to mention the fact that I know she was with Hunter. I would feel even worse if I ruined their surprise. I think the Italian food is just making me a little nauseated. I'll be right back. I stand and walk to my bedroom, then sit on the edge of my bed in order to regain my bearings. I'm filled with a mixture of doubt and guilt. Doubt because I know neither of them would do what I briefly thought they had done. Guilt because for a brief moment, I actually believed they were capable of it.
Ridge. I was hoping the first set of lyrics wasn't a fluke, but after seeing the second set she sent me and adding them to the music, I text Brennan. I can't not tell him about her any longer. Me. I'm about to send you 2 songs. I don't even need you to tell me what you think of them because I know you'll love them. So let's move past that because I need you to solve a dilemma for me. Brennan. Oh shit. I was just kidding about the Maggie thing. You didn't really dump her for inspiration, did you? Me. I'm being serious. I found a girl who I'm positive was brought to this earth specifically for us. Brennan. Sorry, man, I'm not into that shit. I mean, maybe if you weren't my brother, but still. Me. Stop with the horse shit, Brennan. Her lyrics, they're perfect. And they come so effortlessly to her. I think we need her. I haven't been able to write songs like these since, well, ever. Her lyrics are perfect. And you need to take a look at them because I sort of need you to love them and agree to buy them from her. Brennan. What the hell, Ridge? We can't hire someone to write lyrics for us. She'll want a percentage of the royalties, and between the two of us and the guys in the band, it won't be worth it. Me. I'm going to ignore that until you check the email I just sent you. I put my phone down and paced the room, giving him time to take a look at what I just sent him. My heart is pounding, and I'm sweating, even though it's not at all hot in this room. I just can't take his telling me no because I'm scared that if we can't use her, I'll be facing another 6 months of a concrete wall. After several minutes, my phone vibrates. I drop to my bed and pick it up. Brennan. Okay. See what she's willing to take, and let me know. I smile and toss the phone into the air and feel like yelling. After I calm down enough to text her, I pick up my phone and think, I don't want to freak her out, because I know she's completely new to this kind of thing. Me. I was wondering if we could talk sometime soon. I have a proposition for you. And get your mind out of the gutter, it's completely music-related. Sydney. Okay. I can't say I'm looking forward to it because it makes me nervous. You want me to call you when I get off work? Me. You work? Sydney. Yes, campus library. Morning shift mostly, except for this weekend. Me. Oh, I guess that's why I never noticed. I don't usually get out of bed until after lunch. Sydney. So do you want me to call you after I get home? Me. Just text me. You think we can meet up sometime this weekend? Sydney. Probably, but I'd have to talk to my boyfriend. Don't want him to find out and think you're using me for more than my lyrics. Me. Okay, sounds good. Sydney. If you want, you could come to my birthday party tomorrow night. Might be easier because he'll be here. Me. It's your birthday tomorrow? Happy early birthday. And that sounds good. What time? Sydney. Not sure. I'm not supposed to know about it. I'll just text you tomorrow night once I find out more. Me. Okay. Honestly, I don't like the fact that her boyfriend might be there. I want to talk to her about it alone because I still haven't decided what to do about what I know is going on between that asshole and her roommate. But I need her to agree to help me before her heart gets shattered, so maybe my silence has been a little selfish. I do admire the fact that she wants to be honest with him even though he doesn't deserve it, which makes me think maybe this is something I should bring up to Maggie, even though it never occurred to me before that it might even remotely be an issue. Me. Hey, how's my girl? Maggie. Busy. This thesis is kicking my ass. How's my guy? Me. Good. Really good. I think Brennan and I have found someone who's willing to write lyrics with us. She's really good, and I've already finished almost 2 songs since you left last weekend. Maggie. Ridge, that's great. I can't wait to read them. Maybe next weekend? Me. You coming here or am I going to you? Maggie. I'll come there. I need to spend some time at the nursing home. Love you. Me. Love you. Don't forget our video chat tonight. Maggie. You know I won't. I already have my outfit picked out. Me. That better be a cruel joke. You know I don't care to see clothes. Maggie. Winky face. 8 more hours. I'm hungry. I toss the phone aside. I pull open my bedroom door and take a step back when the shit that's been piled up on the other side begins to fall in on me. First it's the lamp, then the end table it was resting on, then the end table, the lamp, and the other end table were piled on top of. Damn it, Warren. These pranks are starting to get out of hand. I press my arm into the couch that's been shoved up against my bedroom door. I push it back out into the living room and jump over it, then head toward the kitchen. I carefully spoon toothpaste onto an Oreo, then replace the top of the cookie and gently squeeze it. I put it back into the package with the rest of Warren's Oreos and seal the package shut, just as my phone vibrates. Sydney, can you do me a favor? She has no idea how many favors I do for her right now. I'm pretty much at her mercy. Me. What's up? Sydney. Can you look out your balcony door and tell me if you see anything suspicious going on at my apartment? Shit, does she know? What does she want me to tell her? I know it's selfish, but I really don't want to tell her about her boyfriend until after I have the chance to talk to her about the lyrics. Me. Okay, hold on. I walk to my balcony and glance across the courtyard. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. It's almost dark, though, so I can't see much. I'm not sure what she wants me to find, so I choose not to be too descriptive when I respond. Me. Looks quiet. Sydney. Really? Are the blinds open? You don't see people? I look again. The blinds are open, but the only thing I can see from here is the glare from the TV. Me. Doesn't look like anyone's home. Aren't you having a birthday party later tonight? Sydney. I thought so. I'm really confused. There's movement in one of the windows, and I see her roommate go into the living room. Sydney's boyfriend follows closely behind her, and they both sit on the couch, but all I can see is their feet. Me. Wait, your boyfriend and your roommate just sat on the couch. Sydney. Okay, sorry to bother you. Me. Wait, what about tonight? Are you still having a birthday party? Sydney. I don't know. Hunter says he's taking me out to eat as soon as I get home from work, but I sort of thought it was a lie. I know he and Tori had lunch together a couple weeks ago, but they don't know I know. They were obviously planning something, and I assumed it was a surprise party, but tonight's the only night that could happen. I wince. She actually caught them in a lie, and she thought they were together because they were planning something nice for her. Christ. I don't even know the guy, and I have a huge urge to walk over there and beat the shit out of him. It's her birthday. I can't tell her on her birthday. I take a deep breath, then decide to text Maggie for advice. Me. Question. You busy? Maggie. Nope. Shoot. Me. If it was your birthday and someone you knew found out I was cheating on you, would you want to know right then? Or would you hope that person would wait to tell you until it was no longer your birthday? Maggie. If this is a hypothetical question, I'm going to kill you for this heart attack. If it's not hypothetical, I'm going to kill you for this heart attack. Me. You know it's not me. It's not your birthday. Winky face. Maggie. Who's cheating on whom? Me. It's Sydney's birthday today, the girl I was telling you about who writes the lyrics. I happen to know her boyfriend is cheating on her, and I'm kind of in a position where I should tell her because she's becoming suspicious. Maggie. Jesus, I'd hate to be you right now. But if she's suspicious and you know for a fact he's cheating, you need to tell her, Ridge. If you don't say anything, you're inadvertently lying. Me. Ugh, that's what I thought you would say. Maggie. Good luck. I'm still going to kill you for the heart attack next weekend. I sit on the bed, then start a text to Sydney. Me. I'm not sure how to say this, Sydney. You're not driving right now, are you? Sydney. Oh, geez. There are people there, aren't there? Lots of them? Me. No, there isn't anyone there but the two of them. First, I need to apologize for not telling you this sooner. I didn't know how, because we don't know each other that well. Second, I'm sorry for doing it on your birthday, of all days, but I feel like an ass for even waiting this long. And third, I'm sorry you have to find out via text, but I don't want you to have to walk back into your apartment without knowing the truth first. Sydney. You're scaring me, Ridge. Me. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off, okay? Something has been going on between your roommate and your boyfriend for a while. I hit send and close my eyes, knowing I'm completely ruining her birthday. If not pretty much every day after today, too. Sydney. Ridge, they've been friends for longer than I've even known Hunter. I think you've misinterpreted everything. Me. If sticking your tongue down someone's throat while straddling him is friendship, then I'm sorry. But I'm positive I'm not misinterpreting anything. It's been going on for weeks. I'm assuming they come out to the patio while you're in the shower because they're never out there long. But it happens a lot. Sydney. If you're being honest, why didn't you tell me when we first started talking? Me. How does one comfortably say this to another person, Sydney? When is there ever an appropriate time? I'm telling you now because you're becoming suspicious, and it's as appropriate a time as it can be. Sydney. Please tell me you have a warped sense of humor because you have no idea what you're doing to my heart right now. Me. I'm sorry, Sydney. Really. I wait patiently for a response. She doesn't text me back. I contemplate texting her, but I know she needs time to absorb this. Damn it, I'm such an asshole. Now she'll probably be pissed at me, but I can't blame her. I guess I can kiss the lyrics goodbye. My door swings open, and Warren barges in, then hurls a cookie straight at me. I duck, and it hits the headboard behind me. Asshole! Warren yells. He turns and marches back out of the bedroom and slams the door.
Chapter 4. Sydney. I must be in shock. How the hell did the day turn out like this? How does one girl go from having a best friend, a boyfriend, a purse, and a roof over her head, to being heartbroken and naked, standing frozen in a strange shower, staring at the wall for half an hour straight? I swear to God, if this is some huge elaborate birthday hoax at my expense, I'm never speaking to anyone, ever again. Ever. However, I know it's not a hoax. A hoax is just wishful thinking. I knew the second I walked through the front door and headed straight for Hunter that everything Ridge had said was true. I flat out asked Hunter if he was sleeping with Tori, and the looks on both of their faces would have been comical if they didn't completely crush my heart and deplete my trust in one fell swoop. I wanted to sink to the floor and cry when he couldn't deny it. Instead, I walked calmly to my bedroom and began packing my things. Tori came into the room, crying. She tried to tell me it meant nothing, that sex had always been a casual thing between them, even before they met me. Hearing her say it meant nothing to them hurt worse than anything. If it meant something to either of them, at least I could vaguely understand their betrayal. But the fact that she was claiming it meant nothing, yet it still happened, hurt me more than anything else she could have possibly said at that moment. I'm pretty sure that's when I punched her. It doesn't help matters that I lost my job just minutes after Ridge told me about Hunter and Tori. I think it's frowned upon in most libraries when student workers begin crying and throwing books at the wall in the middle of their shift. But I can't help the fact that I happened to be stocking the romance section the second I found out my boyfriend of 2 years was sleeping with my roommate. The sappy romantic covers on the cart in front of me just really pissed me off. I turn the water off in Ridge's shower and step out, then get dressed. I feel better physically after finally getting into dry clothes, but my heart is growing heavier and heavier with each passing minute. The more time that passes by, the more my reality begins to sink in. In the course of just 2 hours, I've lost the entire last 2 years of my life. That's a lot of time to invest in 2 people who were supposed to be the most trusted people in my life. I'm not sure if I would have ended up marrying Hunter, or if he would have been the father of any future children of mine, but it hurts to know that I trusted him enough to possibly fill those roles, and he ended up being the opposite of who I thought he was. I think the fact that I misjudged him pisses me off more than the fact that he cheated on me. If I can't even accurately judge the people closest to me, then I can't trust anyone, ever. I hate them for taking that away from me. Now, no matter who comes into my life after this, I'll always be skeptical. I walk back into the living room, and all the lights are out except for a lamp beside the couch. I look at my phone, and it's barely after 9. Several texts came through while I was in the shower, so I take a seat on the couch and scroll through them. Hunter, please call me. We need to talk. Tori, I'm not mad at you for hitting me. Please call me. Hunter, I'm worried about you. Where are you? Ridge, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Are you okay? Hunter, I'll bring your purse to you. Just tell me where you are. I drop the phone onto the coffee table and sink back onto the couch. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Of course, I never want to speak to either of them again, but where does that put me? I can't afford my own apartment right now, since financial aid doesn't come in for another month. I don't have enough money in savings to put down a deposit, plus get all the utilities turned on until then. The majority of the friends I've made since I've been going to school here still live in dorms, so staying with them is out of the question. I'm basically left with 2 options: call my parents, or enter into some odd plural relationship with Hunter and Tori in order to save money. Neither option is one I'm willing to entertain tonight. I'm just thankful that Ridge allowed me to stay at his place. At least I'm saving money on a hotel room. I have no idea where I'll go when I wake up in the morning, but that's still a good 12 hours away. Until then, I'll just continue to hate the entire universe while I feel sorry for myself. And what better way to feel sorry for myself than while getting drunk? I need alcohol. Bad. I walk to the kitchen and begin to scan the cabinets. I hear the door to Ridge's bedroom open. I glance over my shoulder at him as he comes out of his room. His hair is definitely light brown. Take that, Tori. He's in a faded t-shirt and jeans, and he's barefoot, eyeing me inquisitively as he makes his way into the kitchen. I feel a little embarrassed for being caught rummaging through his cabinets, so I turn away from him before he sees me blush. I need a drink, I say. You got any alcohol? He's staring down at his phone, texting me again. He either can't do two things at once, or he's upset because I had an attitude with him today. I'm sorry if I was a bitch to you, Ridge, but you have to admit my response was a little justified considering the day I've had. He casually slips his phone into his pocket and looks at me from across the bar, but he chooses not to respond to my half-assed apology. He purses his lips and cocks an eyebrow. I'd like to smack that cocky eyebrow back down where it belongs. What the hell is his problem? The worst thing I did to him was flip him off. I roll my eyes and shut the last cabinet, then walk back to the couch. He's really being a jerk, considering my situation. From the little time I've known him, I was under the impression that he was actually a nice guy, but I'd almost rather go back to my own apartment with Tori and Hunter. I pick up my phone, expecting another text from Hunter, but it's from Ridge. Ridge, if you aren't going to look at me when you speak, you might want to stick to texting. I read the text several times, trying to make sense of it, but no matter how many times I read it, I don't understand it. I grow concerned that maybe he's a little weird and I need to leave. I look at him, and he's watching me. He can see the confusion on my face, but he still doesn't explain himself. Instead, he resumes texting. When my phone receives another message, I look at the screen. Ridge, I'm deaf, Sydney. Deaf? Oh, wait. Deaf? But how? We've had so many conversations. The last few weeks of knowing him and talking to him flash through my memory, and I can't recall a single time I've actually heard him speak. Is that why Bridget thought I was deaf? I stare at my phone, sinking into a heap of embarrassment. I'm not sure how to feel about this. I'm sure that feeling betrayed isn't a fair response, but I can't help it. I feel I need to tack this onto the ways the world can betray Sydney on her birthday list. Not only did he not tell me he knew my boyfriend was screwing around on me, but he also failed to mention that he's deaf. Not that being deaf is something he should feel obliged to tell me, I don't know. I feel a little hurt that he didn't share that fact with me. Me, why didn't you tell me you were deaf? Ridge, why didn't you tell me you could hear? I tilt my head as I read his text, and flood with even more humiliation. He makes a good point. Oh well, at least he won't hear me cry myself to sleep tonight. Me, do you have any alcohol? Ridge reads my text and laughs, then nods. He walks to the cabinet below the sink and pulls out a container of Pine Sol. He takes 2 glasses out of the cabinet, then proceeds to fill them with cleaning liquid. What the hell are you doing? I ask. When he doesn't turn around, I slap myself in the forehead, remembering he can't hear me. This will take some getting used to. I walk to where he's standing. When he sets the Pine Sol down on the counter and picks up both glasses, I grab the bottle of cleaning solution and read it, then arch an eyebrow. He laughs and hands me a glass. He sniffs his drink, then motions for me to do the same. I hesitantly bring it to my nose, and am met with the burning scent of whiskey. He holds the glass out, clinks it to mine, and we both down our shots. I'm still recovering from the awful taste when he picks up his phone and texts me again. Ridge, our other roommate has an issue with alcohol, so we have to hide it from him. Me, is his issue that he hates it? Ridge, His issue is that he doesn't like to pay for it himself, and he drinks everyone else's. I nod, set my phone back down, grab the container, and pour us each another shot. We repeat the motions, downing the second one. I grimace as the burn spreads its way down my throat and through my chest. I shake my head, then open my eyes. "Can you read lips?" I ask. He shrugs, then grabs a piece of paper and a pen conveniently placed on the counter next to him. "Depends on the lips." I guess that makes sense. "Can you read mine?" He nods and takes the pen again. "Mostly. I've learned to anticipate what people are going to say more than anything. I take most of my cues from body language and the situations I'm in." "What do you mean?" I ask, pushing on the counter with my palms and hopping up onto the bar. I've never met anyone who couldn't hear before. I didn't realize I was full of so many questions. It could be that I'm already feeling a buzz, or I just don't want him to go back to his room yet. I don't want to be left alone to think about Hunter and Tori. Ridge sets the notepad down and picks up my phone, then tosses it to me. He pulls one of the bar stools out and sits on it next to where I'm seated on the counter. "Ridge, if I'm at the store and a cashier speaks to me, I can mostly guess what they're asking. Same thing with a waitress at a restaurant. It's pretty simple to gather what people are saying when it's a routine conversation." "Me. But what about right now? This isn't routine. I doubt you have many homeless girls spend the night on your couch, so how do you know what I'm saying?" "Ridge, because you're basically asking me the same questions as anyone else who initially finds out I can't hear. It's the same conversation, just different people." This comment bothers me, because I don't want to seem like those kinds of people at all. It has to get old, having to field the same questions over and over. "Me. Well, I don't really want to know about it then. Let's change the subject." Ridge looks up at me and smiles. Damn, I don't know if it's the whiskey or the fact that I've been single for 2 hours, but that smile does some serious flirting with my stomach. "Ridge, let's talk about music." "Okay," I say with a nod. "Ridge, I wanted to talk to you about this tonight. You know, before I ruined your life and all that. I want you to write lyrics for my band. For the songs I have written and maybe some future songs. If you're up for it." I pause before responding to him. My initial response is to ask him about his band, because I've been dying to see this guy perform. My second response is to ask him how the hell he can play a guitar if he can't hear, but again, I don't want to be one of those people. My third response is to automatically say no, because agreeing to give someone lyrics is a lot of pressure. Pressure I don't really want right now, since my life has pretty much taken a nosedive today. I shake my head. No, I don't think I want to do that. "Ridge, we would pay you." That gets my attention. I suddenly feel an option 3 making its way into the picture. "Me. What kind of pay are we talking about? I still think you're insane for wanting me to help you write lyrics, but you may have caught me at a very desperate and destitute moment, being as though I'm homeless and could use some extra money." "Ridge, why do you keep referring to yourself as homeless? Do you not have a place to stay?" "Me. Well, I could stay with my parents, but that would mean I'd have to transfer schools my senior year, and it would put me about 2 semesters behind. I could also stay with my roommate, but I don't know how much I'd like to hear her screwing my boyfriend of 2 years at night while I try to sleep." "Ridge, you're a smartass." "Me. Yeah, I guess I've got that going for me." "Ridge, you can stay here. We're kind of in search of a 4th roommate. If it means you'll help us with the songs, you can stay for free until you get back on your feet." I read the text twice, slowly. I shake my head. "Ridge, just until you can get your own place." "Me. No, I don't even know you. Besides, your Hooters girlfriend already hates me." Ridge laughs at that comment. "Ridge, Bridget is not my girlfriend, and she's hardly ever here, so you don't have to worry about her. Me. This is too weird. Ridge, what other option do you have? I saw you didn't even have cab fare earlier. You're pretty much at my mercy. Me. I have cab fare. I left my purse in my apartment, and I didn't want to go back up to get it, so I didn't have a way to pay the driver. Ridge frowns when he reads my text. Ridge, I'll go with you to get it if you need it. I look up at him. Are you sure? I ask. He smiles and walks toward the front door. So, I follow him.
Ridge. It's still raining out, and I know she just put on dry clothes after her shower, so once we reach the bottom of the stairwell, I pull my phone out and text her. Me. Wait here so you don't get wet again. I'll go get it myself. She reads the text and shakes her head, then looks back up at me. No, I'm going with you. I can't help but appreciate the fact that she doesn't respond to my being deaf the way I expect her to. Most people become uneasy once they aren't sure how to communicate with me. The majority of them raise their voices and talk slowly, sort of like Bridget. I guess they think being louder will somehow miraculously make me hear again. However, it does nothing but force me to contain my laughter while they talk to me as if I'm an idiot. Granted, I know people don't do it to be disrespectful. It's just simple ignorance, and that's fine. I'm so used to it I don't even notice anymore. However, I did notice Sydney's reaction, because there really wasn't one. As soon as she found out, she just propped herself up on the counter and continued talking to me, even though she moved from speaking to texting. And it helps that she's a fast texter. We run across the courtyard until we reach the base of the stairs that lead up to her apartment. I begin walking up and notice that she's frozen at the bottom of the stairs. The look in her eyes is nervous, and I instantly feel bad for not realizing how hard this must be for her. I know she's probably hurting a lot more than she's letting on. Learning that your best friend and your boyfriend have betrayed you has to be difficult, and it hasn't even been a day since she found out. I walk back down the stairs and grab her hand and smile at her reassuringly. I tug on her hand. She takes a deep breath and walks with me up the stairs. She taps me on the shoulder before we reach her door, and I turn around. "Can I wait here?" she says. "I don't want to see them." I nod, relieved that her lips are easy to read. "But how well you asked there for my bird," she says. Or I think that's what she said. I laugh, knowing I more than likely completely misread her lips. She says it again when she sees the confusion on my face, but I still don't understand her. I hold up my phone so she can text me. Sydney, but how will you ask them for my purse? Yeah, I was a little off on that one. Me, I'll get your purse, Sydney. Wait here. She nods. I type out a text as I walk to the front door and knock. A minute passes, and no one comes to the door, so I knock again with more force, thinking maybe my first knock was too soft to be heard. The doorknob turns, and Sydney's friend appears in the doorway. She eyes me curiously for a second, then glances behind her. The door opens wider, and Hunter appears, eyeing me suspiciously. He says something that looks like, "Can I help you?" I hold up the text that says I'm here for Sydney's purse, and he looks down and reads it, then shakes his head. "Who the hell are you?" he says, apparently not liking the fact that I'm here on Sydney's behalf. The girl disappears from the doorway, and he opens the door even farther, then folds his arms over his chest and glares at me. I motion to my ear and shake my head, letting him know that I can't hear what he's saying. He pauses, then throws his head back and laughs and disappears from the doorway. I glance to Sydney, who is standing nervously at the top of the stairs, watching me. Her face is pale, and I give her a wink, letting her know everything is okay. Hunter comes back, slaps a piece of paper against the door, and writes on it. He holds the paper up for me to read. "Are you fucking her?" Jesus, what a prick. I motion for the pen and paper, and he hands them to me. I write my response and hand it back to him. He looks down at the paper, and his jaw tightens. He crumples up the paper, drops it to the floor, and then, before I can react, his fist is coming at me. I accept the hit, knowing I should have been prepared for it, The girl reappears and I can tell she's screaming, although I have no idea whom she's screaming at or what she's saying. As soon as I take a step back from the doorway, Sydney is in front of me, rushing into the apartment. My eyes follow her as she runs down the hallway, disappears into a room, and comes back out clutching a purse. The girl steps in front of her and places her hands on Sydney's shoulders, but Sydney pulls her arm back, makes a fist, and punches the girl in the face. Hunter tries to step in front of Sydney to block her from leaving, so I tap him on the shoulder. When he turns around, I punch him square in the nose, and he stumbles back. Sydney's eyes go wide, and she looks back at me. I grab her hand and pull her out of the apartment, toward the stairs. Luckily, the rain has finally stopped, so we both break into a run back toward my apartment. I glance behind me a couple of times to make sure neither of them is following us. Once we make it back across the courtyard and up my stairs, I swing open the door and step aside so she can run in. I shut the door behind us and bend over, clasping my knees with my hands to catch my breath. What an asshole. I'm not sure what Sydney saw in him, but the fact that she dated him makes me question her judgment a little bit. I glance up at her, expecting to see her in tears, but instead she's laughing. She's sitting on the floor, attempting to catch her breath, laughing hysterically. I can't help but smile, seeing her reaction. And the fact that she punched that girl right in the face without a moment's hesitation, I've got to hand it to her. She's tougher than I first thought. She looks up at me and inhales a calming breath, then mouths the words, "Thank you," while holding up her purse. She stands up and brushes the wet hair out of her face, then walks to the kitchen and opens a few drawers until she finds a dish towel and pulls it out. She wets it under the faucet, turns around, and motions me over. When I reach her, I lean against the counter while she takes my chin and angles my face to the left. She presses the towel to my lip, and I wince. I didn't even realize it was hurting until she touched it. She pulls the rag back, and there's blood on it, so she rinses it under the faucet and puts it back up to my mouth. I notice that her own hand is red. I take it and inspect it. It's already swelling. I pull the rag from her hand and wipe the rest of the blood off my face, then grab a Ziploc bag out of the cabinet, go to the freezer, and fill it with ice. I take her hand and press the ice onto it, letting her know she needs to keep it there. I lean against the counter next to her and pull my phone out. "Me, you hit her good. Your hand is already swelling." She texts me with one hand, keeping the ice on top of the other as she rested on the counter. "Sydney, it could be because that wasn't the first time I've punched her today. Or it could also be swollen because you aren't the first one to punch Hunter today." Me, "Wow, I'm impressed. Or terrified. Is 3 punches your daily average?" Sydney, 3 punches is now my lifetime average. I laugh. She shrugs and sets her phone down, then pulls the ice off her hand and brings it back up to my mouth. "Your lip is swelling," she says. My hands are clenching the countertop behind me. I become increasingly uneasy with how comfortable she is with all this. Thoughts of Maggie flash through my head, and I can't help but wonder if she'd be okay with this scenario if she were to walk through the front door right now. I need a distraction. Me, you want birthday cake? She smiles and nods. Me, I probably shouldn't drive since you've turned me into a raging alcoholic tonight. But if you feel like walking, Park's Diner makes a damn good dessert, and it's less than a mile from here. Pretty sure the rain is over. Let me change, she says, motioning to her clothes. She pulls clothes from her suitcase, then heads to the bathroom. I put the top on the pine sol and hide it back under the cabinet.
Chapter 5. Sydney. We don't interact much while we eat. We're both sitting in the booth with our backs to the wall and our legs stretched out in front of us on the seats. We're quietly watching the restaurant crowd, and I can't stop wondering what it's like for him, not being able to hear anything going on around us. I'm probably too blunt for my own good, but I have to ask him what's on my mind. Me, what's being deaf like? Do you feel like you're in on a secret that no one else knows about? Like you have a leg up on everyone because the fact that you can't hear has magnified all your other senses, and you've got superhuman powers and no one can tell just by looking at you? He almost spits out his drink while reading my text. He laughs, and it occurs to me that his laugh is the only sound I've heard him make. I know that some people who can't hear can still talk, but I haven't heard him say a single word all night, not even to the waitress. He either points to what he wants on the menu or writes it down. Ridge. I can honestly say I've never thought about it like that before. I kind of like it that you think of it that way, though. To be honest, I don't think about it at all. It's normal to me. I have nothing to compare it to because it's all I've ever known. Me. I'm sorry. I'm being one of those people again, aren't I? I guess me asking you to compare being deaf to not being deaf is like you asking me to compare being a girl to being a boy. Ridge, don't apologize. I like that you're interested enough to ask me about it. Most people are a little weirded out by it, so they don't say anything at all. I've noticed it's kind of hard to make friends, but that's also a good thing. The few friends I do have are genuine, so I look at it as an easy way of weeding out all the shallow, ignorant assholes. Me. Good to know I'm not a shallow, ignorant asshole. Ridge. Wish I could say the same about your ex. I sigh. Ridge is right. But damn if it doesn't sting to know I couldn't see through Hunter's bullshit. I put my phone down and eat the last of my cake. Thank you, I say as I put my fork down. I honestly forgot for a while that today was my birthday, until he offered to take me out for cake. He shrugs as if it isn't a big deal, but it is a big deal. I can't believe after the day I've had that I'm actually in a semi-decent mood. Ridge can take credit for that, because if it weren't for him, I don't know where I'd be tonight or what kind of emotional state I'd be in. He takes a drink of his soda, then sits upright in the booth. He nods his head to the door, and I agree that I'm ready to go. The buzz from the alcohol has worn off, and as we make our way out of the restaurant and back into the dark, I can feel myself beginning to succumb to the heartache again. I guess Ridge sees the look on my face, because he puts his arm around me and briefly squeezes my shoulders. He drops his arm and pulls his phone out. Ridge. For what it's worth, he doesn't deserve you. Me. I know, but it still hurts that I ever thought he deserved me. And honestly, I'm more hurt about Tori than I am about what happened with Hunter. I'm mostly just pissed at Hunter. Ridge. Yeah, I don't even know the guy, and I've been pretty pissed at him. I can't imagine how you must feel. I'm surprised you haven't retaliated with some evil revenge plot yet. Me. I'm not that clever. I wish I were, because I'd be all about revenge right now. Ridge stops walking and turns to face me. He cocks an eyebrow, and a slightly wicked grin appears. It makes me laugh because I can tell by his smile that he's mapping out a plan. Okay, I say, nodding my head without even knowing what he's about to propose, as long as it doesn't land us in jail. Ridge, do you know if he leaves his car unlocked? Fish? I ask, crinkling my nose in disgust. We've made a pit stop at a local grocery store next to the apartment complex, and he's buying a huge, scaly, whole fish. I'm assuming this has to be part of his elaborate revenge scheme, but he could just be hungry. Ridge, we need duct tape. I follow him to the hardware aisle, where he grabs a roll of heavy-duty duct tape. Fresh fish and duct tape. I'm still not sure what he has planned, but I sort of like where this is headed. When we're back at the apartment, I point out Hunter's car. I run up to the apartment to grab his spare car key out of my purse, where I still have it, while Ridge wraps the fish with duct tape. I come back downstairs and hand him the key. Me. So what exactly are we about to do with this fish? Ridge. Watch and learn, Sydney. We walk to Hunter's car, and Ridge unlocks the passenger door. He has me tear off several pieces of duct tape while he reaches under the passenger seat. I'm watching closely, in case I need to seek revenge against anyone in the future, and he presses it against the underside of the seat. I hand him several more pieces of duct tape, trying to contain my laughter, while he secures the raw fish with it. After he's sure it won't come loose, he slides out of the car and closes the door, looking around innocently. My hand is over my mouth, stifling my laughter, and he's as cool and composed as can be. We casually walk away from the car, and once we're on the stairs to the apartment, we begin laughing. Ridge, his car is going to smell like death in a matter of 24 hours. He'll never find it. Me, you're kind of evil. If I didn't know better, I'd think you've done this before. He laughs as we make our way back inside. We kick off our shoes at the door, and he tosses the duct tape onto the counter. I use the bathroom and make sure to unlock the door to his bedroom before I walk back out. In the living room, all the lights are out, except for the lamp by the couch. I lie down and check my phone one last time before turning it on silent. Ridge, good night. Sorry your birthday sucked. Me, thanks to you, it was better than it could have been. I place the phone under my pillow and cover up. I close my eyes, and my smile immediately fades when the silence takes over. I can feel the tears coming, so I cover my head with the blanket and brace myself for a long night of heartache. The respite with Ridge was nice, but I have nothing to distract me now from the fact that I'm having the worst day of my life. I can't understand how Tori could do something like this to me. We've been best friends for almost 3 years. I told her everything. I trusted her with everything. I told her things I would never dream of telling Hunter. Why would she risk our friendship for sex? I've never felt this hurt. I pull the blanket over my eyes and begin to sob. Happy birthday to me. I have the pillow pulled tightly over my head, but it doesn't drown out the sound of gravel crunching beneath shoes. Why is someone walking on a driveway so noisily? And why can I even hear it? Wait, where am I? Did yesterday really happen? I reluctantly open my eyes, and I'm met with sunlight, so I pull the pillow tighter over my face and give myself a minute to adjust. The sound seems to get louder, so I lift the pillow from my face and peer out with one eye open. The first thing I see is a kitchen that isn't mine. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm on Ridge's couch, and 22 is the worst age ever. I lift the pillow all the way off my head and groan as I squeeze my eyes shut again. Who are you, and why are you sleeping on my couch? My body jumps, and my eyes flick open at the deep voice that can't be more than a foot away. 2 eyes peer down at me. I pull my head back against the couch to get more space between me and the curious eyes to get a better look at who they're attached to. It's a guy I've never seen before. He's sitting on the floor directly in front of the couch, and he's holding a bowl. He dips a spoon into the bowl and shoves it into his mouth, then begins the loud crunching again. I'm guessing that's not gravel he's eating. Are you the new roommate? He says with his mouth full. I shake my head. No, I mutter. I'm a friend of Ridge's. He cocks his head and looks at me suspiciously. Ridge only has one friend, the guy says. Me. He shoves another spoonful of cereal into his mouth and fails to back out of my personal space. I push my palms into the couch and sit up so that he's not right in my face. Jealous? I ask. The guy continues to stare at me. What's his last name? Whose last name? Your very good friend Ridge, he says cockily. I roll my eyes and drop my head against the back of the couch. I don't know who the hell this guy is, but I really don't care to compete over our levels of friendship with Ridge. I don't know Ridge's last name. I don't know his middle name. The only thing I know about him is that he's got a mean right hook, and I'm only sleeping on your couch because my boyfriend of 2 years decided it would be fun to screw my roommate, and I really didn't want to stick around to watch. He nods, then swallows. It's Lawson, and he doesn't have a middle name. As if the morning could get any worse, Bridget appears from the hallway and walks into the kitchen. The guy on the floor takes another spoonful of cereal and looks at Bridget, finally breaking his uncomfortable lock on me. "Good morning, Bridget," he says with an odd, sarcastic tone to his voice. "Sleep well?" She looks at him briefly and rolls her eyes. "Screw you, Warren," she snaps. He turns his gaze back to mine with a mischievous grin. "That's Bridget," he whispers. "She pretends to hate me during the day, but at night, she loves me." I laugh, not really trusting that Bridget is capable of loving anyone. "Shit!" she yells, catching herself on the bar before she trips. "Jesus Christ!" She kicks one of my suitcases, still on the floor next to the bar. "Tell your little friend if she's staying here, she needs to take her shit to her room." Warren makes a face as if he's scared for me, then turns his head toward Bridget. "What am I, your bitch? Tell her yourself." Bridget points to the suitcase she almost tripped over. "Get your shit out of the kitchen," she says before marching back to her bedroom. Warren slowly turns his head back to face me and laughs. "Why does she think you're deaf?" I shrug. I have no idea. She came to that conclusion last night, and I failed to correct her. He laughs again, much louder. "Oh, this is classic," he says. "Do you have any pets?" I shake my head. "Are you opposed to porn?" I don't know how we just began playing 20 questions, but I answer him anyway. Not opposed to the principle of porn, but opposed to being featured in one. He nods, contemplating my answer for a beat too long. "Do you have any annoying friends?" I shake my head. My best friend is a backstabbing whore, and I'm no longer speaking to her. "What are your showering habits?" I laugh. "Once a day with a skip day every now and then, no more than 15 minutes. "Do you cook?" "Only when I'm hungry." "Do you clean up after yourself?" "Probably better than you," I say, taking in the fact that he's used his shirt for a napkin no fewer than 3 times during this conversation. "Do you listen to disco?" "I'd rather eat barbed wire." "All right then," he says. "I guess you can stay." I pull my feet up and sit cross-legged. I didn't realize I was being interviewed. He glances at my suitcases, then back to me. "It's obvious you need a place to stay, and we've got an empty room. If you don't take it, Bridget wants to move her sister in next month, and that's the last thing Ridge and I need." "I can't stay here," I say. "Why not? From the sound of it, you're about to spend the day searching for an apartment anyway. What's wrong with this one? You won't even have to walk very far to get here." I want to say that Ridge is the problem. He's been nice, but I think that might be the issue. I've been single for less than 24 hours, and I don't like the fact that although I should have been consumed with nightmares about Hunter and Tori all night, instead, I had a slightly disturbing dream involving an extremely accommodating Ridge. I don't tell Warren that Ridge is why I can't stay here, though. Partly because that would give Warren more ammunition for questions, and partly because Ridge just walked into the kitchen and is looking at us. Warren winks at me, then stands up and walks with his bowl to the sink. He looks at Ridge. "Have you met our new roommate?" Warren asks. Ridge signs something to him. Warren shakes his head and signs back. I sit on the couch and watch their silent conversation, slightly in awe that Warren knows sign language. I wonder if he's learned it for Ridge's benefit. Maybe they're brothers? Warren laughs and Ridge glances in my direction before walking back to his bedroom. "What did he say?" I ask, suddenly worried that Ridge no longer wants me here. Warren shrugs and begins walking back toward his bedroom. "Exactly what I thought he'd say." He walks into his room, then comes back out with a cap on and keys in his hand. "He said you two already worked out a deal." Warren slips a pair of shoes on by the front door. "Heading to work now? That's your room if you want to put your stuff in it. You might have to throw all of Brennan's shit in the corner, though." He opens the door and steps outside, then turns back around. "Oh, what's your name?" "Sydney." "Well, Sydney, welcome to the weirdest place you'll ever live." He shuts the door behind him. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this, but what other choice do I have? I pull my phone out from under my pillow. I start to text Ridge because I don't recall closing a deal last night regarding my living arrangements. Before I finish the text, he sends me one first. Ridge, are you okay with this? Me, are you? Ridge, I asked you first. Me, I guess, but only if you are. Ridge, well then, I guess that means we're roommates. Me, if we're roommates, can you do me a favor? Ridge, what's that? Me, if I ever start dating again, don't be like Tori and sleep with my boyfriend, okay? Ridge, I can't make any promises. A few seconds later, he walks out of his bedroom and goes straight to my suitcases. He picks them up and carries them through the other bedroom door. He opens it and nods his head toward the room, indicating that I should come with him. I stand up and follow him into the bedroom. He lays the suitcases on the bed, then pulls his phone out again. Ridge, Brennan still has a lot of stuff in here. I'll box it up and put it in the corner until he can get it all. Other than that, you might want to change the sheets. He shoots me a wary look regarding the condition of the sheets, and I laugh. He points to the bathroom. Ridge, we share the bathroom. Just lock the main door to the hallway and both doors to the bedrooms when you're in there. I obviously won't know when you're in the shower, so unless you want me barging in on you, make sure to lock up. He walks to the bathroom and flips a light switch on the outside of the door, which turns the lights on and off inside the bathroom, then turns his attention back to the phone. Ridge, I added switches on the outside because it's an easy way for someone to get my attention since I can't hear a knock. Just flip the switch if you need to come into the bathroom so I'll know. The whole apartment is set up this way. There's a switch outside my bedroom door that turns my lights on and off, if you need me. But I usually have my phone on me, so there's always texting. He shows me where clean sheets are, and then cleans out what's left in the dresser, while I put the new sheets on the bed. Do I need furniture? Ridge shakes his head. Ridge, he's leaving it. You can use what's here. I nod, taking in the bedroom that has unexpectedly just become my new home. I smile at Ridge to let him know I appreciate his help. Thank you. He smiles back. Ridge, I'll be in my room working for the next few hours if you need anything. I have to go to the store this afternoon. You can go with me and get what you need for the apartment. He backs out of the bedroom and gives me a salute. I sit down on the edge of the bed and salute him back as he shuts the door. I fall back onto the bed and let out a huge sigh of relief. Now that I have a place to live, all I need is a job, and maybe a car since Tori and I mostly shared hers. Then maybe I'll call my parents and tell them I moved. Or maybe not. I'll give this place a couple of weeks in order to see how things turn out. Ridge. Oh, and BTW, I didn't write that on your forehead. What? I run to the dresser and look in the mirror for the first time today. Written across my forehead, in black ink, it says, "Someone wrote on your forehead."
Ridge. Me. Morning. How's the thesis coming along? Maggie. Do you want me to sugarcoat it, or are you honestly giving me an opening to vent? Me. Wide open. Vent away. Maggie. I'm miserable, Ridge. I hate it. I work on it for hours every day, and I just want to take a bat to my computer and go all office space on it. If this thesis were a child, I'd put it up for adoption and not even think twice about it. If this thesis were a cute, fuzzy puppy, I'd drop it off in the middle of a busy intersection and speed away. Me. And then you would do a U-turn and go back and pick it up and play with it all night. Maggie. I'm serious, Ridge. I think I'm losing my mind. Me. Well, you already know what I think. Maggie. Yes, I know what you think. Let's not get into that right now. Me. You're the one who wanted to vent. You don't need this kind of stress. Maggie. Stop. Me. I can't, Maggie. You know how I feel, and I'm not keeping my opinion to myself when we both know I'm right. Maggie. This is exactly why I never whine to you about it, because it always comes back to this same thing. I asked you to stop. Please, Ridge, stop. Me. Okay. Me. I'm sorry. Me. Now is when you return a text that says, it's okay, Ridge, I love you. Me. Hello? Me. Don't do this, Maggie. Maggie. Give a girl a minute to pee. Dang, I'm not mad. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. How are you? Me. Phew. Good. We got a new roommate. Maggie. I thought she wasn't moving in until next month. Me. No, it's not Bridget's sister. It's Sydney. The one I was telling you about a few days ago. After I decided to break the news to her about her boyfriend, it left her with nowhere to go. Warren and I are letting her stay here until she finds her own place. You'll like her. Maggie. So I guess she believed you about her boyfriend? Me. Yeah, she was pretty pissed at first that I didn't tell her sooner, but she's had a few days to let it sink in, so I think she gets it. So what time will you be here Friday? Maggie. Not sure. I would say it depends on whether I get enough work done on my thesis, but I'm not mentioning my thesis to you ever again. I guess I'll get there when I get there. Me. Well, then I guess I'll see you when I see you. Love you. Let me know when you're on your way. Maggie. Love you too. And I know you're just concerned. I don't expect you to agree with my decisions, but I do want you to understand them. Me. I do understand, babe. I do. I love you. Maggie. Love you too. I dropped my head forcefully against the headboard and rubbed my palms up and down my face out of sheer frustration. Of course I understand her decision, but I'll never feel good about it. She's so frustratingly determined, I seriously don't see how I'll ever get through to her. I stand up and put my phone into my back pocket, then walk to my bedroom door. When I swing it open, I'm met with a smell that I'm positive is exactly what heaven will smell like. Bacon. Warren looks up at me from the dining room table and grins, pointing to his plate full of food. She's a keeper, he signs. The eggs suck, though. I'm only eating them because I don't want to complain or she might never cook for us again. Everything else is great. He signs everything he's saying without verbalizing it. Warren usually verbalizes all of his signed communication out of respect for others around us. When he doesn't verbalize, I know he wants our conversation to remain between the two of us. Like the silent one we're having right now while Sydney's in the kitchen. And she even asked how we liked our coffee, he signs. I glance into the kitchen. Sydney smiles, so I smile back. I'm shocked to see her in a good mood today. After we got back from our trip to the store a few days ago, she's been spending most of the time in her room. At one point yesterday, Warren went in to ask her if she wanted any dinner, and he said she was on her bed crying, so he backed out and left her alone. I've wanted to check on her, but there isn't really anything I can do to make her feel better. All she can do is give it time, so I'm glad she's at least out of bed today. And don't look right now, Ridge, but did you see what she's wearing? Did you see that dress? He bites the knuckles on his fist and winces, as if simply looking at her is causing him actual physical pain. I shake my head and take a seat across from him. I'll look later. He grins. I'm so glad her boyfriend cheated on her. Otherwise I'd be eating leftover toothpaste-filled Oreos for breakfast. I laugh. At least you wouldn't have to brush your teeth. This was the best decision we've ever made, he says. Maybe later we can talk her into vacuuming in that dress while we sit on the couch and watch. Warren laughs at his own comment, but I don't crack a smile. I don't think he realizes he signed and spoke that last sentence. Before I can tell him, a biscuit comes hurtling past my head and smacks him in the face. He jumps back in shock and looks at Sydney. She's walking to the table with a "don't mess with me" look on her face. She hands me a plate of food, then sets her own plate down in front of her and takes a seat. I said that out loud, didn't I? Warren asks. I nod. He looks at Sydney and she's still glaring at him. At least I was complimenting you, he says with a shrug. She laughs and nods once as if he just made a good point. She picks up her phone and begins to text. She glances at me briefly, giving her head a slight shake when my phone vibrates in my pocket. She texted me something, but apparently doesn't want me to make it obvious. I casually slide my hand into my pocket and pull my phone out, then read her text under the table. Sydney, don't eat the eggs. I look at her and arch an eyebrow, wondering what the hell is wrong with the eggs. She casually sends another text while she holds a conversation with Warren. Sydney, I poured dish soap and baby powder in them. It'll teach him not to write on my forehead again. Me, what the hell? When are you going to tell him? Sydney, I'm not. Warren, what are you and Sydney texting about? I look up to see Warren holding his phone, staring at me. He picks up his fork and takes another bite of the eggs, and the sight makes me laugh. He lunges across the table and grabs my phone out of my hands, then begins scrolling through the texts. I try to grab it back from him, but he pulls his arm out of my reach. He pauses for a few seconds as he reads, then immediately spits his mouthful back onto his plate. He tosses me back my phone and reaches for his glass. He calmly takes a drink, sets it back down on the table, then pushes his chair back and stands up. He points to Sydney. You just messed up, little girl, he says. This means war. Sydney is smirking at him with a challenging gleam in her eye. Once Warren walks back to his bedroom and shuts his door, she loses the confident smirk and turns to me wide-eyed. Sydney, help me, I need ideas. I suck at pranks. Me, yeah, you do. Dish soap and baby powder? You need serious help. Good thing you have the master on your side. She grins, then begins eating her breakfast. I don't even get my first bite down before Bridget walks out of her room, sans smile. She walks straight to the kitchen and proceeds to make herself a plate of food. Warren returns from his room and sits back down at the table. I walked away for dramatic effect, he says. I wasn't finished eating yet. Bridget sits, takes a bite of bacon, then looks over at Sydney. Did you make this? She says, pointing at the food dramatically. I cock my head because she's talking to Sydney the same way she talks to me, as if she's deaf. I look over at Sydney, who nods a response to Bridget. I look back at Bridget, and she says, Thank you. She takes a bite of the eggs, and she spits them right back out onto her plate. She coughs and rushes to take a drink, then pushes away from the table. She looks back at Sydney. I can't eat this shit. She walks back to the kitchen, drops her food in the trash, and heads back to her bedroom. The three of us break out into laughter after her door closes. When the laughter subsides, I turn to Warren. Why does Bridget think Sydney is deaf? Warren laughs. We don't know, he says, but we don't feel like correcting her just yet. I laugh on the outside, but inside I'm a little confused. I don't know when Warren began referring to himself and Sydney as we, but I'm not sure I like it. My bedroom light flicks on and off, so I close my laptop and walk to the door. I open it, and Sydney is standing in the hallway, holding her laptop. She hands me a piece of paper. I already finished my homework for the rest of the week. I even cleaned the entire apartment, excluding Bridget's room, of course. Warren won't let me watch TV because it's not my night, whatever that means. So I was hoping I could hang out with you for a little while. I have to keep my mind busy or I'll start thinking about Hunter again, and then I'll start feeling sorry for myself. And then I'll want Pine Sol, and I really don't want to have any Pine Sol because I don't want to become a raging alcoholic like you. I smile, step aside, and motion her into my bedroom. She looks around. The only place to sit is my bed, so I point to it, then take a seat and pull my laptop onto my lap. She sits on the other side of the bed and does the same. Thanks, she says with a smile. She opens her laptop and drops her eyes to the screen. I tried not to take Warren's advice this morning about admiring the dress she had on today, but it was hard not to look, especially when he so blatantly pointed it out. I'm not sure what kind of weird thing he and Bridget have going on, but it rubs me the wrong way that he and Sydney seem to have hit it off so well. And it really rubs me the wrong way that it rubs me the wrong way. I don't look at her like that, so I don't understand why I'm sitting here thinking about it. And if she were standing next to Maggie, there wouldn't be a doubt in my mind that Maggie is more physically my type. Maggie is petite with dark eyes and straight black hair. Sydney is the complete opposite. She's taller than Maggie, pretty average height, but her body's a lot more defined and curvy than Maggie's. Sydney definitely fills out the dress well, which is why Warren liked it. At least she changed into shorts before showing up at my bedroom door. That helps a little. The tops she wears are usually way too big for her, and they hang off her shoulders, which makes me think she took a lot of Hunter's t-shirts with her when she packed her bags. Maggie's hair is always straight, whereas Sydney's is hard to figure out. It seems to change with the weather, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. The first time I saw her sitting on her balcony, I thought she had brown hair, but it turns out her hair was just wet. After playing guitar for about an hour that night, I looked at her as she was walking back inside her apartment, and her hair had dried completely and was in piles of blonde waves that fell past her shoulders. Today it's curly and pulled up into a messy knot on top of her head. Sydney, stop staring at me. Shit. I laugh and attempt to brush away whatever the hell that internal detour was I just took. Me, you look sad. The first night she showed up here, she seemed happier than she does right now. Maybe it just took time for reality to sink in. Sydney, is there a way we can chat on the computer? It's a lot easier for me than texting. Me, sure, what's your last name? I'll friend you on Facebook. Sydney, Blake. I open my laptop and search her name. When I find her profile, I send her a friend request. She accepts it almost instantly and shoots me a message. Sydney, hello, Ridge Lawson. Me, hello, Sydney Blake. Better? She nods. Sydney, you're a computer programmer? Me, already stalking my profile? And yes, I work from home. Graduated 2 years ago with a degree in computer engineering. Sydney, how old are you? Me, 24. Sydney, please tell me 24 is a lot better than 22. Me, 22 will be good for you. Maybe not this week or next week, but it'll get better. She sighs and puts one of her hands up to the back of her neck and rubs it, then begins typing again. Sydney, I miss him. Is that crazy? I miss Tori too. I still hate them and want to see them suffer, but I miss what I had with him. It's really starting to hurt. When it first happened, I thought maybe I was better off without him, but now I just feel lost. I don't want to be harsh in my response, but at the same time, I'm not a girl, so I'm not about to tell her what she's feeling is normal. Because to me, it's not normal. Me, you only miss the idea of him. You weren't happy with him even before you found out he was cheating. You were only with him because it was comfortable. You just miss the relationship, but you don't miss Hunter. She looks up at me and cocks her head, narrowing her eyes in my direction for a few seconds before dropping them back to the computer. Sydney, how can you say I wasn't happy with him? I was, until I found out what he was doing. I honestly thought he was the one. Me, no, you didn't. You wanted him to be, but that's not how you really felt. Sydney, you're kind of being a jerk right now, you know that? I set my laptop beside me and walk to my desk. I pick up my notebook and a pen and go back to the bed and take a seat next to her. I flip open my notebook to the first set of lyrics she sent me. Read these, I write at the top of the page. I set the notebook in her lap. She looks down at the lyrics, then takes the pen. I don't need to read them, she writes. I wrote them. I scoot closer to her and put the notebook in my lap, then circle a few lines of her chorus. I point to them again. Read these as if you weren't the one who wrote them. She reluctantly looks down at the notebook and reads the chorus. You don't know me like you think you do. I pour me one when I really want two. Oh, you're living a lie, living a lie. You think we're good, but we're really not. You could have fixed things, but you missed your shot. You're living a lie, living a lie. When I'm certain she's had time to read them, I pick up the pen and write, These words came from somewhere inside you, Sydney. You can tell yourself you were better off with him, but read the lyrics you wrote. Go back to what you were feeling when you wrote them. I circle several lines, then read her words along with her. With a right turn, the tires start to burn. I see your smile. It's been hiding for a while. For a while. Your foot pushes down against the ground. The world starts to blur. Can't remember who you were. Who you were. I look at her, and she's still staring at the paper. A single tear trickles down her cheek, and she quickly wipes it away. She picks up the pen and begins writing. They're just words, Ridge. I reply, they're your words, Sydney. Words that came from you. You say you feel lost without him, but you felt lost even when you were with him. Read the rest. She inhales a deep breath, then looks down at the paper again. I yell, slow down. We're almost out of town. The road gets rough. Have you had enough? Enough. You look at me, start heading for a tree. I open up the door. Can't take any more. Then I say, you don't know me like you think you do. I pour me one when I really want to. Oh, you're living a lie. Living a lie. You think we're good, but we're really not. You could have fixed things, but you missed your shot. You're living a lie. Living a lie.
Chapter 6. Sydney. I continue to stare at the words in the notebook. Is he right? Did I write them because that's how I really feel? I never give it much thought when I write lyrics, because I've always felt no one would read them, so it doesn't matter what the meaning is behind the words. But now that I think about it, maybe the fact that I don't give them much thought proves that they really are a reflection of how I feel. To me, lyrics are harder to write when you have to invent the feelings behind them. That's when lyrics take a lot of thought, when they aren't genuine. Oh, wow. Rich is absolutely right. I wrote these lyrics weeks ago, long before I knew about Hunter and Tori. I lean back against the headboard and open my laptop again. Me. Okay, you win. Ridge. It's not a competition. Just trying to help you see that maybe this breakup is exactly what you needed. I don't know you very well, but based on the lyrics you wrote, I'm guessing you've been craving the chance to be on your own for a while now. Me. Well, you claim not to know me very well, but you seem to know me better than I know myself. Ridge. I only know what you told me in those lyrics. Speaking of which, you feel like running through them? I was about to compile them with the music to send to Brennan, and could use your ears. Pun intended. I laugh and elbow him. Me. Sure, what do I do? He stands and picks up his guitar, then nods his head toward the balcony. I don't want to go out on that balcony. I don't care if I was ready to leave Hunter. I sure wasn't ready to leave Tori, and being out there will be too much of a distraction. I crinkle my nose and shake my head. He glances across the courtyard at my apartment, then pulls his lips into a tight, thin line and slowly nods his head in understanding. He walks over to the bed and sits on the mattress next to me. Ridge, I want you to sing the lyrics while I play. I'll watch you so I can make sure we're on the same page with where they need to be placed on the sheet music. Me. No, I'm not singing in front of you. He huffs and rolls his eyes. Ridge, are you afraid I'll laugh at how awful you sound? I can't hear you, Sydney. He's smiling his irritating smile at me. Me, shut up. Fine. He sets the phone down and begins playing the song. When the lyrics are supposed to come in, he looks up, and I freeze. Not because I'm nervous, though. I freeze because I'm doing that thing again, where I'm holding my breath because seeing him play is just, he's incredible. He doesn't miss a beat when I skip my intro. He just starts over from the beginning and plays the opening again. I shake myself out of my pathetic awe and begin singing the words. I would probably never be singing lyrics in front of anyone one-on-one like this, but it helps that he can't hear me. He does stare pretty hard, though, which is a little unnerving. He pauses after every stanza and makes notes on a page. I lean over and look at what he's writing. He's putting musical notes on blank sheet music paper, along with the lyrics. He points to one of the lines, then grabs his phone. Ridge, what key do you sing this line in? Me. B. Ridge, do you think it would sound better if you took it a little higher? Me. I don't know, I guess we could try. He plays the second part of the song again, and I take his advice and sing in a higher key. Surprisingly, he's right. It does sound better. How did you know that? I ask. He shrugs. Ridge, I just do. Me. But how? If you can't hear, how do you know what sounds good and what doesn't? Ridge, I don't need to hear it. I feel it. I shake my head, not understanding. I can maybe understand how he's taught himself to play a guitar. With enough practice and a good teacher and maybe a ton of studying, it's possible for him to play as he does. But that doesn't explain how he can know which key a voice should be in, and especially which key sounds better. Ridge, what's wrong? You look confused. Me, I am confused. I don't understand how you can differentiate between vibrations or however you say you feel it. I'm beginning to think you and Warren are trying to pull off the ultimate prank, and you're only pretending to be deaf. Ridge laughs, then scoots back on the bed until his back meets the headboard. He sits up straight and holds his guitar to his side. He spreads his legs, then pats the empty spot between them. What the hell? I hope my eyes aren't open as wide as I think they are. There is no way I'm sitting that close to him. I shake my head. He rolls his eyes and picks up his phone. Ridge, come here. I want to show you how I feel it. Get over yourself and stop thinking I'm trying to seduce you. I hesitate a few more seconds, but the agitation on his face makes me think I'm being a little immature. I crawl forward, then turn around and carefully sit in front of him, with my back to his chest, but with several inches between us. He pulls the guitar in front of me and wraps his other arm around me until he's holding it in position. He pulls it closer, which pushes me flush against him. Ridge reaches down to his side and picks up his phone. Ridge, I'm going to play a chord, and I want you to tell me where you feel it. I nod, and he brings his hand back to the guitar. He plays a chord and repeats it a few times, then pauses. I grab my phone. Me, I felt it in your guitar. He shakes his head and picks up his phone again. Ridge, I know you felt it in the guitar, dummy, but where in your body did you feel it? Me, play it again. I close my eyes this time and try to take this seriously. I've asked him how he feels it, and he's trying to show me, so the least I can do is try to understand. He plays the chord a few times, and I'm really trying hard to concentrate, but I feel the vibration everywhere, especially in the guitar pressed against my chest. Me. It's hard for me, Ridge. It just feels like it's everywhere. He pushes me forward, and I scoot up. He sets the guitar down, stands up, and walks out of the bedroom. I wait for him, curious about what he's doing. When he comes back, he's holding something in his fist. He holds his fist out, so I hold up my palm. Earplugs. He slides in behind me, and I scoot back against his chest again, then put the earplugs in. I close my eyes and lean my head back against his shoulder. He wraps his arms around me and picks up his guitar, pulling it against my chest. I can feel his head rest lightly against mine, and the intimate way we're seated suddenly registers. I've never sat like this with someone I wasn't seriously dating. It's odd, because it seems so natural with him, not at all as if he's got anything other than music on his mind. I like that about him, because if I were pressed up against Warren like this, I'm positive his hands wouldn't be on the guitar. I can feel his arms moving slightly, so I know he's playing, even though I can't hear it. I concentrate on the vibration and focus all my attention on the movement inside my chest. When I'm able to pinpoint exactly where I feel it, I bring my hand to my chest and pat it. I can feel him nod his head, and then he continues playing. I can still feel it in my chest, but it's so much lower this time. I move my hand down and he nods again. I pull away from him and turn around to face him. Wow. He lifts his shoulders and smiles shyly. It's adorable. Me. This is crazy. I still don't understand how you can play an instrument like this, but I know how you feel it now. He shrugs off my compliment, and I love how modest he is, because he clearly has more talent than anyone I've ever met. Wow, I say again, shaking my head. Ridge, stop. I don't like compliments, it's awkward. I set down my phone, and we both move back to the laptops. Me. Well, you shouldn't be so impressive then. I don't think you realize what an incredible gift you have, Ridge. I know you say you work hard at it, but so do thousands of people who can hear, and they can't put together songs like you can. I mean, I can maybe understand the whole guitar thing now that you've explained it, but what about the voices? How in the heck can you know what a voice sounds like and what key it needs to be in? Ridge. Actually, I can't differentiate the sounds of a voice. I've never felt a person sing the way I listen to a guitar. I can place vocals to a song and develop melodies because I've studied a lot of songs and have learned which keys match up to which notes based on the written form of music. It doesn't just come naturally. I work hard at this. I love the idea of music, and even though I can't hear it, I've learned to understand and appreciate it in a different way. I've had to work harder at the melodies. There are times I'll write a song and Brennan will tell me we can't use it because it either sounds too much like an existing song, or it doesn't actually sound good to hearing ears like I assumed it would. He can downplay this all he wants, but I'm convinced I'm sitting next to a musical genius. I hate that he thinks his ability comes from working so hard at it. I mean, I'm sure it helps, because all talents have to be nurtured in order to excel, even for the gifted. But his talent is mind-blowing. It makes me hurt for him, knowing what he could do with his gift if he could hear. Me. Can you hear anything? At all? He shakes his head. Ridge. I've worn hearing aids before, but they were more inconvenient than helpful. I have profound hearing loss, so they didn't help at all when it came to hearing voices or my guitar. When I used them, I could tell there were noises, but I couldn't decipher them. In all honesty, hearing aids were a constant reminder that I couldn't hear. Without them, I don't even think about it. Me. What made you want to learn guitar, knowing you would never be able to hear it? Ridge. Brennan. He wanted to learn when we were kids, so we learned together. Me. The guy who used to live here? How long have you known him? Ridge. 21 years. He's my little brother. Me. Is he in your band? Ridge glances at me in confusion. Ridge. Have I not told you about our band? I shake my head. Ridge. He's the singer. He also plays guitar. Me. When do you play next? I want to watch. He laughs. Ridge. I don't play. It's kind of complicated. Brennan insists that I have as much stake in the ownership of the band as he does, because I write the majority of the music, which is why I refer to myself as being part of the band sometimes. I think it's ridiculous, but he's convinced we wouldn't be where we are at this point without me, so I agree to it for now. But with the success I think he's about to have, I'll make him renegotiate eventually. I don't like feeling as though I'm taking advantage of him. Me. If he doesn't feel that way, then you definitely shouldn't feel that way. And why don't you play with them? Ridge. I have a few times. It's kind of difficult not being able to hear everything else going on with the band during a song, so I feel like I throw them off when I play with them. Besides, they're on tour right now and I can't travel, so I've just been sending him the stuff I write. Me. Why can't you tour with them? Don't you work from home? Ridge. Other obligations. But next time they're in Austin, I'll take you. I'll take you. I think I like that part of his message a little too much. Me. What's the name of the band? Ridge. Sounds of Cedar. I slam my laptop shut and swing my eyes to his. Shut up! He nods, then reaches down and opens my laptop again. Ridge, you've heard of us? Me, yes. Everyone on campus has heard of your band, considering they played almost every single weekend last year. Hunter loves you guys. Ridge, well, this is the first time I've ever wished we had one less fan. So you've seen Brennan play? Me, I only went with Hunter once, and it was one of the last shows, but yes, I think I may have most of the songs on my phone, actually. Ridge, wow, small world. We're close to a record deal. That's why I've been stressing so much about these songs, and why you need to help me. Me, OMG. I just realized I'm writing lyrics for Sounds of Cedar. I slide my laptop over, then roll onto my stomach and squeal into the mattress while I kick my legs up and down. Holy crap, this is too cool. I compose myself, ignoring Ridge's laughter, then sit up straight again and grab my laptop. Me, so you wrote most of those songs? He nods. Me, did you write the lyrics to the song Something? He nods again. I seriously can't believe this is happening right now. Knowing he wrote those lyrics and now I'm sitting here next to him is exciting me way too much. Me, I'm about to listen to your song. Since you get to decipher my lyrics, it's my turn to decipher yours. Ridge, I wrote that song 2 years ago. Me, still, it came from you. From somewhere inside you, Ridge. Winky face. He picks up a pillow and throws it at my head. I laugh and scroll through the music folder on my phone until I find the song, and I hit play. Something. I keep on wondering why I can't say bye to you, and the only thing I can think of is the truth. It's hard to start over. Keep checking that rear view, too. But something's coming, something right for you. Just wait a bit longer. You'll find something you wanted, something you needed, something you want to have repeated. Oh, that feeling's all right. You'll find that if you listen, between all the kissing. What made it work, wound up missing. Oh, that seems about right. I guess I thought that we would always stay the same, and I can tell that you find somebody to blame. And I know in my heart, in my mind, it's all a game. Our hopes and wishes won't relight the flame. Just wait a bit longer. You'll find something you wanted, something you needed, something you want to have repeated. Oh, that feeling's all right. You'll find that if you listen, between all the kissing. What made it work wound up missing. Oh, that seems about right. You don't ever have to wonder, 'cause you will always know that what we had was for sure, for sure. Now that thing is no more, no more. You'll find what you wanted. You'll find what you needed. You'll find what you wanted. You'll find what you needed. You'll find what you needed. When the song ends, I sit back up on the bed. I would ask him about the lyrics and the meaning behind them right now, but I'm not sure I want to. I want to listen to it again without him watching me, because it's really hard to concentrate when he's staring at me. He's resting his chin in his hands, casually watching me. I try to hide my grin, but it's hard. I see a smile spread across his lips before he looks down at his phone. Ridge, why do I feel like you're fangirling right now? Probably because I am. Me, I'm not fangirling. Don't flatter yourself. I've witnessed how evil you can be with your revenge schemes, and I've been exposed to your severe alcoholism, so I'm not as enamored with you as I could be. Ridge, my father was a severe alcoholic. Your jokes are a little off-putting. I look up at him, apologetically, and with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry, I was kidding. Ridge, I'm kidding too. I kick him in the knee and glare at him. Ridge, well, sort of kidding. My father really is a raging alcoholic, but I don't give a shit if you joke about it. Me. I can't now, you've ruined the fun. He laughs, and it's followed by an awkward moment of silence. I grin and drop my eyes back to my phone. Me. O-M-G, can I have your autograph? He rolls his eyes. Me. Please? And can I have my picture taken with you? OMG, I'm in Ridge Lawson's bed. I'm laughing, but Ridge isn't finding me amusing. Me. Ridge Lawson, will you sign my boobs? He puts his laptop down beside him, leans over to his nightstand and picks up a marker, then turns back to me. I don't really want his autograph. Surely he knows I'm kidding. He pulls the lid off the marker, swiftly lunges across the bed, and knocks me onto my back, bringing the marker to my forehead. He's trying to sign my face? I lift my legs and create a barrier with my knees as I try to force his hands away. Damn it, he's strong. He puts one of my hands under his knee and locks my arm to the bed. His other arm grabs my arm that's pushing his face away, and he pushes that hand to the bed too. I'm screaming and laughing and trying to turn my face away from him, but every time I move, the marker moves over my face while he tries to sign his name. I'm unable to overpower him, so I eventually sigh and hold my head still so he'll stop drawing all over my face. He hops up, puts the lid back on the marker, and smirks at me. I reach over to my laptop. Me. You are no longer my prank master. This has officially turned into a three-way war. Excuse me while I go Google my revenge. I fold up my laptop and walk quietly out of the room while he laughs at me. As I head through the living room toward my bedroom, Warren glances at me. Twice. Should have stayed in here and watched porn with me, he says, taking in the marker all over my face. I ignore his comment. Ridge and I just finished discussing TV rules. I lie. I get Thursdays. No, you don't, Warren says. Tomorrow is Thursday. I watch Thursday night porn on Thursday. Not anymore, you don't. Guess you should have asked about my television habits when you were interviewing me. He groans. Fine. You can have Thursdays, but only if you wear that dress you had on earlier. I laugh. I'm burning that dress.
Ridge. Why'd you give Sydney the TV tonight? Warren signs. He drops onto the couch next to me. You know I love Thursday night. I'm off work on Fridays. I never talked to Sydney about TV nights. He glances toward Sydney's bedroom door with a scowl on his face. What a little liar. How did you meet her anyway? Music related. She's writing lyrics for the band. Warren's eyes bulge, and he straightens up on the couch, turning to look at me as if I've just betrayed him. Don't you think this is something your manager should know about? I laugh and sign back to him. Good point. Hey, Warren, Sydney is officially writing lyrics for us. He frowns. And don't you think your manager should have discussed a financial arrangement with her? What percentage are we giving her? We're not. She feels guilty taking a percentage while she's not paying rent, so we're good for now. He's standing now, glaring down at me. How do you know you can trust her? And what if something happens with a song she helped write? What if it makes the cut on the album and she suddenly decides she wants a percentage? And why the hell aren't you writing the lyrics anymore? I sigh. We've been over this so many times, it's making my head hurt. I can't. You know I can't. It's just for a little while until I get over my block. And calm down, she's agreed to sign over anything she helps with. He drops back onto the couch, frustrated. Just don't add any more people to our band without consulting me first, okay? I feel like I'm being shut out when you don't include me. He folds his arms across his chest and pouts. Is sweet little Warren pouting? I lean forward and wrap my arms around him, and he tries to shove me off. I climb on top of him and kiss his cheek, and he starts hitting me in the arm, trying to pull away from my grasp. I laugh and let go of his face, then look up at Sydney, who just walked into the room. She's staring at us. Warren slides his hand up my thigh and lays his head on my shoulder. I reach up and pat his cheek while we both stare up at her straight-faced. She shakes her head slowly and walks back into her bedroom. As soon as her bedroom door closes, we separate. I wish I hated Bridget a little more than I do at night because Sydney definitely needs me. Warren signs. I laugh knowing Sydney is more than likely swearing off guys based on the week she's had. That girl doesn't need anything other than the opportunity to be alone for a while. Warren shakes his head. No, that girl definitely needs me. I wonder how I can pull off an elaborate prank that involves her agreeing to have sex with me. Bridget, I remind him. I don't know why I remind him. I never remind him about Bridget when he talks about other girls. You're a dream crusher, he signs, falling back against the couch at the same moment I receive a text. Sydney, can I ask you a question? Me. As long as you promise never again to start a question off with whether or not you can propose a question. Sydney. Okay, asshole. I know I shouldn't be thinking about him at all, but I'm curious. What did he write on that paper when we went to get my purse, and what did you write back that made him hit you? Me. I agree that you shouldn't be thinking about him at all, but I'm honestly shocked it's taken you this long to ask me about it. Sydney. Well? I hate writing it verbatim, but she wants to know, so. Me. He wrote, "Are you fucking her?" Sydney. Oh my God, what a prick. Me. Yep. Sydney. So what did you say back to him that made him punch you? Me. I wrote, "Why do you think I'm here for her purse? I gave her 100 for tonight and now she owes me change." I reread the text and I'm not so sure it sounds as funny as I thought it did. My eyes dart up to her bedroom door, which is now swinging open. She runs into the living room, directly toward the couch. I don't know if it's the look on her face or the hands that are coming at me, but I immediately cover my head and duck behind Warren. He doesn't really like being used as a human shield, though, so he jumps off the couch. She continues slapping at my arms until I'm curled up in a fetal position on the couch. I'm trying not to laugh, but she hits like a girl. This is nothing compared to what I saw her do to Tori. She backs away, and I reluctantly uncover my head. She marches back to her room, and I watch as she slams her door. Warren is now standing next to the couch with his hands on his hips. He looks at me, then looks back at Sydney's door. He puts his palms up and shakes his head, then retreats into his bedroom. I should probably apologize to her. It was just a joke, but I guess I can see how it would piss her off. I knock on her door a couple of times. She doesn't open it, so I text her. Me. Can I come in? Sydney. That depends. Do you have any bills smaller than 100 this time? Me. It seemed funny at the time. I'm sorry. A few seconds pass, and then her door opens and she steps aside. I raise my eyebrows and smile, attempting to look innocent. She shoots me a dirty look and walks back to her bed. Sydney. It wasn't what I would have wanted you to say, but I can see why you said it. He's a jerk, and I probably would have wanted to piss him off in that moment too. Me. He is a jerk, but I probably should have responded differently. I'm sorry. Sydney. Yes, you should have. Maybe instead of insinuating that I was a whore, you could have gone with, "If I could only be so lucky." I laugh at her comment, then offer up another alternative answer. Me. I could have gone with, "Only when you're being faithful to her, which is never." Sydney. Or you could have said, "No, I'm not. I'm madly in love with Warren." At least she's making jokes about it. I really do feel sort of bad for saying that to him, but it felt oddly appropriate at the time. Me. We didn't really get any work done last night. Are you in the mood to make beautiful music together?
Chapter 7. Sydney. Ridge puts down his guitar for the first time in more than an hour. We haven't texted at all, because we've been on a roll. It's pretty cool how well we seem to work together. He plays a song over and over, while I lie across his bed with a notebook in front of me. I write down the lyrics as they come to me, most of the time crumpling up the paper, chucking it across the room and starting over. But I've finished lyrics for almost an entire song tonight, and he's only crossed out 2 lines he didn't like. I'd say that's progress. There's something about these moments when we're writing music that I absolutely love. All my worries and thoughts about everything wrong in my life seem to go away for the short times we write together. It's nice. Ridge, let's do the whole song now. Sit up so I can watch you sing it. I want to make sure we have it perfect before I send it to Brennan. He starts playing the song, so I begin singing. He's watching me closely, and the way his eyes seem to read my every movement makes me uneasy. Maybe it's because he can't express words through speaking, but everything else about him seems to make up for that. As easy as he is to read, it's only that way when he wants to be read. Most of the time, he's able to hold back his expressions, and I don't know what the hell he's thinking. He holds the crown in the nonverbal department. I'm pretty sure that with the looks he gives, if he could speak, he'd never even have to. I feel uncomfortable watching him watch me sing, so I close my eyes and try to recall the lyrics as he continues to play the song. It's awkward singing them with him only a few feet away. When I wrote the lyrics the first time, he was playing his guitar but was a good 200 yards away on his balcony. Still, though, as much as I tried to pretend I was writing them about Hunter at the time, I knew I was imagining Ridge singing them all along. A little bit more. Why don't you let me take you away? We can live like you wanted, from place to place. I'll be your home. We can make our own, 'cause together makes it pretty hard to be alone. We can have everything we ever wanted, and just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. His guitar stops, so naturally I stop. I open my eyes, and he's watching me with one of his expressionless expressions. I take that back. This expression isn't expressionless at all. He's thinking. I can tell by the squint in his eyes that he's coming up with an idea. He glances away in order to pick up his phone. Ridge, do you mind if I try something? Me, as long as you promise never again to propose a question by asking if I mind if you can try something. Ridge, nice try, but that made no sense. I laugh, then look up at him. I nod softly, scared of what he's about to try. He sits up on his knees and leans forward, placing both hands on my shoulders. I attempt to hold in my gasp, but it's a failed attempt. I don't know what he's doing or why he's getting so close to me, but holy crap. Holy crap. Why is my heart spazzing out right now? He pushes me until I'm flat on his mattress. He reaches behind him and picks up his guitar, then lays it on the other side of me. He lies down next to me. Calm down, Heart. Please. Ridge has supersonic senses, and he'll feel you beating through the vibrations of the mattress. Ridge scoots closer to me, and by the way he's hesitating, it makes me think he's unsure if I'll allow him any closer. I will. I absolutely will. He's staring at me now, contemplating his next move. I can tell he's not about to make a pass at me. Whatever he's about to do is making him way more apprehensive than if he were just planning to kiss me. He's eyeing my neck and chest as if he's searching for a particular part of me. His eyes stop on my abdomen, pause, then fall back to his phone. Oh, Lord, what is he about to do? Put his hands on me? Does he want to feel me sing this song? Feeling requires touching, and touching requires hands. His hands. Feeling me. Ridge, do you trust me? Me. I don't trust anyone anymore. My trust has been completely depleted this week. Ridge, can you replenish your trust for about 5 minutes? I want to feel your voice. I inhale, then look at him, lying next to me, and I nod. He sets down his phone without breaking my gaze. He's watching me as if he's warning me to stay calm, but it's having the exact opposite effect. I'm sort of panicked right now. He scoots closer and slides his arm under the back of my neck. Oh, now he's even closer. Now his face is hovering over mine. He reaches across my body and pulls the guitar flush against my side, bringing it closer to us. He's still eyeing me with a look that seems intended to produce a calming effect. It doesn't. It doesn't calm me down at all. He lowers his head to my chest, then presses his cheek against my shirt. Oh, this is great. Now he definitely feels how spastic my heart is beating right now. I close my eyes and want to die of embarrassment, but I don't have time for that because he begins strumming the strings of the guitar next to me. I realize he's playing with both hands, one from underneath my head and one over me. His head is against my chest, and I can feel his hair brush my neck. He's pretty much sprawled across me in order to reach his guitar with both arms. Oh, my dear sweet baby Jesus in a wicker basket. How does he expect me to sing? I try to calm down by regulating my breathing, but it's hard when we're positioned like this. As usual, when I miss an intro, he seamlessly starts the song over again from the beginning. When he reaches the point where I come in, I begin singing. Sort of. It's really quiet, because I'm still waiting for air to find its way back into my lungs. After the first few lines, I find a steadiness to my voice. I close my eyes and do my best to imagine I'm simply sitting up on his bed right now, the way I have been for the last hour. I'll bring my suitcase. You bring that old map. We can live by the book, or we can never go back. Feeling the breeze never felt so right. We'll watch the stars until they fade into light. We can have everything we ever wanted, and just a little bit more, just a little bit more. He finishes the last chord, but doesn't move. His hands remain stilled on his guitar. His ear remains firmly pressed against my chest. My breaths are heavier now that I've just sung an entire song, and his head rises with each intake of air. He sighs a deep sigh, then lifts his head and rolls onto his back without making eye contact with me. We lie in silence for a few minutes. I'm not sure why he's being so unresponsive, but I'm too nervous to make any sudden movements. His arm is still underneath me, and he's making no effort to remove it, so I'm not even sure if he's finished with this little experiment yet. I'm also not sure I'd even be able to move. Sydney, 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 what are you doing? I absolutely, positively do not want to be having this reaction right now. It's been a week since I broke up with Hunter. The very last thing I want, or even need, is to develop a crush on this guy. However, I'm thinking that may have happened before this week. Crap. I tilt my head and look at him. He's watching me, but I can't tell what his face is trying to convey. If I had to guess, I'd say he's thinking, "Oh, hey, Sydney, our mouths sure are close together. Let's do them a favor and close this gap." His eyes drop to my mouth, and I'm incredibly impressed with my telepathic abilities. His full lips are slightly parted as he quietly takes in several slow, deep breaths. I can actually hear him breathing, which surprises me because that's another of his sounds that he keeps complete and total control over. I like that he can't seem to control it right now. As much as I claim to want to be unattached from guys and independent and strong, the only thing I'm thinking is how much I wish he would take complete and total control over me. I want him to dominate this situation by rolling on top of me and forcing that incredible mouth onto mine, rendering me completely dependent on him for breath. My phone receives a text, interrupting my clearly overactive imagination. Ridge closes his eyes and turns to face the opposite direction. I sigh, knowing he didn't even hear the text, so turning away was of his own accord. Which means I'm feeling pretty awkward right now for just having that rich internal dialogue sweep through my mind. I reach behind my head and feel around until I find my phone. "Hunter, are you ready to talk yet?" I roll my eyes. Way to ruin the moment, Hunter. I was hoping that after days of avoiding his texts and phone calls, he would finally get a clue. I shake my head and text him back. Me, your behavior is bordering on harassment. Stop contacting me. We're done.
Ridge. Stop with the guilt trip, Ridge. You didn't do anything wrong. You aren't doing anything wrong. Your heart is beating like this simply because you've never felt anyone sing before. It was overwhelming. You had a normal reaction to an overwhelming event. That's all. My eyes are still closed and my arm is still underneath her. I should move it, but I'm still trying to recover. And I really want to hear another song. This might be making her uncomfortable, but I have to get her to push through her discomfort because I can't think of any other situation where I'll be able to do this. Me. Can I play another one? She's holding her phone, texting someone who's not me. I wonder if she's texting Hunter, but I don't peek at her phone as much as I want to. Sydney. Okay. The first one didn't do anything for you? I laugh. I think it did a little too much, in more ways than I'd like to admit. I'm almost positive it was also obvious to her by the end of the song, with the way I was pressed against her. But feeling her voice and what it was doing to all the other parts of me was way more important than what she was doing to me. Me. I've never listened to anyone like that before. It was incredible. I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, you were here, and you were the one singing, so I guess you don't really need me to describe it. But I don't know. I wish you could have felt that. Sydney. You're welcome, I guess. I'm not really doing anything profound here. Me. I've always wanted to feel someone sing one of my songs, but it would be a little awkward doing this with one of the guys in the band. Know what I mean? She laughs, then nods. Me. I'll play the one we practiced last night, and then I want to play this last one again. Are you okay? If you're tired of singing, just tell me. Sydney. I'm good. She lays down her phone, and I reposition myself against her chest. My entire body is battling itself. My left brain is telling me this is somehow wrong. My right brain is wanting to hear her sing again. My stomach is nowhere to be found, and my heart is punching itself in the face with one arm and hugging itself with the other. I might never have this opportunity again, so I wrap my arm over her and begin playing. I close my eyes and search for the beat of her heart, which has slowed down some since the first song. The vibration of her voice meets my cheek, and I swear my heart flinches. She feels the way I imagined a voice would feel during a song, but multiplied by 1,000. I focus on how her voice blends with the vibration of the guitar, and I'm in complete awe. I want to feel the range of her voice, but it's hard without using my hands to feel it. I pull my hand away from the guitar and stop playing. Just like that, she stops singing. I shake my head no and motion a circle in the air with my finger, wanting her to keep singing even though I'm no longer playing the chords. Her voice picks back up, and I keep my ear pressed firmly to her chest while I lay my palm flat against her stomach. Her muscles clench beneath my hand, but she doesn't stop singing. I can feel her voice everywhere. I can feel it in my head, in my chest, against my hand. I relax against her and listen to the sound of a voice for the very first time. I wrap my arm around Maggie's waist and pull her in closer. I can feel her struggling beneath me, so I pull her even tighter. I'm not ready for her to go home yet. Her hand smacks my forehead, and she's lifting me off her chest as she attempts to wiggle out from beneath me. I roll onto my back to let her off the bed, but instead she's slapping my cheeks. I open my eyes and look up to see Sydney hovering over me. Her mouth is moving, but my vision is too fogged over to see what she's trying to say. Not to mention that the strobe light isn't helping. Wait, I don't have a strobe light. I sit straight up on the bed. Sydney hands me my phone and begins to text me, but my phone is dead. Did we fall asleep? The lights are going on and off. I grab Sydney's phone out of her hand and check the time. 8:15 a.m. I also read the text you just tried to send me. Sydney, someone's at your bedroom door. Warren wouldn't be up this early on a Friday. It's his day off. Friday. Maggie. Shit. I hurriedly jump off the bed and grab Sydney's wrist, then swing her to her feet. She looks shocked that I'm panicking, but she needs to get the hell back to her room. I open the bathroom door and motion for her to take that route. She walks into the bathroom, then turns and heads back into my bedroom. I grab her by the shoulders and force her back into the bathroom. She slaps my hands away and points into my bedroom. I want my phone, she says, pointing toward my bed. I retrieve her phone, but before I hand it to her, I type a text on it. Me. I'm sorry, but I think that's Maggie. You can't be in here or she'll get the wrong idea. I hand her the phone and she reads the text, then looks back up at me. Who's Maggie? Who's Maggie? How the hell can she not remember? Oh. Is it possible I've never mentioned Maggie to her before? I grab her phone again. Me. My girlfriend. She looks at the text and her jaw tightens. She slowly brings her eyes back to mine, and she snatches the phone out of my hand, grabs the doorknob, and steps back into the bathroom. The door closes in my face. So, was not expecting that reaction. But I don't have time to respond because my light is still flickering. I head straight to the bedroom door and unlock it, then open it. Warren is standing in the doorway with his arm pressed against the frame. There's no sign of Maggie. My panic instantly subsides as I walk backward and fall onto my bed. That could have been ugly. I glance up at Warren because he's obviously here for something. Why aren't you answering my texts? He signs from the doorway. My phone died. I reach over to my phone and place it on the charging base on the nightstand. But you never let your phone die. First time for everything, I sign. He nods his head, but it's an annoying, suspicious, you're hiding something kind of nod. Or maybe I'm just being paranoid. You're hiding something, he signs. Or maybe I'm not being paranoid. And I just checked Sydney's room. He arches a suspicious brow. She wasn't in there. I glance to the bathroom, then look back at Warren, wondering if I should even lie about it. All we did was fall asleep. I know, she was in here. He holds his stern expression. All night? I nod casually. We were working on lyrics. I guess we fell asleep. He's acting strange. If I didn't know him better, I'd think he was jealous. Wait, I do know him better. He is jealous. Does this bother you, Warren? He shrugs and signs back. Yeah, a little. Why? You spend almost every night in Bridget's bed. He shakes his head. It's not that. What is it then? He breaks his gaze and I can see the discomfort cross his face before he exhales. He makes the sign that indicates Maggie's name. He brings his eyes back to mine. You can't do this, Ridge. You made this choice for yourself years ago, and I tried to tell you then what I thought about it. But you're in it now, and if I have to be the annoying friend to remind you of that, so be it. I wince, because it kind of pisses me off how he's referring to my and Maggie's relationship. Don't refer to my relationship with Maggie as being in it ever again. His expression grows apologetic. You know what I mean, Ridge. I stand and walk toward him. How long have we been best friends? He shrugs. That's all I am to you? A best friend? Ridge, I thought we were so much more than that. He smirks as if he's trying to be funny, but I don't laugh. When he sees how much his remarks have bothered me, his expression quickly sobers. 10 years. 10 years. You know me better than that, Warren. He nods, but his face is still full of doubt. Goodbye, I sign. Shut the door on your way out. I turn and walk back to my bed, and when I face the door again, he's gone.
Chapter 8. Sydney. Why am I so pissed? We didn't do anything. Did we? I can't even tell what the hell happened last night before we fell asleep. Technically, it wasn't anything, but then again it was, which is probably why I'm so pissed, because I'm so freaking confused. First, he doesn't tell me about Hunter for 2 solid weeks. Then, he fails to mention that he's deaf, although I really have no right to be upset about that. That's not something I should feel obligated to have been told. But Maggie? Girlfriend? How could he fail to mention in the 3 weeks I've been talking to him that he has a girlfriend? He's just like Hunter, He is a dick and 2 balls and no heart, and that makes him Hunter's twin. I should probably just start calling him Hunter. I should just call them all Hunter. From here on out, all men shall be referred to as Hunter. My father should be thanking the high heavens that I'm not in law school, because I am by far the absolute worst judge of character who has ever walked the planet. Ridge. False alarm. It was just Warren. Sorry about that. Me. Screw you. Ridge. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Me. Don't even. A few seconds pass with me staring at my silent phone, and then a knock comes from the bathroom. Ridge swings the door open and enters my room, holding his hands with his palms up in the air as if he has no idea why I'm upset. I laugh, but it isn't a happy laugh at all. Me. This conversation will require a laptop. I have a lot to say. I open my computer as he makes his way back to his room. I give him a minute to log on, then I open our chat. Ridge, can you please explain why you're so pissed? Me. Let me count the ways. Number 1, you have a girlfriend. Number 2, you have a girlfriend. Number 3, why, if you have a girlfriend, was I even in your bedroom? Number 4, you have a girlfriend. Ridge, I have a girlfriend. Yes, and you were in my room because we agreed to work on lyrics together. I don't recall anything happening between us last night to warrant this reaction from you. Or am I mistaken? Me. Ridge, it's been 3 weeks. I've known you for 3 weeks now, and you've never once mentioned that you have a girlfriend. And speaking of Maggie, does she even know I moved in? Ridge. Yes, I tell her everything. Look, it wasn't an intentional omission, I swear. You and I have just never had a conversation where she came up. Me. Okay, I'll let it go that you failed to mention her, but I'm not about to let everything else slide. Ridge. And this is where I'm confused because I'm not clear on what you think we did. Me. You're such a guy. Ridge. Ouch, I guess. Me. Can you honestly say that your reaction to the possibility of her being at your door earlier was a normal, innocent reaction? You were freaking out that she would see me with you, which means you were doing something you wouldn't want her to see. I know all we did was fall asleep, but what about the way we fell asleep? Do you think she would have been okay with the fact that you had your arms around me all night and your face was practically glued to my chest? And not only that, but what about the fact that I sat between your legs the other night? Would she have smiled and kissed you hello if she had walked in right then? I doubt it. I'm fairly certain that would have ended with me being punched. Ugh, why is this upsetting me so much? I bang my head lightly against the headboard out of frustration. Moments later, Ridge appears in the doorway between our bathroom and my bedroom. He's chewing on the corner of his bottom lip. His features are a lot calmer than when he was in here just a few minutes ago. He walks slowly into my room, then sits on the edge of my bed with his laptop on his knees. Ridge, I'm sorry. Me, yeah, good, whatever, go away. Ridge, really, Sydney, I haven't been looking at it like that at all. The last thing I want is for things to be weird between us. I like you. I have fun with you. But if for 1 second I led you to believe that something was going to happen between us, I am so, so sorry. I sigh and attempt to blink the tears away. Me. I'm not upset because I thought something was going to happen between us, Ridge. I don't want anything to happen between us. I haven't even been single for a whole week yet. I'm upset because I feel like there was a moment, or maybe 2, when, as much as neither of us wants to cross the line, we almost did. And you can deal with your actions on your own, but the fact that I was unaware that you had a girlfriend was really unfair to me. I feel like... I lean my head back against the headboard and squeeze my eyes shut, long enough to force back the tears once more. Ridge, you feel like what? Me. I feel like you almost made me a Tory. I absolutely would have kissed you last night, and the fact that I didn't know you were involved with someone would have made me a Tory. I don't want to be a Tory, Ridge. I can't tell you how much their betrayal hurts me, and I will never, ever do that to another girl. So that's why I'm upset. I don't even know Maggie, yet you made me feel like I've already betrayed her. And as innocent as you may be, I'm blaming you for that one. Ridge finishes reading my message, then calmly lies back on the bed. He brings his palms to his forehead and inhales a deep breath. We both remain still as we think about the situation. After several quiet minutes, he sits back up. Ridge, I don't even know what to say right now, other than, I'm sorry. You're right. Even though I thought you knew about Maggie, I can absolutely see what you're saying. But I also need you to know that I would never do something like that to her. Granted, what happened between us last night is not something I would ever want Maggie to see, but that's mostly because Maggie doesn't understand the process of writing music. It's a very intimate thing, and because I can't hear, I do have to use my hands or my ears to understand things that come naturally to others. That's all it was. I wasn't trying to cause anything to happen between us. I was just curious. I was intrigued. And I was wrong. Me. I understand. I never thought for a second that your intentions weren't genuine when you asked me to sing for you. Everything just happened so fast earlier, and I was still trying to recover from the fact that I woke up in your bed and the lights were flickering. Then you go and flash the word girlfriend in my face. It's a lot to process, and I believe you when you say you thought I knew about her. Ridge, thank you. Me, just promise me one thing. Promise me you will never be a hunter, and I will never, ever be a Tory. Ridge, I promise. And that's impossible because we're so much more talented than they are. He glances up and smiles his smiley smile at me, which makes me automatically smile in return. Me, now get out of here. I'm going back to sleep because someone spent the whole night drooling on my boobs and snoring way too loud. Ridge laughs, but before he leaves, he messages me one last time. Ridge, I'm excited for you to meet her. I really think you'll like her. He closes his laptop, stands, and walks back to his room. I close my laptop and pull the covers over my head. I hate that my heart is wishing so bad that he didn't have a girlfriend. No, she already moved in, Bridget says. Her cell phone is propped up on her shoulder, and from the sound of it, she just broke the news to her sister that I've taken the empty bedroom. Bridget completely ignores that I'm even in the same room with her and continues talking about me. I know the fact that I haven't clarified that I'm not deaf is a little mean, but who is she to assume I can't read lips? I don't know. She's a friend of Ridge's. I should have ignored him when he asked if I would go in the rain, mind you, and bring her up to the apartment. Apparently her boyfriend dumped her and she had nowhere else to go. She pulls a seat out at the bar and sits with her back facing me. She laughs at something the person on the other end of the line says. Tell me about it. He seems to enjoy taking in strays, doesn't he? I grip the remote in my hand and hold it tightly in an attempt to keep from hurling it at the back of her head. I told you not to ask about Warren, she says with a sigh. You know he irritates the hell out of me, but damn it, I just can't stay away. Wait, did I just hear that correctly? Might Bridget have feelings? She's lucky I like Warren, or the remote would be greeting her pretty little head right now. She's also lucky someone is knocking at the door loudly enough to distract me from hurting her. Bridget stands up and turns to face me, pointing at the front door. Someone's at the door. Rather than answer it, she walks to her bedroom and closes her door. So hospitable, that one. I stand and make my way to the front door, knowing it's more than likely Maggie. I place my hand on the doorknob and inhale a steady breath. Here we go. I open the door, and standing in front of me is one of the most beautiful women I've ever laid eyes on. Her hair is straight and jet black, and it falls around two naturally tanned shoulders. Her face is smiling. Her whole entire face is beaming. She's nothing but a face full of beautiful white teeth, and they're smiling at me, and it's making me smile back, even though I really don't want to. I was really hoping she was ugly. I don't know why. Sydney? She says. It's just one word, but I can tell by her voice that she's deaf, like Ridge. But unlike Ridge, she speaks, and she enunciates really well. You must be the girlfriend, I say with feigned excitement. Is it feigned? Maybe not. Her entire demeanor is making me feel sunny and happy, and maybe I am a tiny bit excited to meet her. Weird. She steps forward and gives me a hug. I close the door behind us, and she slips off her shoes and heads to the refrigerator. Ridge has told me a lot about you, she says as she pops open a soda, then walks to the cabinet for a glass. I think it's great that you're helping him through his writer's block. Poor guy has been stressing for months now. She fills her cup with ice and soda. So how are you fitting in? I see you've survived Bridget, and Warren has to be a pain in the ass. She looks at me expectantly, but I'm still loving the fact that she's so pleasant, likable, cheerful. I smile back at her and lean against the counter. I'm trying to figure out exactly how to respond to her. She's speaking to me as if she can hear me, so I reply the same way. I like it, I say. I've never lived with this many people before, so it's taking some getting used to. She smiles and tucks a lock of her hair behind her ear. Ugh, even her ears are pretty. Good, she says. Ridge told me about your shitty birthday last weekend and how he took you out for cake, but it didn't make up for you never having the chance to celebrate. I have to be honest. It bothers me that he told her he took me out for cake. It bothers me because maybe he's right and he does tell her everything. And it also bothers me because he seems to tell me nothing. Not that I've earned that right from him. God, I hate feelings. Or I hate my conscience. The two are constantly at war, and I'm not sure which one I'd rather turn off. So, she says, we're going out tonight to celebrate. I pause. We? She nods. Yeah. Me, you, Ridge, Warren, if he's not too busy. We can invite Bridget, but that's laughable. She walks past me toward Ridge's bedroom, then turns to face me again. Can you be ready in an hour? I shrug. Okay. She opens Ridge's bedroom door and slips inside. I stand frozen, listening. Why am I listening? I hear Maggie giggling behind the closed door, and it makes me wince. Oh, yay. This should be fun.
Ridge. Are you sure you don't want to stay in tonight? Maggie shakes her head. That poor girl needs to have some fun with the week she's had, and I've been so overwhelmed with my internship and the T word. I need a night out. She leans forward and kisses me on the chin. Do you want to get a cab so you can drink, or do you want to drive? She knows I won't drink around her. I don't know why she always tries to reverse psychology on me. Nice try, I sign. I'll drive. She laughs. I have to change and get ready. We're leaving in an hour. She tries to slide off me, but I grip her waist and roll her onto her back. I know for a fact that it never takes her more than half an hour to get ready. That leaves a good 30 minutes. Allow me to help you out of your clothes, then. I pull her shirt off over her head, and my eyes drop to the very thin, intricately laced bra she has on. I grin. Is this new? She nods and smiles her sexy smile. I bought it for you. Front clasp, just how you like it. I pinch the clasp and undo it. Thank you. I can't wait to try it on. She laughs and slaps my arm. I take off her bra, then lower myself on top of her and drop my mouth to hers. I spend the next half hour reminding myself how much I've missed her. I remind myself how much I love her. I remind myself how good it feels when we're together. I keep reminding myself over and over because for the past week, it felt as if I was starting to forget. Me. Be ready in 30 minutes. We're going out. Warren. I don't want to go. Have an early shift tomorrow. No, he has to go. I can't go out with Maggie and Sydney by myself. Me. No, you're going. Be ready in 30 minutes. Warren. No, I'm not. Have fun. Me. You're going. 30. Warren. Not going. Me. Going. Warren. Not. Me. Yes. Warren. No. Me. Please? You owe me. Warren. What the hell do I owe you for? Me. Let's see, about a year's worth of rent, for one? Warren. Low blow, man. Fine. Thank God. I don't know what Sydney gets like when she drinks, but if she's a lightweight like Maggie is, I don't think I can handle the two of them on my own. I walk to the kitchen and Maggie is at the sink pulling out the bottle of Pine Sol. She holds it up to ask if I want any, and I shake my head. Figured I'd save money if I downed a couple of shots here first. You think Sydney wants any? I shrug but pull out my phone to ask her. Me. You want a shot before we go? Sydney. No, thank you. I'm not sure if I feel like drinking tonight, but you go right ahead. She doesn't want any. I sign to Maggie. Warren walks out of his bedroom and sees Maggie pouring a shot from the Pine Sol container. Shit. There goes the hiding spot. He doesn't even blink when he sees her filling her shot glass. Make it two, he says to her. If Ridge is forcing me to go out tonight, I'm getting so wasted he'll regret it. I cock my head. How long have you known that wasn't cleaning solution? He shrugs. You're deaf, Ridge. You would be surprised how many times I'm behind you and you don't even know it. He picks up the shot Maggie poured, and they both turn their attention to something behind me. Their shocked expressions force me to turn around and see what they're looking at. Oh, wow. I shouldn't have turned around. Sydney is walking out of her bedroom, but I'm not sure if it's really Sydney. This girl isn't wearing baggy shirts or walking around with her hair pulled up and a naked face. This girl is wearing a strapless black dress that's anything but simple. Her blonde hair is down and thick, and I'm thinking it probably smells as incredible as it looks. She smiles past me and says thanks to either Maggie or Warren, one of whom more than likely just told her how great she looks. She's smiling at them, but then she holds her hands up and yells, "No!" just as a mist of liquid rains down on me from behind. I spin around, and Warren and Maggie are both coughing and spitting into the sink. Warren is sipping straight from the faucet, making a face that says he didn't enjoy whatever just went down his throat. What the hell? Maggie says, scrunching up her face and wiping her mouth. Sydney runs into the kitchen with her hand over her mouth. She's shaking her head, trying not to laugh, but she looks apologetic at the same time. I'm sorry, she keeps saying over and over. What the hell just happened? Warren composes himself, then turns to Sydney. He speaks and signs at the same time, which I appreciate. He can't know how isolating it feels when you're in a group of people who hear, but no matter what, he always signs when I'm in the room with him. Did we actually just almost drink an entire shot of Pine Sol? He's eyeing Sydney hard. She answers him, and he signs her response for my benefit. She says, You two weren't supposed to drink it. It was supposed to be Ridge. And no, I didn't actually put Pine Sol in there, idiot. I'm not trying to kill the guy. It was apple juice and vinegar. She tried to prank me, and she failed. I start laughing and text her. Me. Nice try. That was a valiant effort, although it backfired. She flips me off. I look at Maggie. Luckily, she's laughing about it. There is no way I could live here, she says. She walks to the refrigerator and pulls out the milk and makes herself and Warren a quick drink to wash away the aftertaste. Let's go. Warren says after he downs the milk and tosses his cup into the sink. Ridge is driving because I won't be able to walk in 3 hours.
Chapter 9. Sydney. I have no idea where we're going, but I'm doing my best to appear engaged. I'm in the back seat with Warren, and he's talking to me about the band, explaining his involvement in it. I ask the appropriate questions and nod at the appropriate moments, but my mind isn't here at all. I know I can't expect the hurt and heartache to go away this quickly, but today has been the worst day so far since my actual birthday. I realize that all the pain I've been feeling hasn't been quite as bad because I've had Ridge this week. I don't know if it's the way he brings comedic relief when he's around, or if it's because I really was developing a crush on him, but the times I've spent with him were the only times I felt remotely happy. They were the only times I wasn't thinking about what Hunter and Tori did to me. But now, watching him in the front seat with his hand clasping Maggie's, I don't like it. I don't like how his thumb occasionally sweeps back and forth. I don't like the way she looks at him. I especially don't like the way he looks at her. I didn't like how he slipped his fingers through hers when we reached the bottom of the apartment stairs. I didn't like how he opened her door, then placed his hand on her lower back while she climbed inside the car. I didn't like how they had a silent conversation while he was putting the car in reverse. I didn't like how he laughed at whatever she said and then pulled her to him so he could kiss her forehead. I don't like how all of these things make me feel as though the only good moments I've had since last week are now over. Nothing has changed. Nothing significant happened between the two of us, and I know we'll continue with the way things have been. We'll still write lyrics together. He might still listen to me sing. We'll still continue to interact the way we've done since I met him, so this situation shouldn't be bothering me. I know in my heart that I didn't want anything to happen with him, especially at this point in my life. I know I need to be on my own. I want to be on my own. But I also know that the reason I'm feeling so conflicted by this entire situation is that I did have a little hope. Although I wasn't ready for anything right now, I thought the possibility would be there. I assumed that maybe someday, when I was ready, things could have developed between us. However, now that Maggie is in the picture, I realize there can't be a maybe someday between us. There will never be a maybe someday. He loves her, and she obviously loves him, and I can't blame them because whatever they have is beautiful. The way they look at each other and interact and obviously care about each other is something I didn't realize was missing between Hunter and me. Maybe someday I'll have that, but it won't be with Ridge, and knowing that diminishes whatever ray of hope shone through the storm of my week. Jesus, I'm so depressed. I hate Hunter. I really hate Tori. And right now, I'm so pathetically miserable, I even hate myself. Are you crying? Warren asks. No. He nods. Yes, you are. You're crying. I shake my head. I am not. You were about to, he says, looking at me sympathetically. He puts his arm around my shoulder and pulls me against him. Chin up, little girl. Maybe tonight we can find someone who will screw the thought of that jerk-off ex right out of that pretty little head of yours. I laugh and slap him in the chest. I would volunteer to do it, but Bridget doesn't like to share, he says. She's kind of a bitch like that if you haven't noticed. I laugh again, but when my eyes meet Ridge's in the rearview mirror, my smile fades. His jaw is firm and his eyes lock with mine for a few seconds before he refocuses on the road in front of him. He's unreadable most of the time, but I could swear I saw a small flash of jealousy behind those eyes. And I don't like how seeing him jealous that I'm leaning against Warren actually feels good. Turning 22 has rotted my soul. Who am I, and why am I having these awful reactions? We pull into the parking lot of a club. I've been here a few times with Tori, so I'm relieved that it won't be completely unfamiliar. Warren takes my hand and helps me out of the car, then puts an arm around my shoulders and walks with me toward the entrance. "I'll make you a deal," he says. "I'll keep my hands off you tonight so guys won't assume you're madly in love with me. I hate cockblockers and I refuse to be one. But if anyone makes you uncomfortable, just look at me and give me a signal so I can swoop in and pull you out of the situation." I nod. Sounds like a plan. What kind of signal do I give you? I don't know, you can lick your lips seductively, maybe squeeze your breasts together. I elbow him in the side. Or maybe I can just scratch my nose. He shrugs. That works too, I guess. He opens the door and we all make our way inside. The music is overwhelming, and the second the doors close behind us, Warren leans in to shout into my ear, "There are usually booths open on the balcony level. Let's go there." He tightens his grip on my hand, then turns to Ridge and Maggie and motions for them to follow. I haven't had to use the secret code Warren and I agreed on, and we've been here more than 2 hours now. I've danced with several people, but as soon as the song ends, I make it a point to smile politely and head back to the booth. Warren and Maggie seem to have made a nice dent in the liquor stock, but Ridge hasn't had a drop. Other than a shot Warren persuaded me to take when we first arrived, I haven't had anything to drink either. "My feet hurt," I say. Maggie and Ridge have danced a couple of times, but that was to slow songs, so I make it a point not to watch them. "No," Warren says, attempting to pull me back up. "I want to dance." I shake my head. He's drunk and loud, and every time I try to dance with him, he ends up butchering my feet almost as badly as he butchers the moves. "I'll dance with you," Maggie says to him. She climbs over Ridge in the booth, and Warren takes her hand. They head down to the lower level to dance, and it's the first time Ridge and I have been alone in the booth. I don't like it. I like it. I don't. I do. See? Rotten soul. Corrupted, rotten soul. Ridge. Having fun? I'm not really, but I nod because I don't want to be that annoying, broken-hearted girl who wants everyone around her to feel how miserable she is. Ridge. I need to say something, and I may be way off base here, but I'm attempting to improve on how I unintentionally omit things from you. I look up at him and nod again. Ridge. Warren is in love with Bridget. I read his text twice. Why would he need to say that to me? Unless he thinks I like Warren. Ridge. He's always been a flirt, so I just wanted to clear that up. I don't want to see you get hurt again, that's all. Me. Appreciate your concern, but it's unnecessary. Really, have no interest there. He smiles. Me. You were right. I like Maggie. Ridge. I knew you would. Everyone likes Maggie. She's very likable. I lift my eyes and look around when a Sounds of Cedar song begins to play. I scoot to the back of the booth and look over the railing. Warren and Maggie are standing by the DJ's table, and Warren is interacting with the DJ while Maggie dances around next to him. Me. They're playing one of your songs. Ridge. Yeah, that always happens when Warren's around. Are they playing Getaway? Me. Yeah, how'd you know? Ridge presses a flat palm to his chest and smiles. Me. Wow, you can differentiate your songs like that? He nods. Me. What's Maggie's story? She communicates really well. She seems to dance really well. Does she have a different level of hearing loss from yours? Ridge. Yes, she has mild hearing loss. She hears most things with hearing aids, which is why she also speaks so well, and she does dance well. I stick to slow songs when she wants me to dance with her, since I can't hear them. Me. Is that why Maggie speaks out loud and you don't? Because she can hear? His eyes swing up to mine for a few seconds, and then he looks back at his phone. Ridge. No, I could speak if I wanted to. I should stop. I know he's probably annoyed by these questions, but I'm too curious. Me. Why don't you then? He shrugs, but doesn't text me back. Me. No, I want to know. There has to be a reason. It seems like it would make things a lot easier for you. Ridge. I just don't. I get along fine with how I do things now. Me. Yes, especially when Maggie and Warren are around. Why would you need to talk when they can do it for you? I hit send before I realize I probably shouldn't have said that. I have noticed Maggie and Warren do a lot of his talking for him, though. They've ordered for him every time the waitress has come by the booth, and I've noticed Warren do it several times this week in different situations. Ridge reads my text, then looks back up at me. It seems I made him uncomfortable, and I immediately regret saying what I did. Me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to come out how it probably sounded. I just meant you seem to let them do things for you that they wouldn't necessarily have to do if you would speak for yourself. My explanation seems to bother him even more than the initial text. I feel as if I'm digging myself a hole. Me. Sorry. I'll stop. It's not my place to judge your situation, because I obviously can't put myself in your shoes. I was just trying to understand. He looks at me and pulls the corner of his bottom lip into his mouth. I've noticed he does this when he's thinking hard about something. The way he continues to stare at me makes my throat go dry. I break his gaze, pull the straw into my mouth, and take a sip of my soda. When I look back at him, he's texting again. Ridge. I was 9 when I stopped verbalizing. His text does more to my stomach than his stare did. I don't know why. Me. You used to talk? Why did you stop? Ridge. It might take me a while to text the explanation. Me. It's fine. You can tell me about it at home when we have our laptops. He scoots to the edge of the booth and peers over the balcony. I follow his gaze down to Maggie and Warren, who are still both hovering around the DJ booth. When he sees that they're still occupied, he moves away from the railing and leans forward across the table, resting his elbows in front of him as he begins to text. Ridge. They don't look like they're ready to leave, so I guess we have time now. Brennan and I didn't luck out in the parent department. They both had issues with addiction. They might still have them, but we wouldn't know because we haven't spoken to either of them in years. My mother spent most of our childhood in bed, doped up on pain pills. Our father spent most of our childhood in bars. When I was 5, I was enrolled in a school for the deaf. That's where I learned sign language. I would come home and teach Brennan because neither of my parents knew ASL. I taught him because I was 5 years old and had never had a conversation with anyone before. I was so desperate to communicate. I was forcing my 2-year-old brother to learn signs like cookie and window, just so I would have someone to talk to. My heart sinks to my stomach. I look up at him, but he's still texting. Ridge. Imagine walking into your first day of school to the realization that there is actually a way to communicate. When I saw kids having conversations with their hands, I was amazed. I lived the first 5 years of my life never knowing what it was like to communicate. The school began teaching me how to form words using my voice, how to read, how to sign. I spent the next few years practicing everything I learned on Brennan. He became just as fluent in ASL as I was. I wanted him to know it, but I also didn't want to use him as my way to communicate with my parents. So, when I would talk to them, I would always speak my words. I couldn't hear my own voice, of course, and I know it sounds different when deaf people speak, but I wanted a way to communicate with them since they didn't know ASL. One day, when I was talking to my father, he told Brennan to tell me to shut up, then had Brennan speak for me. I didn't understand why, but he was angry. Every time I would try to talk to my father after that, the same thing would happen, and he would tell Brennan to tell me to stop voicing my words. Brennan would translate what my father wanted him to say back to me. I finally realized My father didn't want me to talk because he didn't like the way my voice sounded. It embarrassed him that I couldn't hear. He didn't like for me to speak when we were in public because people would know I was deaf, so he would tell me to shut up every time I did it. One day at home, he became so angry that I was still doing it that he started yelling at Brennan. He assumed that since I continued speaking my words, Brennan wasn't relaying the fact that he didn't want me to speak. He was really drunk that day and took his anger too far, which wasn't uncommon. But he hit Brennan so hard upside the head it knocked him out. Tears begin to well in my eyes, and I have to inhale a calming breath. Ridge. He was only 6 years old, Sydney. 6. I never wanted to give my father another reason to hit him, so that was the last day I ever spoke out loud. I guess it just became habit after that. He lays his phone on the table and folds his arms in front of him. He doesn't seem to be waiting for a response from me. He may not even want one. He watches me, and I know he sees the tears falling down my cheeks, but he doesn't react to them. I take a deep breath, then reach over and pick up a napkin and wipe my eyes. I wish he wouldn't see me responding like this, but I can't hold it back. He smiles softly and begins to reach across the table for my hand, and then Warren and Maggie reappear at the booth. Ridge pulls his hand back and looks up at them. Maggie's arms are draped across Warren's shoulders, and she's laughing at nothing in particular. Warren keeps trying to grab the back of the booth. It looks as if he's about to need support too, but he can't seem to grasp anything. Ridge and I both stand up and assist them. Ridge pulls Maggie off Warren, and I wrap Warren's arm around my shoulders. He presses his forehead to mine. "Sid, I'm so happy you got cheated on. I'm so happy you moved in." I laugh and push his face away from mine. Ridge nods his head toward the exit, and I nod in agreement. Another drink and we would probably have to carry these two out. "I like that dress you wear, Sid, that blue one, but please don't wear it again." Warren is leaning his head against mine as we make our way toward the stairs. "I don't like your ass in it because I think I might love Bridget, and your dress makes me love your ass." Wow, he's really drunk if he's admitting that he might love Bridget. "I already told you I was burning that dress," I say, laughing. "Good," he says with a sigh. We reach the exit, and I notice Ridge is carrying Maggie now. Her arms are draped around his neck, and her eyes are closed. Once we reach the car, she opens her eyes as Ridge tries to stand her up. She attempts to take a step, but ends up stumbling. Ridge opens the back door, and she practically falls inside. He scoots her to the other side of the seat, and she falls against the door, closing her eyes again. Ridge steps out of the way and motions for Warren to climb in. Warren steps forward and reaches up to Ridge's face. He pats Ridge's cheek and says, "I feel bad for you, buddy. I bet it's really hard not to kiss Sydney, 'cause it's hard for me and I don't even like her like you do." Warren climbs inside the car and falls against Maggie. I'm thankful that he was too drunk to sign any of that, because I know that Ridge didn't understand what he said. I can tell by the confused look Ridge is giving me. He laughs and bends down, lifting Warren's leg, which is still hanging out of the car. He pushes it inside the car and closes the door, and my mind is still stuck on Warren's words. Ridge reaches in front of me and pulls on the handle of the front passenger door, then opens it. I step forward, but the second Ridge's hand rests against my lower back, I pause. I glance up at him, and he's looking straight down at me. His hand remains on my lower back as I force myself to slowly close the gap between myself and the car. The second I begin to lower myself into the seat, his hand slips away, and he waits until I'm all the way inside the car, then closes the door. I lean my head back into the seat and close my eyes, terrified of what that simple gesture just did to me. I hear him take his position behind the wheel, and the car cranks, but I continue to keep my eyes closed. I don't want to look at him. I don't want to feel what I feel when I look at him. I don't like how every minute I spend with him, I feel more and more like a Tory. My phone receives a text, so I'm forced to open my eyes. Ridge is holding his phone, watching me. Ridge. She doesn't do this a lot. Probably not even 3 times a year. She's been under a lot of stress lately, and she likes to go out. It helps. Me. I wasn't judging her. Ridge. I know. I just wanted you to know she's not a raging alcoholic like I am. He winks at me, and I laugh. I glance into the back seat, where Warren is draped across Maggie. They're both out cold. I turn back around in my seat and text him again. Me. Thank you for telling me all that earlier. You didn't have to, and I know you probably didn't want to, but thank you. He gives me a sideways glance, then returns his attention to his phone. Ridge. I've never told anyone that story. Not even Brennan. He was probably too young to even remember it. He sets his phone down and puts the car in reverse, then begins to back out. Why is it that the only question I wish I could ask him right now is the most inappropriate one? I want to ask him if he's ever told Maggie, but his answer shouldn't matter to me. It shouldn't matter at all, but it does. He begins to drive, and he reaches down and turns on the radio, which confuses me. He can't hear it, so I don't understand why he would care if it was on or off. But then I realize he didn't do it for himself. He turned it on for me.
Ridge. After stopping at a drive-thru for food, we pull up to the apartment complex. I put the car in park. Me. Take the food up and unlock the door while I wake them up. She picks up our 2 drinks and the bag of food. She heads up to the apartment, and I walk to the back door and open it. I shake Warren awake and help him out of the car. Then I wake Maggie up and help her out. She's still too out of it to walk, so I pick her up and shut the door behind me. I make sure Warren walks ahead of me up the stairs because I'm not positive he won't fall down them. When we make it inside, Warren stumbles to his bedroom, and I walk Maggie into my room. I lay her on the bed and take off her shoes, then her clothes. I pull the covers over her, then head back into the dining room where Sydney has laid out our food. It's almost midnight, and we haven't eaten since lunch. I take a seat in front of her. Me. So now that you know one of my deep, dark secrets, I want to know one of yours. We both have our phones out on the table while we eat. She smiles and begins to text me back. Sydney. You have more than one deep, dark secret? Me. We're talking about you right now. If we're going to be working together, I need to know what I'm getting myself into. Tell me about your family. Any raging alcoholics? Sydney. No, just raging assholes. My father is a lawyer, and he hates that I'm not going to law school. My mother stays home. She's never worked a day in her life. She's a great mom, but she's also one of those perfect moms, you know? Think Leave It to Beaver meets Stepford Wives. Me. Siblings? Sydney. Nope, only child. Me. I wouldn't have pegged you as an only child, nor would I have guessed you were a lawyer's daughter. Sydney. Why, because I'm not pretentious and spoiled? I smile at her and nod. Sydney. Well, thanks. I try. Me. I don't mean for this to come off as insensitive, but if your father is a lawyer and you still have a relationship with your parents, why did you not call them last week when you had nowhere to go? Sydney. The primary thing my mother instilled in me was the fact that she didn't want me to be her. She had no education and has always been completely dependent on my father. She raised me to be very independent and financially responsible, so I've always taken pride in not asking for their help. It's hard sometimes, especially when I really need their help, but I always get by. I also don't ask for their help because my father would point out in a not-so-nice way that if I were in law school, he'd be paying for it. Me. Wait, you're paying for school on your own, but if you changed your major to pre-law, your father would pay for it. She nods. Me. That's not really fair. Sydney. Like I said, my father is an asshole. But I don't go around blaming my parents for everything. I have a lot to be thankful for. I've grown up in a relatively normal household. Both of my parents are alive and well, and they support me to an extent. They're better than most, just worse than some. I hate it when people spend their entire lives blaming their parents for every bad thing that happens to them. Me. Yeah, I completely agree. Which is why I was emancipated at 16. Decided to take my life into my own hands. Sydney. Really? What about Brennan? Me. I took him with me. The courts thought he stayed with my parents, but he moved in with me. Well, with Warren. We've been friends since we were 14. Both of his parents are deaf, which is how he knows ASL. Once I became emancipated, they allowed me and Brennan to stay with them. My parents still had guardianship over Brennan, but as far as they were concerned, I did them a huge favor by taking him off their hands. Sydney. Well, that was incredibly considerate of Warren's parents. Me. Yes, they're great people. Not sure why Warren turned out the way he did, though. She laughs. Sydney. Did they continue to raise Brennan after you left for college? Me. No, we actually only stayed with them for 7 months. When I turned 17, I moved us into an apartment. I dropped out of school and got a GED so I could start college sooner. Sydney. Wow, so you raised your brother? Me. Hardly. Brennan lived with me, but he was never the type who could be raised. He was 14 when we got our own place. I was only 17. As much as I'd like to say I was the responsible, mature adult, I was quite the opposite. Our apartment became the hangout for everyone who knew us, and Brennan partied just as hard as I did. Sydney. That shocks me. You seem so responsible. Me. I wasn't as wild as I probably could have been, being on my own at that young an age. Luckily, all our money went to bills and rent, so I never got into any bad habits. We just liked to have fun. Our band was formed when Brennan was 16 and I was 19, so that took up a lot of our time. That's also the year I started dating Maggie, and I calmed down a lot after that. Sydney. You've been with Maggie since you were 19? I nod but don't text her back. My food has hardly been touched from all the texting, so I pick up my burger. She does the same, and we eat until both of us are finished. We stand up and clear off the table, and she gives me a wave and heads off to her room. I sit on the couch and turn on the TV. After about 15 minutes of channel surfing, I finally stop on a movie channel. The captioning has been turned off on the TV, but I don't bother turning it back on. I'm too tired to read and follow along with the movie anyway. The door to Sydney's bedroom opens, and she walks out, looking slightly startled when she sees I'm still awake. She's in one of her baggy shirts again, and her hair is wet. She walks back to her room, then comes out with her phone and sits on the couch with me. Sydney. I'm not tired. What are you watching? Me. I don't know, but it just started. She pulls her feet up and rests her head on the arm of the couch. Her eyes are on the TV, but my eyes are on her. I have to admit, the Sydney who went out tonight is a completely different Sydney from the one lying here. Her makeup is gone, her hair is no longer perfect, her clothes even have holes in them, and I can't help but laugh just looking at her. If I were Hunter, I'd be punching myself in the face right now. She's beginning to lean forward for her phone when she cuts her eyes in my direction. I want to look back at the TV and pretend she didn't just catch me staring at her, but that would make this even more awkward. Luckily, she doesn't seem to care that I was looking at her because she gives her attention to her phone. Sydney. How are you watching this without captions? Me. Too tired to read along right now. Sometimes I just like to watch movies without captions and try to guess what they're saying. Sydney. I want to try it. Put it on mute and we'll deaf watch it together. I laugh. Deaf watch. That's a new one. I point the remote to the TV and press the mute button. She turns her attention back to the TV, but once again, I fail to look away from her. I don't understand my sudden obsession with staring at her, but I can't seem to stop. She's several feet away. We aren't touching. We aren't speaking. She isn't even looking at me. Yet the simple fact that I'm staring at her makes me feel incredibly guilty, as if I'm doing something wrong. Staring is harmless, so why do I feel so guilty? I attempt to talk myself out of the feelings of guilt, but deep down, I know exactly what's happening. I don't feel guilty simply because I'm staring at her. I feel guilty for how it's making me feel. This makes twice in a row I've been woken up like this. I push away the hand that's slapping me and open my eyes. Warren is standing over me. He slaps a piece of paper on my chest and whacks his hand against the side of my head. He walks to the front door and grabs his keys, then leaves for work. Why is he going to work this early? I pick up my phone and it says 6 a.m. I guess he's not leaving early. I sit up on the couch and see Sydney still curled up at the other end, sound asleep. I pull the paper from Warren off my chest and look down at it. How about you go to your room and sleep in the bed with your girlfriend? I wad up the note and stand, then take it to the trash can and bury it. I go back to the couch, put my hand on Sydney's shoulder, and shake her awake. She rolls onto her back and rubs her eyes, then looks up at me. She smiles when she sees me. That's it. All she did just now was smile, but all of a sudden my chest is on fire, and it feels as if a wave of heat just rolled down the entire length of my body. I recognize this feeling, and it's not good. It's not good at all. I haven't felt this way since I was 19. Since I first began developing feelings for Maggie. I point to Sydney's room to let her know she should go to bed, then quickly turn around and head into my bedroom. I pull off my jeans and t-shirt and softly slide into bed next to Maggie. I wrap my arms around her, pull her against my chest, and spend the next half hour falling asleep to a broken record of reminders. You're in love with Maggie. Maggie's perfect for you. You're perfect for her. She needs you. You're happy when you're with her. You're with the one and only girl you're meant to be with.
Chapter 10. Sydney. It's been 2 weeks since Ridge and I have worked on lyrics together. A few days after Maggie went home, Ridge ended up leaving for 6 days because of a family emergency. He was vague about what the emergency was, but it reminded me of when I still lived with Tori and he was absent from his balcony for several days. A family emergency was his excuse then, too. Based on conversations I've heard Warren have on the phone with Brennan, I know it didn't have anything to do with Brennan. But he's never mentioned having family other than Brennan. When Ridge returned a few days ago, I asked him if everything was okay, and he said things were fine. He didn't seem to want to share any details, and I'm trying to remind myself that his personal life is none of my concern. I've immersed myself in school, and every now and then, I'll attempt to write lyrics on my own, but it isn't the same when I don't have the music to go along with it. Ridge has been home for a few days now, but he's spent most of his time in his room catching up on work, and I can't help but wonder if he's kept his distance for other reasons. I've been hanging out with Warren a lot and have learned more about his relationship with Bridget. I haven't had any more interactions with her, so as far as I know, she still assumes I'm deaf. Based on what Warren has told me, their relationship is anything but typical. Warren never met Bridget before she moved in 6 months ago, but she's a longtime friend of Brennan's. Warren says that he and Bridget don't get along at all, and during the day they live separate lives. But at night, it's a completely different story. He has tried to go into more detail than I care to hear, so I force him to shut up when he begins to overshare. I'm really wishing he would shut up right now, because he's in the midst of one of his oversharing moments. I have to leave for class in half an hour, and I'm trying to finish reading a last-minute chapter, but he's intent on telling me all about last night and how he wouldn't let her take her Hooters uniform off because he likes to role play, and oh my God, why does he think I care to hear this? Luckily, Bridget walks out of her room, and it's more than likely the first time I've ever been happy to see her. "Good morning, Bridget," Warren says, his eyes following her across the living room. "Sleep well?" "Screw you, Warren," she says in return. I'm beginning to understand that this is their typical morning greeting. She walks into the kitchen and glances at me, then at Warren, seated next to me on the couch. She narrows her eyes at him and turns toward the refrigerator. Ridge is at the dining room table, concentrating on his laptop. I don't like how she's up your ass all the time, Bridget says with her back to me. Warren looks at me and laughs. Apparently, Bridget still assumes I can't hear her, but I'm not finding much humor in the fact that she's talking shit about me. She spins around and eyes Warren. You think that's funny? She says to him. The girl obviously has it bad for you, and you can't even respect me enough to distance yourself from her until I'm out of the house? She turns her back to us again. First, she gives Ridge some sob story so he'll let her move in, and now she's taking advantage of the fact that you know sign language so she can flirt with you. Bridget, stop. Warren isn't laughing anymore, because he can see how white my knuckles are clasped around my book. I think he's afraid Bridget's about to get hit upside the head with a hardback. He's right to be afraid. You stop, Warren, she says, turning back around to face him. Either stop crawling into bed with me at night, or stop shacking up on the couch with her during the day. I drop my book onto my lap with a loud slap, then kick my feet up and down against the floor out of frustration, anger, and flat-out annoyance. I can't put up with this girl for another second. Bridget, please, I yell. Shut up! Shut up, shut up, shut up! Christ, I don't know why you think I'm deaf, and I'm definitely not a whore, and I'm not using sign language to flirt with Warren. I don't even know sign language. And from now on, please stop yelling when you speak to me. Bridget cocks her pretty little head, and her mouth hangs open in shock. She silently stares at me for several seconds. No one in the room makes a move. She turns her attention to Warren, and the anger in her eyes is replaced with hurt. She immediately looks away once the hurt takes over, and she heads straight back to her room. I glance over to see Ridge staring at me, more than likely wondering what the hell just happened. I lean my head back against the couch and sigh. I was hoping that would feel good, but it didn't feel good at all. Well, Warren says, there goes my chance to act out all the role-playing scenes I've been imagining. Thanks a lot, Sydney. Screw you, Warren, I say, understanding a little bit where Bridget's attitude comes from. I slide my book off my lap and stand up, then walk to Bridget's door. I knock, but she doesn't open it. I knock again, turn the knob, and push the door slightly open to peek inside. Bridget? A pillow meets the back of the door with a thud. Get the hell out of my room! I ignore her and open the door a little further until I can see her. She's sitting on her bed, with her knees pulled up to her chest. When she sees me coming into her room, she quickly wipes her eyes, then turns the other way. She's crying, and now I feel really shitty. I walk to her bed and sit on the edge of it, as far out of her reach as possible. I may feel bad, but I'm still scared to death of her. I'm sorry, I say. She rolls her eyes and falls back onto the bed in a huff. You are not, she says. I don't blame you, I deserved it. I tilt my head. Did she really just admit that she deserved it? I'm not gonna lie, Bridget. You are kind of a bitch. She laughs softly, then folds her arm over her eyes. God, I know. I just get so annoyed with people, but I can't help it. It's not like it's my goal in life to be a bitch. I lie back on the bed with her. So don't be one, then. It takes way more effort to be a bitch than it does to not be one. She shakes her head. You can say that because you're not a bitch. I sigh. She may not think I'm a bitch, but I sure have been feeling like one lately. For what it's worth, I'm more evil than you might think. I may not express my feelings in quite the same fashion as you, but I definitely have evil thoughts. And, lately, evil intentions. I'm beginning to think I'm not as nice as I always thought I was. Bridget doesn't respond to my admission for a few quiet moments. She finally sighs heavily and sits up on the bed. Can I ask you something, now that I know you can actually answer me? I sit up too and nod. Are you and Warren... She pauses. You guys seem to get along really well, and I was curious if... I smile because I know where she's going with this, and I interrupt her string of thought. Warren and I are friends, and we could never be more than friends. He's sort of oddly infatuated with this bitchy Hooters waitress he knows. Bridget smiles, but then she quickly stops smiling and looks straight at me. How long has Warren known that I thought you were deaf? I think back on the past few weeks. Since the morning after I moved in? I wince, knowing Warren's about to experience the side of Bridget we all know too well. But please go easy on him, Bridget. As strangely as you two show it, he really does like you. He might even love you, but he was drunk when he said that, so I don't know for sure. If it's possible to hear a heart stop, I just heard hers come to a screeching halt. He said that? I nod. A couple of weeks ago, we were leaving the club and he was wasted, but he said something about how he's pretty sure he might love you. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, though. She drops her eyes to the floor and is quiet for several seconds, then looks back up at me. You know, most things people say when they're drunk are more accurate and honest than the things they say when they're sober. I nod, unsure if that's a true fact or just a Bridget fact. She stands up and walks swiftly to the door, then swings it open. Oh no, she's about to kill Warren, and it's partly my fault. I stand up and rush to the door, prepared to catch the blame for telling her what Warren said. However, once I reach the living room, she's swinging her leg over his, sliding onto his lap. Warren's eyes are wide, and he's looking at her in fear, which tells me this isn't one of her usual moves. Bridget takes Warren's face in her hands, and he hesitantly brings his hands to her lower back. She sighs, staring him hard in the eyes. I can't believe I'm falling in love with such a stupid asshole, she says to him. He stares at her for several seconds while her comment registers, and then his hands fly up to the back of her head, and he crashes their lips together. He scoots forward and stands with Bridget wrapped around him. Then, without breaking for air, he takes her directly to his bedroom, where the door shuts behind them. I'm smiling, because Bridget is more than likely the only girl in existence who could pull off calling someone an asshole and in the same breath confess her love. And oddly enough, Warren is probably one of the few guys who would find that appealing. They're perfect for each other. Ridge, how in the hell did you pull that one off? I was waiting for her to come out here and strangle him. You spend 2 minutes with her and she's all over him. Me. She's actually not as bad as she seems. Ridge. Really? Me. Well, maybe she is, but I guess I admire that about her. She's true to herself. Ridge smiles, sets his phone down, and drops his eyes back to his laptop. There's something different about him now. I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but I can see it in his eyes. He looks distraught, or sad, or maybe just tired. He actually looks like a little bit of all three, and it makes me hurt for him. When I first met him, he seemed to have everything together. Now that I've gotten to know him better, I'm beginning to think that's not the case. The guy standing in front of me right now looks as if his life is a mess, and I haven't even begun to scratch the surface. Ridge, I'm still a little behind on work, but I should be caught up by tonight. If you feel like running through a new song, you know where to find me. Me. Sounds good. I have an afternoon study group, but I'll be back by 7. He smiles half-heartedly and heads to his room. I know I'm beginning to understand most of his expressions. The one he just shot me was definitely a look of nervousness.
Ridge. I assumed she didn't feel like riding tonight when she didn't show, and I told myself I was okay with that. However, it's a few minutes past 8 and my light just flickered. I can't ignore the rush of adrenaline pumping through me. I tell myself my body is having the reaction it's having because I'm passionate about writing music, But if that were the case, why don't I get this excited when I write alone? Or with Brennan? I close my eyes and gently lay my guitar next to me while inhaling a steady breath. It's been weeks since we've done this. Since the night she let me hear her sing, and it completely changed the dynamic of our working relationship. That's not her fault, though. I'm not even sure if it's my fault. It's nature's fault, because attraction is an ugly beast, and I'll be damned if I don't conquer it. I can do this. I open the door to my bedroom and step aside while she comes in with her notebook and her laptop. She walks confidently toward the bed and drops down on it, then opens her laptop. I sit back down and open mine. Sydney. I couldn't pay attention in class today because all I wanted to do was write lyrics. I wouldn't let myself write any, though, because it comes so much better when you play. I've missed this. I didn't think I would like it at first, and it made me nervous, but I love writing lyrics. Love, love, love it. Let's go. I'm ready. She's smiling at me and giddily patting her palms against the mattress. I smile back as I lean against the headboard and begin playing the opening to a new song I've been working on. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm hoping that with her help, we'll make some headway tonight. I play the song several times, and she watches me some of the time, then writes some of the time. She uses her hands to tell me to pause or back up or move on to the next chorus or to restart the song altogether. I keep a close eye on her while I play, and we continue this dance for more than an hour. She does a lot of scratching out and makes a heck of a lot of faces that I'm not sure convey that she's having any fun. She eventually sits up and tears the paper out of the notebook, then wads it up and tosses it into the trash can. She slaps her notebook shut and shakes her head. Sydney. I'm sorry, Ridge. Maybe I'm just exhausted, but it's not clicking right now. Can we try this again tomorrow night? I nod, doing my best to hide my disappointment. I don't like seeing her frustrated. She takes her laptop and notebook and starts to walk back toward her bedroom. She turns back around and mouths, "Good night." As soon as she disappears, I'm off the bed and digging through the trash can. I pull out her wadded up sheet of paper and take it back to my bed and unfold it. Watching him from here, so far away, want him closer than my heart can take. I want him here. I want, maybe one of these days. I want him here, maybe someday. There are random sentences, some marked out, some not. I read all of them, attempting to work my way around them. I'd run for him if I could stand. I'd run for you if I could stand. But I can't make that demand. I can't be his right now. Why can't he take me away? But I can't make that demand. I can't be his right now. Reading her words feels like an invasion of her privacy. But is it? Technically, we're in this together, so I should be able to read what she's writing as she writes it. But there's something different about this song. It's different because this song doesn't sound like it's about Hunter. This song sounds a little like it could be about me. I shouldn't be doing this. I should not be picking up my phone right now, and I should definitely not be contemplating how to persuade her to help me finish this song tonight. Me. Don't be mad, but I'm reading your lyrics. I think I know where your frustration is coming from. Sydney. Could it be coming from the fact that I suck at writing lyrics and a few songs is all I had in me? I pick up my guitar and head to her bedroom. I knock and open her door, assuming she's still decent since she just left my room 2 minutes ago. I walk to her bed and sit, then grab her notebook and pen and place her lyrics on top of the notebook. I write a note and hand it to her. You have to remember the band you're writing lyrics for is all guys. I know it's hard to write from a male point of view since you're obviously not male. If you stop writing this song from your own point of view and try to feel it from a different point of view, the lyrics might come. Maybe it's been hard because you know a guy will be singing it, but the feelings are coming from you. Just flip it around and see what happens. She reads my note, then picks up the pen and shifts back on her bed. She looks at me and nods her head toward my guitar, indicating that she'll give it a try. I scoot off the bed and onto the floor, then stand my guitar upright and pull it against my chest. When I'm working out chords to a new song, it helps to play this way sometimes so I can feel the vibrations more clearly. I close my eyes, lean my head against the guitar, and begin playing.
Chapter 11. Sydney. Oh God, he's doing that thing again. The mesmerizing thing. When I've seen him play his guitar like this in the past, it was before I knew he couldn't hear himself play. I thought maybe he just played this way to get a different angle on the strings, but now I know he does it so he can feel the music better. I don't know why, but knowing this makes me love watching him even more. I should probably be working on the lyrics, but I watch him play the entire song without once opening his eyes. When he finishes, I quickly glance down to my notebook because I know he's about to open his eyes and look up at me. I pretend I'm writing, and he flips his guitar around the correct way, then leans back against my dresser and begins playing the song again. I focus on the lyrics and think about what he said. Ridge was right. I wasn't thinking about the fact that a guy would be singing them. I was focused on pouring my feelings onto paper. I close my eyes and tried to picture Ridge singing the song. I try to imagine what it would be like to be honest about what I'm feeling for him and use that to take the lyrics a little further. I open my eyes and cross out the first line of the song, then begin rewriting the first verse. Watching him from here, crossed out. Seeing something from so far away, get a little closer every day, thinking that I want to make it mine. I think the real reason I'm not able to write tonight is that every line that ends up on paper is about Ridge, and I know Ridge will be able to see through it. He pulled the lyrics out of the trash and already read through them, so he has to have an idea. Still, he's here, wanting me to finish the song. I focus on the second verse and try to keep his advice in mind. I'd run for him, crossed out you, if I could stand. But I can't make that demand, crossed out. What I want, I can't demand, 'cause what I want is you. I continue to go through the lyrics on the page, crossing out the old lines and changing them up as Ridge plays the song several times. If I could be his, I would wait, crossed out. And if I can't be yours now, I'll wait here on this ground, till you come, till you take me away. Maybe someday, maybe someday. The page becomes messy and hard to read, so I set it aside and open my notebook to rewrite everything. Ridge stops playing for a few minutes while I transfer everything onto the new page. When I look up at him, he points to the page, wanting to read what I've written. I nod. He walks to the bed and sits next to me, leaning in toward me to read what I've got so far. I'm extremely aware that he might see right through the lyrics and know they have more to do with him than with Hunter, which causes panic to course through my veins. He pulls the notebook closer to him, but it's still on my lap. His shoulder is pressed to mine, and his face is so close he could probably feel my breath against his cheek, if I were breathing. I force my eyes to fall where his have, onto the lyrics rewritten across the page on my lap. I try to ignore what you say. You turn to me, I turn away. Ridge picks up the pen and marks through the last line, then tilts his head to face me. He points the pen at himself and makes a writing motion in the air, indicating that he wants to change something. I nod, full of nerves and fear that he doesn't like it. He presses his pen to the paper next to the lyrics he crossed out. He pauses for a few seconds before writing and slowly turns to face me again. His expression is full of trepidation, and I'm curious about what's causing it. His eyes fall from mine, slowly grazing over me, until his attention is back on the page. He inhales and carefully exhales, then begins writing the new lyrics. I watch him write out the lyrics to the entire song as I follow closely along, deciphering the new lyrics he adds in himself. Maybe someday. Seeing something from so far away, get a little closer every day, thinking that I want to make it mine. I'd run for you if I could stand, but what I want I can't demand, 'cause what I want is you. Chorus. And if I can't be yours now, I'll wait here on this ground, till you come, till you take me away. Maybe someday, maybe someday. I try to ignore what you say. You turn to me, I turn away. But Cupid must have shot me twice. I smell your perfume on my bed. Thoughts of you invade my head. Truths are written, never said. Repeat, chorus. You say it's wrong, but it feels right. You cut me loose, then hold on tight. Words unfinished, like our song. Nothing good can come this way. Lines are drawn, but then they fade. For her, I bend. For you, I break. Repeat, chorus. When he's finished writing, he sets the pen down across the paper. His eyes turn to mine again, and I don't know if he's expecting me to respond to what he just wrote, but I can't. I'm trying not to allow myself to feel as if there's any truth behind his lyrics, but his words from the first night we wrote together flash through my head. They're your words, Sydney, words that came from you. He was telling me then that lyrics have truth behind them because they come from somewhere inside the person who wrote them. I look back down at the page. For her I bend, for you I break. Oh my God, I can't. I didn't ask for this. I don't want this. But it feels so good. His words feel good. His closeness feels good. His eyes searching mine make my heart go haywire, and for the life of me, I can't figure out how something that feels like this can be so wrong. I'm not a bad person. Ridge isn't a bad person. How can two good people who both have such good intentions end up with feelings derived from all the goodness that are so incredibly bad? Ridge's expression grows more concerned, and he pulls his gaze away from mine and picks up his phone. Ridge, are you okay? Ha, am I okay? Yeah. That's why my palms are sweating and my chest is heaving and I'm clenching the sheet beside me on the bed so I don't do something to him with these hands that I'll never forgive myself for. I nod, then gently push him aside as I stand up and walk to the bathroom. I shut the door behind me and lean against it, closing my eyes and silently repeating the mantra in my head that I've been repeating for weeks now. Maggie, 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 Maggie.
Ridge. After several minutes, she finally walks back into her bedroom. She smiles at me, walks to the bed, and picks up her phone. Sydney. Sorry, I felt sick. Me. You okay? Sydney. Yeah, just needed water, I guess. I love the lyrics, Ridge. They're perfect. Do we need to run through them again, or can we call it a night? I really would like to run through them again, but she looks tired. I'd also give anything to feel her sing them again, but I'm not sure that's a good idea. I already beat up my conscience enough while I was writing the rest of the lyrics down. However, the fact that I was more than likely writing about her didn't seem to stop me, because the only thing on my mind was the simple fact that I was actually writing. I haven't been able to write lyrics in months, and in just a matter of minutes, it was as if a fog lifted and the words began to flow effortlessly. I would have kept going if I didn't feel I'd already gone way too far. Me. We'll call it a night. I'm really happy with this one, Sid. She smiles, and I pick up my guitar and head to my room. I spend the next several minutes transferring her lyrics into the music program on my laptop and filling in the guitar chords. Once it's all entered, I hit send, close it out, and text Brennan. Me. Just sent you a very rough draft with lyrics. I really want Sydney to hear this one, so if you have time this week to work up a rough acoustic, send it over. I think it'll be good for her to finally be able to hear something she created come to life. Brennan. Looking at it now, I hate to admit this, but I think you were right about her. She really was sent to Earth just for us. Me. Starting to seem that way. Brennan. Give me an hour. Not busy, so I'll see what we can work up. An hour? He's sending it tonight? I immediately text Sydney. Me. Try not to fall asleep. I might have a little surprise for you after a while. Sydney. okay? 45 minutes later, I get an email with an attachment from Brennan that says, rough cut, maybe someday. I open it on my phone, find a set of earbuds in the kitchen drawer, and head to Sydney's room. She opens the door after I knock and lets me into her room. I walk over to sit on her bed and motion to the spot on the mattress beside me. She looks at me questioningly, but walks to the bed. I hand her the earbuds and pat her pillow so she lies down and places them in her ears. She continues to watch me warily, as if I'm about to pull an elaborate prank on her. I scoot down next to her and prop myself up on my elbow, then hit play. I set the phone down between us and watch her. A few seconds pass and her head swings in my direction. And oh my God, passes her lips. And she's looking at me as if I've just given her the world. And it feels pretty damn good. She smiles and puts her hand over her mouth as her eyes fill with tears. She tilts her face back up to the ceiling, more than likely because she's embarrassed by her emotional reaction. She shouldn't be. It's exactly what I was hoping to see. I continue to watch her as she listens, and her face conveys a mixture of emotions. She smiles, then exhales, and closes her eyes. When the song ends, she looks at me and mouths, again. I smile and hit play on my phone again. I continue to watch her, but the second her lips begin moving and I realize she's singing along to the song, my smile is washed away by a sudden emotion I didn't expect to feel at all. Jealousy. Never in all my life and in all my years of living in a world of silence have I wanted to hear something as much as I want to hear her sing right now. I want to hear her so bad it physically hurts. The walls of my chest feel as if they're closing in on my heart, and I don't even realize that my hand has moved to her chest until she turns to me, startled. I shake my head, not wanting her to stop. She nods slightly, but the beat of her heart against my hand is increasing by the second. I can feel the vibration of her voice against my palm, but the material between my hand and her skin hinders my ability to feel her the way I want to. I move my hand upward until it's at the base of her throat, and then I slide it up even further until my fingers and palm are flush against her neck. I scoot closer to her so that my chest is pressed against her side, because the overwhelming need to hear her has completely taken over, and I don't allow myself to think about where the invisible lines are drawn. The vibration of her voice stops, and I feel her swallow as she looks up at me with the exact emotions that inspired most of the lines in this song. Say it's wrong, but it feels right. There's no other way to describe how I feel. I know that the way I think about her and feel about her is wrong, but I struggle so much with how right it feels when I'm with her. She's no longer singing. My hand is still wrapped around her throat, and her face is tilted toward mine. I slide my hand a little higher until it's grazing her jaw. I run my finger around the cord to the earbuds and pull them away from her. I return my fingers to her jaw, slowly slipping my hand behind her neck. My palm conforms so perfectly to the back of her head, it's as if my hands were made to hold her like this. I gently pull her toward me, and she turns her body slightly toward mine. Our chests meet, and it creates a force so powerful that every other part of me is demanding to be pressed against every other part of her. She reaches her hands up to my neck and lightly places her palms against my skin, then slowly eases her fingers up and into my hair. Having her so close feels as though we've created our own personal space, and nothing from outside our world can make its way in, and nothing from inside our world can make its way out. Her breaths fall in waves against my lips, and although I can't hear them, I imagine they sound like how a heartbeat feels. I let my forehead fall against hers, and I feel a rumble from deep within my chest rise up my throat. The sound I feel past my lips causes her mouth to open in a gasp, and the way her lips are slightly parted causes my mouth to immediately connect with hers in search of the relief I desperately need. Relief is exactly what I find the second our lips meet. It's as if every pent-up, denied feeling I've held toward her is suddenly uncaged, and I'm able to breathe for the first time since I met her. Her fingers continue to sift through my hair, and my grip tightens against the back of her head, pulling her closer. She allows my tongue to slip inside and find hers. She's warm and soft, and the vibrations from her moans begin to leave her mouth and flow straight into mine. My lips softly close over hers, and then I part them, and we do it all over again, but with less hesitation and more desperation. Her hands are now running down my back, and my hand is slipping to her waist, and my tongue is exploring the incredible way hers dances against mine to a song only our mouths can hear. The desperation and speed at which we're escalating this kiss make it apparent that we're both attempting to get as much out of each other as we can before the moment ends, because we both know it has to end. I grip her waist tightly as my heart begins to tear in two, half of it remaining where it's always been, with Maggie, and the other half being pulled to the girl beneath me. Nothing in my life has ever felt so good yet hurt so achingly bad. I tear my mouth away from hers, and we both gasp for breath as the desperate grip she has on me keeps me locked against her. I refuse to allow our mouths to reconnect as I struggle to figure out which half of my heart I want to save. I press my forehead to hers and keep my eyes closed, inhaling and exhaling in rapid succession. She doesn't attempt to kiss me again, but I can feel her chest as her movements change from begging for breath to fighting back tears. I pull back and open my eyes, looking down on her. Her eyes are shut tightly, but the tears are beginning to fall. She turns her face and covers her mouth with her hand as she tries to roll onto her side, away from me. I lift up onto my hands and look down at what I've done to her. I've done the one thing I promised her I would never do. I just made her a Tory. I wince and drop my forehead to the side of her head and press my lips against her ear. I find her hand and reach for the pen beside us on the nightstand. I turn her hand over and press the tip of the pen to her palm. I'm so sorry. I kiss her palm and crawl off the bed and back away. She opens her eyes long enough to look at her hand. She makes a tight fist and pulls her hand to her chest, then begins to sob into her pillow. I take my guitar, my phone, and my shame, and I leave her completely alone.
Chapter 12. Sydney. I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to go to class. I definitely don't want to go job hunting again. I don't want to do anything but keep this pillow pulled over my eyes because it's creating a nice barrier between myself and every mirror in this apartment. I don't want to look in the mirror because I'm scared I'll see myself for who I really am this time. A girl with no morals or respect for other people's relationships. I can't believe I kissed him last night. I can't believe he kissed me. I can't believe I broke into tears the second he pulled away from me and I saw the look on his face. I didn't think it was possible to cram so much regret and sorrow into one expression. Seeing how much he regretted being in that moment with me was one of the biggest blows my heart has ever taken. It hurt worse than what Hunter did to me. It hurt worse than what Tori did to me. But as much as it hurt seeing the regret on his face, it was nothing compared to the guilt and shame I felt when I thought of what I had done to Maggie, what he had done to Maggie. I knew the moment he put his hand on my chest and moved closer to me that I should have flown off the bed and made him leave the room. But I didn't. I couldn't. The closer he moved, and the longer we stared at each other, the more my body was consumed by need. It wasn't a basic need, like a need for water when I'm thirsty or a need for food when I'm hungry. It was an insatiable need for relief. Relief from the want and desire that had been pent up for so long. I never realized how powerful desire could be. It consumes every part of you, enhancing your senses by 1,000,000. When you're in the moment, it enhances your sense of sight, and all you can do is focus on the person in front of you. It enhances your sense of smell, and suddenly you're aware of the fact that his hair has just been washed, and his shirt is fresh out of the dryer. It enhances your sense of touch, and makes your skin prickle, and your fingertips tingle, and it leaves you craving to be touched. It enhances your sense of taste, and your mouth becomes hungry and wanting, and the only thing that can satisfy it is the relief of another mouth in search of the same. But the sense my desire enhanced the most? Hearing. As soon as Ridge placed the headphones in my ears and the music began to play, the hair on my arms rose, Chills erupted from my skin, and it felt as if my heart rate slowly conformed to the beat of the song. As much as Ridge craved that sense too, he couldn't experience it. In that moment, all of his other senses combined failed to make up for the one sense he desired the most. He wanted to hear me just as much as I wanted him to hear me. What happened between us didn't happen because we were weak. Ridge didn't run his hand up my jaw and around to the back of my head simply because I was in front of him and he was in the mood to make out. He didn't press his body against mine because he thinks I'm attractive and knew it would feel good. He didn't part my lips with his because he enjoys kissing and knew he wouldn't get caught. Despite how hard we tried to fight it, all of those things happened between us because our feelings for each other are becoming so much stronger than our desire. Desire is easy to fight, especially when the only weapon desire possesses is attraction. It's not so easy when you're trying to win a war against the heart. The house has been quiet since I woke up more than an hour ago. The more I lie here and allow myself to think about what happened, the less I want to face him. I know if we don't get it over with, the confrontation will only be harder the longer we wait. I reluctantly get dressed and head to the bathroom to brush my teeth. His bedroom is quiet, and he usually has late nights that result in late mornings, so I decide to let him sleep. I'll wait it out in the living room. I hope Warren and Bridget are either occupied with each other in a bed somewhere or still asleep, because I don't know if I can take either of them this morning. I open the door and walk into the living room. I pause. Turn around, Sydney. Turn around and go back to your room. Ridge is standing at the bar. However, it isn't the sight of Ridge that's rendered me completely immobile. It's the girl he has his arms around. It's the girl he's pressed against. It's the girl he's looking directly at, as if she's the only thing that has, does, and will ever matter to him. It's the girl who planted herself between me and my maybe someday. Warren exits his bedroom and sees them standing together in the kitchen. "Hey, Maggie, I thought you weren't coming for a couple more weeks." Maggie spins around at the sound of Warren's voice. Ridge's eyes move from Maggie over to me. His body tenses, and he stands up straighter, putting a slight distance between the two of them. I'm still immobile, or I'd be putting distance between myself and all three of them. "I'm about to leave," Maggie says and signs simultaneously, facing Warren. Ridge steps away from her, then quickly breaks his gaze from mine and refocuses his attention on Maggie. "My grandfather was admitted to the hospital yesterday. I got here last night." She turns and gives Ridge a light peck on the lips, then heads for the front door. "It's nothing serious, but I'm staying with him until they release him tomorrow." "Oh, man, sorry about that," Warren says. "But you'll be here the weekend of my party, right?" "Party?" Maggie nods and takes a step back toward Ridge. She circles her arms around his neck, and he wraps his arms around her waist. Two simple movements that completely shatter entire sections of my heart. He rests his mouth against hers and closes his eyes. He brings his hands to her face, then pulls back and leans in again to kiss her on the tip of her nose. Ouch. Maggie exits the apartment without ever having noticed that I was standing here. Ridge closes the door behind her, turns around, and brings his eyes back to mine with an unreadable expression. "What are we doing today?" Warren asks, moving his head back and forth between Ridge and me. Neither of us breaks our stare to respond to him. After several seconds, Ridge makes the slightest movement with his eyes, motioning toward his bedroom. He turns to Warren and signs something, and I walk back to my room. It's amazing how many reminders I've had to give my organs in the last 3 minutes that should be basic, common knowledge. Breathe in, breathe out. Contract, expand. Beat, beat, pause. Beat, heartbeat, pause. Inhale, exhale. I walk to the bathroom and head for Ridge's bedroom. It was obvious he wants to talk, and I still think confronting it now is better than waiting. It's definitely better than not confronting it at all. The journey across the bathroom is only a few feet and should take no longer than a few seconds, but I somehow stretch it out for 5 whole minutes. I place a nervous hand on his doorknob, then open it and walk into his room. He's walking in at the same time as I'm closing the door to the bathroom. We pause and stare at each other. These stare-downs are going to have to end because my heart can't take much more. We both walk to his bed, but I pause before sitting down. I assume we're about to do some serious talking, so I hold up my finger and turn to get my laptop out of my room. He's sitting on his bed with his laptop when I return, so I sit, lean against the headboard, and open mine. He hasn't messaged me yet, so I type something to him first. Me, are you okay? I hit send, and after he reads my question, he turns his face toward mine and appears slightly puzzled. He turns back to his computer and begins typing. Ridge, in what sense? Me, all of them, I guess. I know it was probably difficult seeing Maggie after what happened between us, so I just wanted to know if you were okay. Ridge, I think I'm a little confused right now. Are you not pissed at me? Me, should I be? Ridge, considering what happened last night, I would say so. Me, I have no more of a right to be mad at you than you do to be mad at me. I'm not saying I'm not upset, but how will being mad at you help us work through this? He reads my message and expels a huge breath, leaning his head back against the headboard. He closes his eyes for a moment before lifting his head and responding to me. Ridge, Maggie showed up last night an hour after I got back to my room. I was convinced you were going to barge in and tell her what a jerk I am for kissing you. Then, in the kitchen earlier, when I saw you standing outside your door, I was bracing myself. Me, I would never tell her, Ridge. Ridge, thank you for that. So, what now? Me, I don't know. Ridge, can we not do the thing where we brush it under the rug and act like it never happened? Because I don't think that's going to work for us. I have a lot I need to say, and I'm scared if I don't say it right now, I'll never say it. Me, I have a lot to say too. Ridge, you first. Me, no, you first. Ridge, how about we go at the same time? When we're both finished typing, we'll hit send together. Me, deal. I have no idea what he's about to say to me, but I don't let it influence what I need to say to him. I tell him exactly what I want him to know, then I pause and wait for him to finish typing. When he finally stops, we look at each other, and he nods, and we both hit enter. Me, I think what happened between us happened for a lot of reasons. We're obviously attracted to each other. We have a lot in common, and under any other circumstance, I honestly believe we'd be good for each other. I could see myself with you, Ridge. You're smart, talented, funny, compassionate, sincere, and a little bit evil, which I like. Winky face. And last night, I can't even describe it. It is by far the most I've ever felt while kissing someone. Although the feelings aren't all good, there's a lot of guilt mixed in there too. So as much as the thought of us being together makes sense, it also makes no sense whatsoever. I can't leave a relationship with as much hurt as I did and expect to find happiness within a few short weeks. It's too fast, and I still want to be on my own no matter how right something might feel. I don't know where your head is, and honestly, I'm scared to hit enter on this message because I want us to be on the same page. I want us to work together to try to push past whatever it is we're feeling so we can continue to make music and be friends and pull ridiculous pranks on Warren. I'm not ready for that to end, but if my being here is too hard or makes you feel guilty when you're with Maggie, I'll leave. Just say the word and I'll go. Well, I guess you can't really say the word. You could type the word and I'll go. Sorry for the lame joke at your expense, but there's just too much seriousness going on right now. Ridge, first and foremost, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I put you in that position. I'm sorry I couldn't be stronger in that moment. I'm sorry I broke my promise to you about never becoming a hunter. But I'm mostly sorry for leaving you crying on your bed last night. Walking out and leaving that whole situation unresolved was the worst move I could have made. I wanted to come back and talk to you, but when I finally worked up the courage, Maggie showed up. If I knew she was coming, I would have warned you. After what I did to you last night and then seeing the look on your face when you saw us together this morning, I knew it was one of the most hurtful things I could have done. I have no idea what's going through your head, but I have to say this, Sydney. No matter how I feel about you, or how much I think we could work, I will never, ever leave her. I love her. I've loved her since the moment I met her, and I'll love her until the moment I die. But please don't let that take away from how I feel about you. I never thought it was possible to have honest feelings for more than one person, but you've convinced me of how incredibly wrong I was. I'm not going to lie to myself and say I don't care about you, and I'm definitely not going to lie to you. I just hope you understand where I'm coming from, and that you will give us a chance to navigate through this, because I believe we can. If there are two people in this world capable of figuring out how to be friends, it's us. We read through each other's messages. I read his more than once. I didn't expect him to be so forthcoming and honest, especially about the fact that he cares about me. I never for 1 second expected him to contemplate leaving Maggie for me. That would be the worst outcome of all of this. If he left her and we attempted to build a relationship from that, it would never work. The entire relationship would be built on betrayal and deceit, and those two things have never made and will never make for a good foundation. Ridge. Wow, I'm impressed with us. We're both so mature. His comment makes me laugh. Me. Yes, we are. Ridge. Sydney, I can't tell you what your message just did for me. Seriously, I feel like the weight of all 9 planets, because yes, Pluto will always be a planet to me, has been crushing my chest since the moment I walked away from you last night. But knowing that you don't hate me, and that you're not mad, and that you aren't concocting an evil revenge scheme feels so damn good right now. Thank you for that. Me. Hold on. I never said I wasn't concocting an evil revenge scheme. Winky face. Also, while we're being so blunt, can I ask you a question? Ridge, what did I tell you about initiating a question with whether or not you can propose a question? Me. Oh my God, I can't believe I ever kissed you. You're so annoying. Ridge. LOL. What's your question? Me. I'm concerned. We obviously have an issue with the fact that we're attracted to each other. How do we get past that? I want to write music with you, but I also know that the few moments we've had that wouldn't make Maggie very happy have all been while we're writing music. I think I'm just too desirable when I'm being creative, and I want to know what I need to do to lessen my attractiveness, if that's even possible. Ridge, keep up the egotism. It's very unattractive, and if it continues, I won't even be able to look at you in a week's time. Me. Deal. But what do I do about my attraction to you? Tell me some personal flaws that I can engrave into my memory. He laughs. Ridge. I sleep so late on Sundays I don't even brush my teeth until Monday. Me. That's a start. I need a few more. Ridge. Let's see. Once when Warren and I were 15, I had a crush on a girl. Warren didn't know I liked her, and he asked me if I would ask her out for him. I did, and she agreed, because apparently she had a crush on Warren in return. I told him she said no. Me. Ridge, that's terrible. Ridge. I know. I need a flaw from you now. Me. When I was 8, we went to Coney Island. I wanted an ice cream, and my parents wouldn't buy me one because I was wearing a new shirt that, quote-unquote, June Cleaver didn't want me to get dirty. We were walking by a trash can, and there was a melted ice cream cone in it, so when my parents turned around, I picked it up and started eating it. Ridge, yeah, that's pretty gross. But you were only 8, so it really doesn't count. I need something more recent. High school, college. Me. Oh, one time in high school, I spent the night at a girl's house who I didn't know very well. We made out. I wasn't into it, and it was really gross, but I was 17 and curious. Ridge. No, that does not count as a flaw. Sydney, Jesus Christ, work with me here. Me. I like the smell of puppy breath. Ridge. Better. I can't hear my own farts, so sometimes I'll forget that other people can hear them. Me. Oh my God, yes, this is the type of thing that definitely sheds a different light on you. I think I'll be good for a while. Ridge. One more from you, and then I think we'll be equally repulsed. Me. A few days ago, when I was getting off the campus bus, I noticed Tori's car was gone. I used my extra key to let myself into her apartment because I needed a few things I had forgotten. Before I left, I opened all her bottles of liquor and spit in them. Ridge. For real? I nod because I'm too ashamed to type the word yes. He laughs. Ridge. Okay, I think we're good. Meet me here at 8 tonight, and we'll see if we can navigate through a song. If we need to take breaks from the music every now and then in order to replenish our repulsiveness with a few more flaws, just let me know. Me. Deal. I close my laptop and begin to slide off the bed, but he grabs my wrist. I turn around, and he's looking at me with a serious expression. He leans over and grabs a pen, then picks up my hand and writes, "Thank you." I press my lips together and nod. He releases my hand, and I walk back to my room, attempting to ignore the fact that all the repulsive details in the world couldn't stop my heart from reacting to that simple gesture. I look down at my chest. Hey, heart, are you listening? You and I are officially at war.
Ridge. As soon as she's out of my bedroom and the door shuts behind her, I close my eyes and exhale. I'm thankful that she isn't angry. I'm thankful that she isn't vindictive. I'm thankful that she's reasonable. I'm also thankful that she appears to have more willpower than I do, because whenever I'm around her, I've never felt so weak.
Chapter 13. Sydney. Not much has changed in the way we practice together, other than the fact that we now practice 5 feet apart from each other. We've completed a couple of songs since the kiss, and although the first night was a little awkward, we seem to have found our groove. We haven't talked about the kiss, and we haven't talked about Maggie, and we haven't discussed why he plays on the floor and why I write alone on the bed. There's no reason to discuss it, because we're both very aware of all of it. The fact that we've admitted our attraction to each other doesn't seem to have eliminated it the way we'd hoped. For me, it's like a huge elephant in the room. It feels as if it takes up so much space when I'm with him that it presses me against the wall, squeezing the last traces of breath out of me. I keep telling myself it'll get better, but it's been almost 2 weeks since the kiss, and it hasn't gotten easier at all. Luckily, I have 2 interviews next week, and if I get hired, at least it'll get me out of the house more. Warren and Bridget both work and go to school, so they're not here a whole lot. Ridge works from home, so the fact that we're both here alone the majority of the day is always at the front of my mind. Out of all the hours in the day, though, the hour I hate the most is when Ridge is in the shower, which means I really hate this hour, since that's where he is right now. I hate where my thoughts go when I know he's one wall away from me, completely unclothed. Jesus, Sydney. I hear the water turn off and the shower curtain slide open, and I squeeze my eyes shut, trying once again not to picture him. This would probably be a good time of day to turn on some music to drown out my thoughts. As soon as the door closes between the bathroom and his bedroom, there's a knock at the front door. I gladly jump off the bed and head toward the living room to get my mind off the fact that I know Ridge is in his room, getting dressed right now. I don't even bother looking through the peephole, which is a very bad oversight on my part. I swing open the door to find Hunter standing sheepishly at the top of the stairs. He eyes me, his expression apologetic and nervous. My heart drops to my stomach at the mere sight of him. It's been weeks since I last laid eyes on him. I was beginning to forget what he looked like. His dark hair is longer since I last saw him, and it reminds me that I'm always the one to schedule his hair appointments. The fact that he hasn't even bothered to make his own appointment makes him that much more pathetic to me. Should I give Tori the number for your barber? Her hair looks awful. The mention of Tori's name makes him grimace. Or maybe it's the fact that I'm not jumping back into his arms that's causing that regretful expression on his face. You look good, he says, capping his words off with a smile. I am good, I say, not sure if I'm lying to him or not. He runs a free hand over his jaw and turns away from me, appearing to regret the fact that he's here. How is he here? How does he even know where I live? How did you know where to find me? I ask, tilting my head in curiosity. I see the split-second shift of his eyes as they glance across the courtyard toward Tori's apartment. It's obvious he doesn't want me to notice what's going on in his mind, because it would only shed light on the fact that he's still visiting Tori on a regular basis. Can we talk? He asks, his voice void of the confidence I've always known him to have. If I let you in and convince you it's over, will you promise to stop texting me? He barely nods his head, so I step aside and he walks into the living room. I walk to the dining room table and pull out a chair, making it obvious that he's not making himself comfortable by sitting on the couch. He walks toward the table as his eyes work their way around the room, more than likely in search of information on who lives here with me. He grips the back of the chair and pulls it out slowly while his eyes focus on a pair of Ridge's shoes tucked beside the couch. I like that he noticed them. Are you living here now? He asks, his voice tight and controlled. For now, I say, my own voice even more controlled. I'm proud of myself for keeping calm, because I'm not going to lie and say it doesn't hurt to see him. I gave him 2 years of my life, and all the things I felt for him can't just be cut off at once. Feelings take time to disappear, so they're still here. They're just mixed and swirled together with a hell of a lot of hatred now. It's confusing to feel this way when I see him, because I never thought I could dislike the man in front of me. I never thought he would betray me the way he did. Do you think that's safe? Just moving in with some strange guy you barely know? He's eyeing me disapprovingly as he takes his seat, as if he has the right to judge any part of my life. You and Tori didn't leave me much choice, did you? I found myself screwed over and homeless on my birthday. If anything, I would think you should be congratulating me for handling it all so well. You sure as hell can't sit here and judge me. He huffs, then leans forward over the table and closes his eyes, pressing the palms of his hands against his forehead. Sydney, please, I didn't come here to fight or make excuses. I came here to tell you how sorry I am. If there's one thing I'd like to hear from him, it's an apology. If there are 2 things I'd like to hear, it's an apology followed by a goodbye. Well, you're here now, I say quietly. Have at it. Tell me how sorry you are. My voice isn't confident anymore. In fact, I want to punch myself because it sounds really sad and heartbroken, and that's the last thing I want him to think I feel. I'm sorry, Sydney, he says, spitting the words out fast and desperately. I'm so sorry. I know it won't make it better, but things have always been different between Tori and me. We've known each other for years, and I know it's not an excuse, but our relationship was sexual before you even met us. But that's all it was. It was just sex, and once you were in the picture, neither of us could figure out how to just put a stop to something that had been going on between us for years. I know this doesn't make sense, but what I had with her was completely separate from what I had with you. I love you. If you'll just give me one more chance to prove myself, I'll never speak to Tori again. My heart is pounding as hard as it was the moment I found out they were sleeping together. I'm inhaling controlled breaths in an effort not to climb across the table and beat the shit out of him. I'm also clenching my fists in an effort not to climb across the table and kiss him. I would never take him back, but my head is so damn confused right now because I miss what we had so much. It was simple and good, and my heart never ached the way it's been aching these past few weeks. What's confusing me the most is the fact that my heart hasn't been aching like this because I can't be with Hunter. It's aching because I can't be with Ridge. I realize as I'm sitting here that I'm more upset that Ridge came into my life than I am that Hunter left it. How screwed up is that? Before I can respond, Ridge's bedroom door opens, and he walks out. He's in jeans and nothing else, and I tense from the way my body responds to his presence. However, I love the fact that Hunter is about to turn around and witness Ridge looking like this. Ridge pauses just feet from the table when he sees Hunter sitting across from me. He glances from Hunter to me, just as Hunter turns to see who I'm looking at. I can see the concern wash over Ridge's face, along with a flash of anger. He eyes me hard, and I know exactly what's going through his head right now. He's wondering what the hell Hunter is doing here, just as I am. I nod in reassurance, letting Ridge know I'm fine. I shift my eyes to his bedroom and silently tell him that Hunter and I need privacy. Ridge doesn't move. He doesn't like that I just told him to go back to his bedroom. From the looks of it, he doesn't really trust Hunter alone with me. Maybe it's the fact that he wouldn't be able to hear me if I needed him to return for any reason. Whatever it is, I just made him completely uncomfortable with my request. Regardless, he nods and turns back toward his room, but not before eyeing Hunter with a warning shot. Hunter faces me again, but his expression is no longer apologetic. "What the hell was that?" he asks, his voice dripping in jealousy. "That was Ridge," I reply firmly. "I believe the two of you have already met. Are the two of you, like..." Before I answer him, Ridge walks back into the room with his laptop and heads straight to the couch. He drops down onto the sofa, eyeing Hunter the entire time, while he opens his laptop and props his feet up on the coffee table in front of him. The fact that Ridge refuses to leave me alone with Hunter pleases me way too much. "Not that it's any of your business," I say, "but no, we aren't dating. He has a girlfriend." Hunter returns his attention to me and laughs under his breath. I have no idea what he just found funny, but it pisses me off. I fold my arms while I glare at him and lean back against my seat. Hunter leans forward and looks straight into my eyes. "Please tell me you see the irony in this, Sydney." I shake my head, absolutely not seeing any irony in this situation. My lack of comprehension makes him laugh again. "I'm trying to explain to you that what happened between Tori and me was strictly physical. It meant nothing to either of us, but you won't even try to understand my side of it. Yet you're practically eye-fucking your roommate who happens to be in love with another woman, and you don't see the hypocrisy in your actions? You can't tell me you haven't slept with him in the 2 months you've been here. How can you not see that what the two of you are doing isn't any different from what Tori and I did? You can't justify your own actions without forgiving mine." I'm trying to keep my jaw off the floor. I'm trying to keep my anger subdued. I'm trying to keep myself from reaching across this table and punching him square between his accusing eyes, but I've learned the hard way that punching isn't all it's cracked up to be. I allow myself several moments to calm down before I respond. I glance at Ridge, who is still eyeing me. He knows by the look on my face that Hunter just crossed the line. Ridge's hands are gripping the screen of his laptop, prepared to shove it aside if I need him. I don't need him. I've got this. I square up with Hunter, pulling my gaze off Ridge and focusing on the eyes I so desperately want to rip out of Hunter's head. Ridge has an amazing girlfriend who doesn't deserve to be cheated on, and luckily for her, He's the type of guy who realizes her worth. With that said, you're wrong about the fact that I'm sleeping with him because I'm not. We both know how unfair it would be to his girlfriend, so we don't act on our attraction. You should take note that simply because a girl makes your dick hard, that doesn't mean you have to go shove it inside her. I push myself away from the table at the same time as Ridge sets his laptop aside and stands. Go, Hunter. Just go, I say, unable to look at him for another second. The simple fact that he thought he had Ridge pegged as being anything like him pisses me off, and he'd be smart to leave. He stands up and walks straight to the door. He opens